Santa's all around town. Watch out for reindeers are falling down. We stay up waiting for Santa tonight. He climbs down the chimney at the speed of light, while we're dancing around the Christmas tree, hugging and kissing, just you and me. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Oh, a Merry Christmas Day. Oh, we're chasing snowflakes as they're falling down, and follow Rudolph all across the town. Later we meet under the mistletoe, while Santa's busy saying ho, ho, ho. We're feeling jolly, eating Christmas cake, and then we go skating on the frozen lake, saying hi to every friendly face, and later we warm up by the fireplace. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Merry Christmas Day. A Merry Christmas Day. Oh, yeah. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Yeah, a Merry Christmas Day. Dancing around the Christmas tree, wishing all a Merry Christmas. Dancing around the Christmas tree, wishing all a Merry. Whoa, oh, oh, la da da da, oh, oh, la da da da, oh, oh, la da da da, making our Christmas memories. I've been working so much lately, I can barely find the time to sleep. Yeah, I spend my time running around, keeping people pleased. But
This is my favorite holiday. It's a chance to start over, 'cause I missed you
Howdy,
so.
howdy, howdy. How we doing?
Go of everything but you.
Need to add the.
These are the good times with you.
Hola, Jose, Chris, how you guys doing?
Baby, this year it's just gonna be you and me. Hang by the fire and chill. Isn't this how it's supposed to be? Making our Christmas memories. Oh, and I've been longing to hold you close. Forget about everyone else.
What's up, Islanders? Oh, yeah.
Isn't this how it's
True, I guess this is the first time I have streamed since the org wasn't out. So yeah, I guess if you haven't seen, we are now part of Shopify Rebellion. So thank you, and also thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it. I should actually probably let's do a command for that announcement real quick. Hold on, let me add a command. 364 hours of my stream. That's a lot of co-streams, brother. Let me add a new org announcement thing. 1 second. And then we'll talk about what we're doing today. As somebody, aka Surf, couldn't scrim later. Okay, so we'll do new forward. Okay. All right. Should be a command for that too. All right. So what we're doing today. Is it for SI and beyond? I don't know what I can say, to be honest. So I would just say it's until it's not. Okay. So today we're watching BLITZ Season 2. This is the finals between QoR Gaming and Fluffy. Apparently this is a best of 5, so I don't know why I committed to this. I don't know if we're gonna watch all 5 if it's going the distance. If you missed over the weekend, or actually a couple days ago, I think I could probably just do it this way, right? These teams actually played each other, and they were playing for a chance to go to the SI playoff portion. And Fluffy actually got 7-0'd by QoR Gamers, or QoR Gaming. So Fluffy did not make it to the SI playoffs in this one. They'll have another chance in the open quals this week, obviously, which we'll be streaming here too. But yeah, so this is kind of a rematch of, honestly, a blowout here. What's up, Illuma Void? How are you? What's the story behind Spotify? Well, it's Shopify, not Spotify. And what do you mean, what's the story? You don't know much about the org? Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, brother. You can Google them. Like, I don't. What are you asking me? What's the story behind them? I'm not the biographer here. They're an org in several games. They're a much larger org than I would say Sonics were. And it's their first time in Siege. They have a I don't think it's called LCS anymore, but if you follow League of Legends, they have a team in the NA League. I don't remember what they call the NA League. What is it called now? They changed the name of it. What's the name of the league now? Does anybody know? They changed it. It's not LCS anymore, I think. LTA. Shopify have a team in LTA, so they're in League of Legends. They have the best women's Valorant team in the world. I mean, they have a ton of teams. They have good teams in Halo. I know they're in Street. Yeah, they're like... I would just say look them up if you're curious. It's definitely a larger org than Sonics were. Super, it's not going 5 maps. I bet you a tier 1 sub. It's a 3-0 for Fluffy. Okay, JJ. Well, how do you explain getting 7-0'd by them a couple days ago then? Here's my top 3 NA tier 2 right now. Let's get back.
2 first class seats to Charles de Gaulle out of St. Louis land.
I want to say Fluffy. Honestly, probably Mr. B's team and QoR maybe. QoR. Either QoR or SSG Academy. SSG Academy have looked like really bad lately though. Yes, they are owned by... So I guess the interesting thing with Shopify Rebellion is that they're actually owned by Shopify, the like company or the business, or I guess founded by it. What I don't really know how to put it, but whatever. It's not like a sponsor. It's like their actual like that is the org itself. You know us, we can beat anyone and lose to anyone. Well, I guess we'll see today. SSG Academy are just stupid and keep going to labs and club when they cannot play labs and club. That sounds like a bad map pool if they keep going there. The jerseys looks cool. Yeah, exactly, Emerson.
Well, I'm all for Christmas, all the happy smiles and the wishes, and I want it all from the lights to the mistletoe. Tell me one thing, is there anything that you're missing? I will keep you warm as soon as you remove that snow. Whatever we do, we will be alright. These holiday wonders will open your mind. May all your wishes tonight come true. The love I live, the dream I know.
There's no way JJ got me to stream this. He didn't even ask me. There's nothing else to stream today, and we couldn't scrim because Surf had to go pick up his computer. So we just had an early scrim today. You're always surprised by which orgs are big. I'd expect SQ would be bigger. Yeah, no, I think a lot of it just comes down to investment levels. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're happy we're able to not only stay together but find find a home pretty quickly. Congrats on signing with Spotify. Okay, it's Shopify. Let's just be clear. We're not. It's not the music company. Shopify are a very large company, Any chance to watch JJ Ballsack? Yeah, I can't say no to the chance to watch JJ. Does it feel weird after being on SQ for so long? I think the only thing that feels weird is on Sonics, I had a lot of responsibilities that were beyond Siege. And obviously on Shopify, you know, I'm essentially head coach GM for Siege, but that's it. So I don't really have to worry about anything beyond that. That's kind of a nice change. Or different change. Hell yeah, Sully. I can't answer that, Gotron. Shopify has money to blow on esports. Well, I don't know if I would say like money to blow, but like I'm sure it's well funded. I couldn't answer that. Typically, I would say any org that can afford to be in like the League of Legends is probably decently. They're doing okay usually. Let's DSM. Who sold their spot to Shopify? Is like a shop? Okay, here's what we'll do. I'm more than happy to answer questions about Siege or the team. What I don't want to do is be Google for what Shopify is. Because that's beyond my scope. We joined Shopify Rebellion as the Siege team. We're familiar with the org and you know what we're gonna expect as a team, what we've already talked about. I don't have the history here of the org, you know. That we can use Google. We can look around. If you're truly curious in Shopify, you can use your little fingers and type away and find out what you need to find out if you're so inclined. Otherwise, just know that we feel like we landed in a good spot. We're happy with the situation we're in, and luckily, you know, a bad situation with Sonics, you know, and did it end great. It had a fairly quick and what I would say happy ending, and that's from my point of view all you really need to know or worry about really. Gonna ask, is there a good place to catch up on what has happened? If you go to my Twitter at SuperSeth, I tweeted the announcement of us leaving, and then I retweeted the announcement of us joining, so you could get most info there, I think. No, not jobless anymore. Speaking of not being jobless, the stream for the next few weeks is sponsored by Factor. Exclamation point Factor in chat. No prep, no cooking, just dietitian approved, chef prepared meals delivered to your door and ready to eat in 2 minutes. Pick your pre-made meals. Select from a weekly menu of 34 dietitian approved meals. Prepped and cooked to perfection. Gourmet chefs take care of the prepping and the cooking. So all you have to do is heat it up when you get it. What I've decided to do is I will buy you a Shopify Rebels jersey if you are a new sign up to this, because it will pay for itself. However, understand with that, you have to wait for me to get paid from the sponsor to me to buy the jersey, because I'm going to use that money to buy it. So are we clear? So I'll buy you a Shopify Rebels jersey if you want one. If you're a first-time sign-up, but you have to wait until I get paid from Factor for the sponsorship, because that will pay for the jersey, because it's basically the same price. Okay? But you have to be a first-time sign-up. If you're not a first-time sign-up, I don't think it will let you. I don't think it will count. So don't like sign up if you've already used it. It's USA only. USA only, unfortunately, Justin. I mean, obviously, you guys can just buy jerseys as well on the website. Shopify. Actually, what is going on here? The countdown stopped. I can't tell, is this working or is it? Am I lagging or something? What's going on here?
Just look up in the December night.
Chat, is this lagging for anybody else or is it just me? Can one of you check, please? It's BLITZ_R6. I just want to... Is it me or the stream?
It shines on one and all. Shine on Christmas sky. Shine on.
I don't think it's me. I'm not dropping any frames, but I can't tell. The factor thing will be for a month. But just to be... I will be gone during Christmas, obviously. It's working fine for you? What the fuck? What is going on?
When we're caught in the Christmas rush, it's so easy to
Well, if you do sign up, James, and you want a jersey, you can get one. If you don't, no big deal, but I appreciate it either way. It does help me out, obviously. Why is it...
just look up in the December night.
Is it actually normal for everyone? Why the fuck is it...
One star shining bright. It shines on one
Rated T to M. Hey,
Let me log in
Yeah. Shit.
to Twitch on Opera. Hold on.
Cool sync house. Next, how about a new career
That's
with
weird.
EA Play? Wibs got boost. This is my kind of office party.
One sec. Yeah, I'm trying a different browser. No big deal.
Benefits.
It's weird.
Say less. We got you.
I'm not the ones in the game.
Hey, PC Game Pass. We got you.
Honest, neither of those teams used a single drone during that entire matchup. So I don't know how much there is to say as far as that, but their game against Outlast was convincing, with Fluffy Amers averaging a 75% cost versus Outlast's 57.
I don't know why it wasn't working on Chrome, but
pretty dominant
things fine now.
Just for the fact that
if you wanted it to get with Christmas money, but yeah. So it's gonna run until January 10th, and I also don't have to be streaming.
Make sure you're getting your kills, getting your objectives
for you to
down,
get it,
trading, so on and so forth. So Fluffy Amers is looking locked to come and challenge the other side of the bracket.
So serious.
am I being forced to watch this against my will?
QoR,
No.
this top tier team prove
Is it
you
fucked
to
up
get here
again?
today. It seems 2-1s on both sides.
I'm being
Yeah, it
paranoid
was a
now. I can't
grueling
tell.
match in the very first map of Chalet against Space Shoes, where it was a 9-7
Space
victory for
Shoes.
Space Shoes on that very first map, but then lights out for Core Gaming, winning 7-3, 7-4, and the next two maps follow that up. And then going into
Thank
the
you,
first
BN.
game
Appreciate it,
against the Real Gods, absolutely dominant first map on Nighthaven Labs, winning.
Remember, if you're
7-0,
not a sub
and
to
then a much
me,
closer map
and
as Cafe,
for whatever
but
reason
still
you don't
overall
want to
showing
sub,
their
this is
sheer
also going to be
dominance and
streamed
just
or
sheer
is
brute
streamed
force,
on YouTube.
punishing
So
a
there's
lot
also
of
a
the
VOD
mistakes
on
that the
there,
other
but
team
they're
just
at
making
that also
sure
means
that if
there's
they
no
spot
ads on
any sort
YouTube.
of gap, spot any sort of maneuver where they can get that advantage,
if you
they
just
will
can't
be
sub for
ready
whatever
to
reason.
capitalize and take full advantage of that. So honestly, that's going to be something that Fluffy is going to have to be aware of, just minimizing some of those mistakes, because Core, if they do spot him, will be ready to pounce.
That's right. And interesting fact for tonight, someone here tonight, doesn't matter which team is
let
going
me
to win,
link it
somebody
for
is
you.
going to be crowned a 2-times Blitz champion, having a couple players, of course, played on that first team. Yali,
Let me
it's
put
the
in the
grand
YouTube
finals. What are your
chat.
expectations for this best of 5 going forward?
Well, I mean, I kind of touched on it, and Sirius did as well. I mean,
tonight,
these are two teams that are going to be just absolutely slugging each other out. They're not going to be running in, getting aggressive off the bat, trying to find early picks. These are teams that are going to be using their drones effectively. They're going to be finding trades
Hold on, trying
and
to
just
get you a
generally doing the
link.
best that they can to make sure that they stay together and cohesive as solid team
That should be
units.
okay.
I expect we're going to see a lot of really complicated crossfires
There you go,
being
James.
built, and especially
That
lot
should
of
be
plays
good
being
for
made
like a
later in the
month,
rounds. As
basically.
you mentioned, core, they're going to be ready to
To
pounce
give
on any
you
mistakes that Fluffy Gamers
50%
makes.
off and
They
whatnot.
are, that's a team that has a lot of playmakers.
If you do sign
But how
up
many
and I'm
mistakes
like
are
not
Fluffy Gamers
live
gonna
or
make? I
something,
think
just make
that's
sure
kind of the
that you
question
like
we're gonna
keep
be
your
seeking to
receipt
answer
or whatever,
throughout this
so
grand
you can
final.
show me the
Yeah,
proof so I can double
absolutely.
check it.
And two teams that have really kind of fought through the trenches to get here. I'm really excited for tonight's. We've got something special to start us off, however, right? A little bit of
Is
insight
Space
into
Shoes better than Space
some of the
Station?
tactics, some of the gameplay.
Maybe
that's
there's
gonna
no
be going
difference
on.
at all.
Yali going to be bringing us an interview to give us a little insight on the match.
Hey, Rival, how's it going?
It's going good, Yali. It's going good.
That's good. You excited?
Yep. I'm super excited to play against JJ for 5 maps.
Yeah, for 5 maps? You
Yep.
think it's going all the way then?
All the way infinite.
Not a
but
lot
all
from what I've
maps.
seen so far,
I'm
Chris.
super
Okay,
excited.
okay. Yeah. What if we just get locked on the first map, infinite overtime for an hour?
I think having me
I
and
mean, what-
JJ.
Okay, so
beat the
I just
Empire
learned that
record
this
would
is
be pretty
also
fun.
unlimited
So,
overtime.
that
So
would
I'm
be-
gonna
that'd
be
be perfect.
just to keep it a buck with you.
And I wanted to ask really fast before we get into the meat of it. How has your
If this
experience
goes
been with
5
Blitz
maps,
so far in
unlimited
this event, and
overtime
as well
every
comparing
map,
it to the
we're not
first?
making it all 5 maps.
Blitz, honestly, like out of all the T3.
Thoughts
like,
on
teams that
6K
we
beating
played,
NIP
Blitz
and losing
usually
to whatever that
we
is
never have, like, any
after?
bad,
Seems normal for 6K.
bad ways to like scheduling matches or anything. So everything usually goes pretty smooth. And considering I've been on 2 different teams this season, it's went pretty well. So Blitz has been good, and I'm glad we get to play in it this season.
Yeah, speaking of being on 2 different teams, you were on Fluffy Aimers earlier this season, right?
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken in that. Yeah. So you probably have kind of an understanding of the way that they work, just as a system, as a team. And what kind of are you expecting?
I'm expecting to play against like 4 to 5 morons on the same team. And I'm super excited to play against them because they're all my friends. So I'm expecting a bunch of.
I did upload a new video to
different
YouTube, by the
teams,
way, with
a bunch of
some
exciting moments.
NAL
And I'm
timeouts from the
obviously hoping
playoffs
to come
and the
out with a win.
season. If anybody's interested in that, it's just youtube.com/@super.
And I don't know if you feel free not to elaborate on this, but why aren't you there anymore? Just out of
It was just,
curiosity.
I labeled it as like a change of scenery thing.
Sure.
I look at Siege as a business, and you know sometimes business decisions have to be made. So I just went to
Rival
But there's obviously no hard
Rival looks
feelings
like
between
at Siege like a business, and business is not booming.
No, that's it's good you know how to look out for yourself. Not saying that Fluffy Aimers is a worse team.
Glad you
and I'm
enjoyed
not
it,
making
Stag.
any judgments like that, but you know, you gotta look out for yourself. Make sure you're keeping
What's
on
up,
track.
Odin? How's it going?
And finally, I just wanted to ask, do you have anything specific that you want to say to them?
This is real Rival.
Fluffy, I mean, let's have a good game, man. I mean, I'm excited to beat up JJ for 5 maps. Same with Kibru. I hope Leo does good. I want Leo to
Trevi,
do
thank you for
well.
the 8
Obviously
months. I
still
appreciate it,
lose.
man.
And I'm excited to play, and I want to get into the game, and I really want to match up well.
Yeah, no, I'm
You
really
think
excited
Psycho
as
is gonna
well.
retire?
Really looking forward to just slugfest.
I mean, it wouldn't
here.
shock
Thank
me
you so much,
if the rumors
Rival,
are true
for
and
joining on. Thank
NIP
you so much
isn't
for the interview.
partnered.
And looking forward to seeing you out in the server.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I would assume they probably have to take a pay cut to keep be to stay around.
You heard it here first.
Did SQ just get out of
the
Siege
power of
only?
friendship
I
gonna
mean,
go
I
into
think
this
so.
best of
I
5, the show
obviously am
off,
not
the
on Sonics
montage,
anymore,
it's all
so
for pride. It's all for
I couldn't
glory.
really
Seriously,
speak
takeaways
on
from
their
the interview
plans
here.
beyond.
I mean, it sounds like
up
a
until
very
when I
kind of
left.
chill matchup overall. It didn't sound like there was any bad blood, which is not normally what we get to hear about in tier 3 or tier 2 either way. So it's kind of nice to hear that it's all good friends just trying to see who's the better team, I guess, overall. So honestly, still going to be a very exciting match, even if there's not exactly going to be like bad blood. Still probably going to be a bit of typing in the chat if I had to expect anything, but yeah.
It's JJ.
Okay.
After this first map, I'm going to look at
Let's
ordering some
get into
Factor.
it. It's
I actually
finally
had
time to talk
forgotten that it's
about the
pre-prepped
rosters.
meals,
Let's
and that's
break it
perfect for
down,
me because
okay?
I can't
Fluffy
cook.
Aimers known for their lightning. Fluffy Aimers thrives on exploiting those gaps and getting that late style play style going down. It's a mix of speed and unpredictability, surgical precision. Yali, like this Fluffy Aimers roster is like incredibly goated. What are you expecting out of them today specifically?
Out of Fluffy Aimers, I've mentioned it before. It's going to be solid play. It's going to be a lot of team cohesion, and it's probably going to be pretty slow. Both these teams average an opening pick.
I do appreciate all the comments
seconds,
and
which
you know,
is
stuff
pretty
on
late
the
in the
tweets
round
about
as
the
far
new
as
org,
actually
though.
finding
I
an
was,
opening, so we can expect, particularly
you know,
from
I know
Fluffy
we're not
Aimers,
necessarily
a
always
lot
the
of time
fan
denial.
favorite
That was
team. We're
something that
kind
was
of the team
particularly
that people
effective
like
against
to
QoR in their
root
matchup
against,
versus
but
Spaceships. And Fluffy Aimers is a team that's
there was a
gonna
lot
be
of
good
positive
at that.
reception, so that was nice to see.
And I mean, having a look at their roster as well, just a few standout statistics from the season. I mean, Deity has been not.
All right, so I'm a little confused. Why does it say under JJ? Like, what are we doing here? What does this mean?
Yes,
like, why is
but
this
I also
under
wanna
their
point out,
name?
Kiru is +6 on entry and +26
What is
on
that?
KD, which is more than enough to make up for anywhere where Deity has been lacking, which is one of the strong points of this roster. These
They
are
all get to pick where the
members of
quote
this
is. I
team
feel like
that
they
can
should
pick up for
veto.
anyone else who may not be performing as well.
I feel like
as
they
would
should
like to.
veto some of
Final
those.
thing
I'm
I
going to be
want
honest.
To mention is that
Maybe
JJ
Kiru's one
has most
specifically.
plans of anyone in the league with 13.
How quick did the Shopify
truly
thing come
just
about?
A monstrous number here. I mean,
in less than a month,
because
we found out once the major
so the fact
was
that he's got
over,
4
and
more also shows very much how this is
Ubisoft actually
a
put us in
goal-oriented
contact
team.
with
They're
them,
gonna be
and
going
I
through
talked
their
to them,
checklist,
and
making sure they have everything done,
yeah.
and their win condition
not
9
not
times
too
out
long,
of 10
couple
is going to be
weeks.
putting the bomb down on the site.
Okay, so going to the other side of it, we talked about it being experience. We talked about them exploiting the gaps. We talked about them having a phenomenal season. It's core, serious. I mean, these guys aren't no joke.
Yeah, absolutely no joke at all. I mean, like Yali was kind of highlighting, they're kind of just a bit of a slower team.
I don't know what I'm allowed to say, Foresight. So in response to that, I will just say it's until it isn't.
Really do, once they spot that gap, explode upon that fact, try to make sure that they capitalize on that mistake that the other team gave them, and then really try to make sure that they take that advantage and run with it for the rest of the round, which most of the time they really are able to do that, because once they get that conversion on the opening kill, they win 79% of their rounds, and so that is a very high metric.
Moses, I have no idea then.
Fluffy Aimers. So making sure that
did SQ dump you guys after the major?
So that way Fluffy's time denial
after the
doesn't really
major,
matter too much
Sonics informed us that they didn't want to carry their essentially
try to move on quickly and then get into a position.
I mean, basically what happened is the Sonics investors did not want to carry over their investment into the new year, which meant obviously we couldn't play SI
group stage,
and so
2-0.
It was like effectively once the major was over, it was over. Smuppers, thank you for the 4 months, man. Appreciate it.
It's gonna be tough no matter what it is.
That's right. So when
SQ pulled out because of the partner program, I can't really speak to that, but I mean, obviously, it plays a part in it.
Unstoppable sharpshooter,
because that is
taking on the discipline,
essentially funding
and raw power. So what do you think?
Some teams are willing to
take
take more of an initial loss than others.
Instincts, raw talent. I mean, what do you think here?
I mean, overall, their stats are very similar to each other. I mean, there's not too many differences other than Kiru just has so many more kills. He has +10 to his KD. Otherwise, it's pretty similar playstyles. Just, again, just highlighting the fact that their playstyles in-game are very different from each other.
Did the players know after the major, James?
A little bit more closer to his team. Twist at the same time, just kind of playing around his team, but also trying to explode upon that entry a little bit faster.
We pretty much knew while we were there,
sure that,
but it wasn't while we were playing. But because we made it to the stage, we stayed the whole event.
Find more kills
so we
that
pretty much knew like the last little bit
rounds, and then try to use those advantages to win.
We didn't know what org we were going to, obviously.
For either of these players, they'll still be able to maintain these same stats going into the series.
That's right, Yali. Anything to add on to this this head-to-head matchup here?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at those stats very specifically, what I want to point out is that Twist, even though he has pretty similar cost, he has a much worse survivability, and he has a much worse KD. He has fewer impacted rounds between survivability, KD, and objective play.
Yeah, we were definitely
Kira
blessed to have
does.
Shopify
But
come around.
that means he's made up all that and more.
Because, you know, the
just by
situation
getting
for us,
traded.
it's fine now, but it was
Twist
not
is the
only
player
that
who
we
is gonna
didn't have
come
an
out,
org
see
for
a gap,
SI.
and say,
It
"Hey,
meant that we
yo,
wouldn't be
Candle,
getting
follow me
paid
in. Come get my
for
trade."
December,
He's gonna be the
January, or
playmaker.
February.
He's gonna be the guy who's call and trade me.
So that's like,
And
you know,
really
we're a
just
full-time team.
identifying
We're a
a lot
really
of
good
these
team,
moments
so we're like
that
full-time.
are
So not being
really
paid
the
for like
thing that
3
core
months,
likes
is,
to thrive
especially
off
during the
of, getting
holidays,
in,
is pretty rough.
finding gaps and
we're not
exploiting
like
those weaknesses in their
our players
opponents
aren't the
and allow them
youngest
to
players. Like
hopefully
outside of
find the
Ambi, everybody
kills
on our
often
team's
later in the round, but
pretty
usually
veteran.
successfully, given the fact that he's usually traded.
Okay, so plenty of VOD on these two
Thunder,
teams.
did they
outside
really
of
say
Blitz
that?
and inside of
'Cause
Blitz,
that's
right?
hilarious.
There's plenty of VOD. Do we see Sirius?
Because the last
the
time they
same
played us,
map
they also
bans
got
that we've been
absolutely
seeing
smoked.
across the board? What's your
They
prediction?
should have
here?
retired 2 years ago.
We've got to see Layer and Border being banned by both of these teams. Either one can really take it because Layers, they're permanent.
already
ban
bought
for
an
both
SR jersey?
sides.
Hell
It's
yeah,
not
Tex.
going to be an option whatsoever.
What
Border
player
is
did
also
you get?
very
Did you get
unlikely.
Troy?
So if we just go off of the
Or you just
most
get no
favorite
name?
maps, it would probably be likely Cafe for Fluffy Aimers, and then at the same time Chalet for Core. So one of those two maps is likely going to sneak their way through because they can only ban 2 maps, and the rest are just going to have to be whatever else is left. So going into this, it's going to be very important to just see
The
what does Fluffy actually ban, because I have to
I
remind
noticed when
y'all
we I
that
haven't
they
gotten
did
a
lose
jersey yet. I
7-0
think we'll
against
probably get
Core.
our jersey when we go for boot camp
Rather in the
next
most
year,
recent
but
SI
they're
qual. So
like
that
there's
is
a lot of
going
like
to be a very
detail in them.
important
They
factor
seem
if
like
they
high
do
quality.
ban
Like it
them.
looks
I
like a
think I
lot
saw
of
a sneak
detail
peek
in
of
it.
that
It's
they
not like
did
a
actually ban it. So
I think some of our past jerseys we've
unfortunate
had
for Core
on
that they're not
Sonics at
going to
least.
take care of that advantage again.
Yali, we kind of got a little sneak peek there as it started to pop up. But any thoughts on how these map bans are going to be going?
I mean, what I've
Just
got
kidding.
to say
They
is,
blamed
I know
everything
Sirius
on mental and
mentioned
scrim
Layer
quality,
is gonna
saying
be
they
a
were trolling in
permaban pretty much
scrims and their
for both
mental
of
was
these teams.
shocked.
I gotta say it.
When they
I
scrimmed
just don't
us, they
think
were
don't ban
actually
it first.
pretty
Whichever one
solid.
of these
They
teams
actually
bans
scrimmed
Layer
us better
first,
than FaZe
the other
did.
team gets to pick their best map, which I should mention.
But I mean,
Chalet
even in the
is the
timeout
best map
video
for
I
Core,
posted,
one
like
of the
we
worst
kind of
maps for Fluffy
know
Aimers. And on the other side of
they're
things,
kind of a
Nighthaven
team that
Labs
has the
is one of the best maps
reputation
for
of
Fluffy
like
Aimers,
if
one of
things
the worst
don't
maps
go
for
their
Core.
way,
Despite the
their
fact that they
mental
did 7-0
does
the real
get
gods
like
on,
chalked pretty
on,
easily.
Nighthaven Labs.
To be honest, I
still
think
just
that's
don't
like
think that
something
that's gonna be a
Hugsword
good matchup.
needs to
So
take
whichever
responsibility
of
for a
these
little bit.
teams
Is like
bans Layer is
he's supposed to be the
basically
one to
giving
make sure
their
their
opponent an entire map
their
off of
mental
this
is
map ban
dialed in.
phase.
Obviously, sometimes it just shit happens, but
Okay.
that's like a
Chalet,
reoccurring theme. I
Nighthaven,
feel like with
Cafe,
them.
Bank, Clubhouse. This is
Or maybe
a
they need
goated
like a sports
setup.
psychologist or
Last thing
something.
before
No
we
idea.
get started into the game, let's check out.
All right,
those
we got map one,
predictions,
Chalet.
right?
I'll
Let's
put up
see
predictions.
What everybody thought about how this game is going to be turning out.
For those of you on
your
YouTube, the
side of it,
predictions are
you've
only a
got
Twitch
Fluffy
thing,
Aimers at
unfortunately.
3 and 1. Yali on the same side. Do I stand alone in the quest for the
All right,
end?
Fluffy
The
is a
3-2 going to
1.5
Core
round
here.
favorite, map one.
I mean, I just really believe in the system.
Only
that
because
JJ
it's their
built
map
within the
pick.
last few
Remember,
months. I mean, he's been
a couple of days
dominating almost
ago,
every single
QoR
league
or
after
Core
Element 3.
7-0
He really did
Fluffy
very well
in the
Wildcard
SI
Restart. He's doing very
Open
well
Qual
so far in Element
playoffs
4, and
to
in
qualify
this
for
league
SI
so far,
for
he's
SI
only
playoffs.
lost
Sorry,
one
man.
game overall, and he's 5-1 so far, and it's just been dominating ever since. So really
That-
ensure that
The
Fluffy Aimers have probably
psychologist
got
might
this in
be
the
must
bag,
be
but
the
I would
imposter.
imagine a
I
lot
don't
of
know,
these
dude.
matches are
It's hard
gonna
to
be a lot
say.
closer than you would expect.
They definitely, I
Yali,
do think they
same,
definitely have the
3-1.
reputation. I mean, everybody
Yeah,
knows this who
3-1.
follows
I
Siege,
just
but
think that
they're
Core
definitely
probably
a
wins
team with the
Chalet.
reputation
Depends on
of
whether or not
like
Fluffy Aimers watch the VOD
if
versus
things
Stay
go
Shoes.
wrong for
There's a
them,
particular operator Core was really struggling with.
they usually
She has
don't
a big
bounce
riot
back. Like it
shield
kind of just
held up in
goes
front of her
wrong.
face, and they just could not get past her. But outside of that, I really just think that Fluffy Aimers really statistically has the advantage on all 3 of the following maps. Just they are winning all 3 of those pretty consistently, and Core not as much. Core even going so far as to pick into Cafe, which Sirius mentioned, one of the best maps for Fluffy Aimers. So I gotta say it, I really think that Fluffy Aimers is gonna take this in 3, but Core's probably gonna win the first map.
Okay, you heard it. Predictions are here.
Oh,
the time
the
is upon
analyst
us.
is
The
going
game is
core
set. The
front
lobby
map
is
1.
filled. It is time to get the Blitz Season 2 Grand Final underway. We're going to send it to our casters who are going to give you the goated play-by-play and the color that's going to help you understand exactly what's going on.
Hell yeah, James. Thank you for that.
Thank you to the analyst
Where
desk
can we
for
see
the
how the
wonderful
jersey
presentation, and to Glitter
I
specifically.
think just on their
for
website. I
those
think it's
kind
just
words about us being joined by Goose, much like the last game in the
sec.
playoffs. So you get to see us again, which hopefully is a duo you
should
will
just be
appreciate. whether you're on one of the
ShopifyRebellion.com
three
and then
co-streams that
store
I know of
the official
this
jerseys.
grand final, which is really fun.
They have a bunch of different
They
jerseys.
just
I
keep
think this
popping
is
up,
the
and I think,
official one right
everything
now.
that the desk really went into just goes to show on how this on paper should
So that's
be
the main jersey,
a really
I think.
good matchup, even if it is
Now,
a
don't
3-0
quote me
or
on this
3-1
because
when
I
we
don't
see
actually
all
know.
5
I
maps.
think this is
This is a
probably the
matchup where
jersey
you're
the
not gonna
players will
have a
be
team
wearing
run
at
away with the
SI.
map. You're not
That's
gonna have
not
them run away in
100%,
the
but
first
this is
half.
like their
You're gonna
normal
have
jersey.
Every single instance be fought for tooth and nail.
Certainly how I like to see it, and I do believe we have the game ready, so we can go ahead and throw it to that. As
Thank
the
you,
desk
Sheldon.
said, Chalet is going to be the first
Thank you, Seb. I
battleground
appreciate that, dude.
we are going to see here, which is a personal favorite map of mine, so I think what better way to start it off, Goose?
Yeah, and not only is it a personal favorite of yours, but it is also a personal favorite of QoR's. Having played it, I believe if I look at the numbers right, around 6 times. Fluffy not playing it nearly as much, and that doesn't even go into account on how many times they've played it outside of Blitz.
I'm
This is
waiting for
notoriously
it
just
to like
one of
pop up
QoR's
that it
not
tracked
only
it.
favorite maps, but the maps that they're essentially
James,
known
I'm
for
not sure
going
how
all
long
the
it
way
takes
back
to like
the
track
roster
it,
with
but
Anki.
usually it will pop up.
So I think this is going to be a very telltale sign of the entire matchup. If it is very close fought, which I do think
That's
it is,
regular
but if Fluffy
jersey.
Gamers
They
are
usually do
able to
special
take this
jerseys for
first map
special
away,
events like Halo
it's
Worlds,
gonna give
Dota,
some
and Game
questionable
Changers.
warnings going on later
Fingers
in the series
crossed
for
for us.
QoR.
Yeah.
But again, going so far right into the bans, a Deimos isn't an operator.
Yeah, I
we see
guess
a whole lot.
maybe
It
it's
is an
too short
operator
notice
that
because
QoR
this is kind of
specifically
like.
have been
I mean,
banning
technically
notoriously
SI is in
as of late, and then Monty, if you play the game, you understand
a
why he's
little
banned.
over
He's
2
just
months.
an
Actually,
almost
no.
unstoppable force,
Under
even
2
with
months.
his recent
So.
change, maybe even some considering it a nerf, and then Azami. So going
appreciate it,
into
James.
this
Thank you,
so
man.
far, aside from that Deimos ban, nothing really catching my eye, nothing too surprising as of late.
Certainly say I agree there. Fenrir going to round out those bans, which is another one that doesn't really surprise me at all, as if you like hitting caps, Fenrir is an operator that makes that very, very difficult, and that's something both of
If you
these
don't
teams
mind us
like to
asking,
do,
what
so
other orgs were y'all
makes sense they
considering
don't want him on the
before?
board. Also, you want to highlight
I'm not
that
going to talk
multi-ban
about
as well,
what
just
other
because
orgs we
JJ is in
spoke
the
to.
lobby, and he is very good at that Monty, and it's core of the band it out. So
We
it
also
does
had,
make
I mean,
sense. We'll have to see
there
how
was
these
interest
things
from teams.
affect everything. I anticipate
There was interest from
that
teams
Deimos
that are
ban
currently in
Fluffy
Siege
Gamer's
and
gonna
not
wanna
in
Go
Siege.
for a pretty heavy roam game,
And even for
just because
in
Deimos
the,
is
like
an
I had
operator
a
that
few
shuts
teams
that
interested
down
in
so effectively.
me coaching, but they weren't willing
and
to
one thing that
commit
already catches my eye going into this first
to
round
the
is
roster,
the Tuberau and Cade pick
or they
from
wouldn't
Fluffy
like,
Gamers. Obviously, you know,
or
they
I
are
would have
plain
had to
simple there to
join
deny the
before
wall,
SI.
But
Like
usually
it
when
would
I
have
first
been
saw that, I would think maybe
kind
they're
of
going
a-
for a basement defense. You do
basically
have teams that don't really
the
put a lot of
options were
focus
we only
on
wanted to
denying
stay
those
together,
walls,
so
whether it
some
be
of the
inside of
options were
office,
teams
upstairs
were
on that
interested in
vertical
maybe
control, or whether it be simply on
like
the
me
diamond
coaching
position,
or
just
me
trying
and
to
a
keep
couple
that wall
players or
close to
something
the
like
side
that,
close.
where it's
A
never
lot of
really
the
on the
teams, especially
table.
on the attack, waste a lot of that time
No,
on
this
this
org
top
is,
floor, and it allows for defenders
out
to not really
Canada.
have to worry about that.
Yeah, this is a tier 2 league,
Reach
Sheldon.
denial is because the attacking teams
Thank
already
you,
waste
Ulrich.
their time
Appreciate it.
themselves, but we can already see Fluffy Aimers from the get-go taking an extra step to make this attack for QoR hard.
Thanks, Thunder. Appreciate it.
It's also worth noting that with this bomb site, you have to take the top floor and then take that first floor.
All right, we've
So
got
there's a
Fluffy
lot of
starting on the
opportunity
defense.
To waste that time, and therefore
Quality
a lot of
looks a
motive to waste
little
that
rough to me. Can I get any better? Or is that just what we got?
time as well.
Seems like that's just what we got. All good.
Life a living hell. It does look like they want to circumvent a lot of that by going for a very solar-oriented take, which can be quite
Did
difficult, but it's
QoR
certainly
win a
worth it
map
if they can
already?
properly
No, I
get
think that's
inside of
bugged.
the building.
This-
But
it just
position with
started.
the DD occupying is a nightmarish one to get rid of.
Emilio
Especially
opening pick on arrival.
Emilio getting that first pick onto rival. It's going to allow the other mirror one.
I'm gonna end predictions now too.
And also take
I'll give
a gunner
you.
off of the board
I'll
as well.
give you until this says
All around
1:30
is
to get a prediction
really
in.
good benefit.
And again, we're already starting to
Predictions
see
up for
right
this map
from the start
only.
on just how difficult clearing
Yeah,
this
I can
top
turn the
four
volume
here
down.
is. And obviously you can see Core is going to try and put some pressure on that
That should be better,
position,
James.
potentially
I usually have it
trying
lower.
to catch off some of the defenders trying to rotate back down to the bomb site. But it doesn't matter when Core's
Once the
intel
timer
gathering
hits
is not
30,
on
ending
point, not understanding
ending
that
predictions.
this entire setup has been just made so that Fluffy Aimers can try and hold on to this control for as long as possible, and you don't even know that Kiru's going to be jumping out. Followed another one
5v2 round
There's
one.
just nothing in the
This
favor
is
for Core
Fluffy's,
this opening
map pick,
round.
though.
Everything just falling absolutely short, and we can now just see IQ gathering a little bit of intel, even if it's just late.
Minute 19 seconds left to go. Core have plenty of time to try to work this, but they don't have the bodies. They're going to want to do so, especially with the utility that we have, this intel that Fluffy Ambers have placed for themselves around the map. It's making it very difficult for Core to get anything done without it being known. And so if Twist wants to go fight these players inside of Piano, well, he has to keep his position away first. That just makes his life more difficult. They're all going to be looking at him. Moses is going to get a couple, but it's a flurry of kills, all of which, or most of
Good
which,
first round there
go the
for
way of
Fluffy.
Gamers as they
That's
take a
already more
convincing
rounds than
first
Fluffy
round.
won the entire match when they
very
played in the SI
glaring
quals.
Situation there for Core was they tried to take a very aggressive push over into that Solarium position,
What the?
trying to apply pressure onto not only the players playing directly into Solarium, but also the players extended over by Piano and then also in Bathroom. But the problem with that was, and the problem that you would see later on in the entire round, was Core's overall intel gathering. On top of that, just their simple understanding of how that defensive setup was they didn't realize that Fluffy Aimers built that entire defense to counteract exactly what Core was doing. They had, you know, that two brow, that K to make sure that those walls stayed open. They had, you know, additional with that mirror being over by Piano, making sure they can hold that long angle onto Solarium window. And it's kind of a situation where every time that Core swung into a position, there were relatively
Basement
two,
defense
maybe
now for
sometimes
Fluffy.
3 Fluffy Aimers players.
This
ready
is a
to field that
very
player,
prototypical
and then a
basement
very aggressive
defense
jump out
nowadays with the
by Q
Clash.
over inside of Library that they just
Ton of
weren't
denial,
even
though. They've
expecting. It
got
just goes to
Bandit,
show
Cade,
that at
and
least for now,
Tubarão
this first round, Core has
with
a
no
relative
Mav
problem
from
with just
QoR.
understanding what Fluffy Aimers are doing on the defense.
They don't even have EMPs.
Yeah, that aggression
Actually, sorry, they
backed
do
by
have
intel
EMPs,
is
but
something
no
that Fluffy
Thatcher, I
Aimers
mean.
like to lean into, and it's something that
Could
Core
be a
really
bit of a,
struggled to deal with, as it always seemed like Fluffy
slow
Aimers
round
were
with that
thinking
lineup.
multiple steps ahead, just with the amount of intel
Sam,
they
thank you for the
had
14
spread
months,
around
and I
the
appreciate
map.
that. Thank you as
Now,
well
Twitch is
for
something that can
the
alleviate a
congrats
little
on the
bit of
orb.
that, is if she can get
Thank
to
you.
this utility like this default camera, then she can get rid of it on her own. And we also see a lot of droning being done by Core as well, just looking to establish cutoffs and make sure that if anyone from Fluffy Aimers trying to make a move, it's spotted. C4 could be thrown out, but nothing going to come of it from Kiru, which
I
is
think
a little
Kira
bit
could have
wasted
waited
utility,
longer there,
but
even, to be honest.
does also give a little bit of a vert hole for them to look through if they so choose, but that does give up that dining position, which is something that is quite pivotal to this map.
And I also really love how they have an entire
Thank you,
setup to
Beasley.
just
Appreciate
deny
it,
the
dude.
walls, but then you have a player like Emilio who should relatively be in a position to deny those walls, maybe even Bandit Trick, but because they have those additional players like the Goyo and JJ on the Clash, he's able to roam around, play really aggressive. Even if he does lose his life, Core Gaming aren't going to be in a position to directly just flood the site, and it goes to show that not only is Fluffy Aimers prepared for this very aggressive overall playstyle from Core, but they have different layers such as an onion in this entire defense. So if they do lose that opening engagement, if they do give control to Core, which they've just completely given up in this situation, they are prepared to deal with that control. They're able to prepare with all of this stuff in the side of Core's pocket, and you can see they're starting to struggle. They can't get that wall open by water pipe, and it's kind of a situation where sure, you have so many options, but because of the deep defender utility directly onto the site, you can't really work it because again,
Roaster.
there's no Thatcher, there is no Twitch that can immediately get on the bomb site, and Core's just not prepared to get onto it.
Candle gonna take out Deity there.
Do see an opening pick
Nice
come out
shot.
from Candle, though, which is going to alleviate things a little bit. That boiler room wall is also getting opened up, although Tubarão is going to put a stop to that. As now we're entering these final 45 seconds, the pivotal point in the round for QoR.
That's 2 C4s down now too.
Now they have to crunch through things like that clash in these defender positions.
That Capital needs to do something about the clash.
Just that clash alone is going to provide so much time waste, along with Recited getting that pick onto Rival. And now
Capital's kind of trolling with the clash play here.
Candle's going to find himself another kill, but that intel from
It
the
doesn't
clash
matter.
can be so helpful. But now he's going to end up getting killed off. It's all up to the cave, but he can't get it done.
So that
as the
Capital
execute from
was
QoR,
on the
it
hatch
goes
there,
so
right?
well.
And they had a clash
A phenomenal answer back from QoR in
playing
I
trench.
don't want to necessarily say
He
it
needed
was
to
confusing,
cap
but in
flame
that
the
situation,
rotate from the
Fluffy
hatch
Gamers
so
had
that
essentially
Cap was stuck,
everything
or sorry,
prepared to
so
deal with
Clash
that.
was
They had
stuck
those walls stay open
trench
relatively
side,
late. It was
and that
only
would have been a free
45 to 30
kill.
seconds,
They ended up killing him
and those
anyway,
walls
but
were
it kind of was
eventually
more
open
difficult than it
and
needed
allowed
to
for
be.
QoR to actually,
Thank you, Seth. Appreciate it.
converge to execute on the site. They had that
How
clash,
far in
they had the
advance did
Goyo
Ubila
canisters on top
SQ
of it.
know?
And still, after all of that defender utility, after all of that time wasting, QoR still
I don't
somehow
think
found
what you just
enough
asked
time
is
to find an
related.
opening, get
Sonics
that,
have known for a
planter
while
right
that
into
they
the
weren't
bonfire
in the
into a
partner
relatively safe
program, but the
position, having
team
that covering fire, and then you had a couple of
didn't
those
know
Fluffy Gamer
Sonics
players,
were
very
immediately
aggressive players, like
leaving
that
until
one player
after the
directly
major.
on like the wine table in front of main breach, in front of car garage. And it's kind of a situation where that entire round by Fluffy Amers was set up, the formula to just waste time, play essentially the entirety of the map. But then once it actually came to the execution time, they got a little over aggressive, gave too many gunfights, which allowed for QoR with those lines of sights that they set up in that execution to shut these players down in 1v2 situations. And it's kind of a little bit of a misstep for Fluffy Amers, but on the contrary, a great answer from QoR.
When
Yeah, excellent setup there from QoR in that late
No,
round.
Sonics have known for
The Fluffy Gamers tried to throw out
most of the
Worked
year
very
that
well
they
the
weren't
first round,
partnered.
Not so much the second, so we'll see how both teams adjust this round.
Does the team include
that
you,
Twitch brought
or
out
did you
again,
know?
No, yeah, we
No,
got
I
the
mean
Twitch
I
brought
told
out
the
again
team
by
that we weren't
Unreal,
partnered.
which is just a great operator to maybe not get this utility directly on the site, but a lot of things that are adjacent to the site can be picked up.
Do you think they
quite
still leave
effortlessly.
even with
And
the?
if Inner
Yeah,
can get one
the
into
result
site,
literally
get rid of
doesn't
either
matter.
of
I
those
mean, we're
mirror
qualified for
windows,
SI,
then
and
that
they left.
alleviates so
We're
much
qualified for
pressure.
SI, and
The
we're
players
one
like
of the
Rival
teams that
are
I
going
think
to
people
feel.
consider
That Frost
having an
throwing
actual
utility
chance
could
to
come into play
win.
late round if they
And
are
they,
droned out and
it didn't.
people
It doesn't
need to jump
matter.
in windows very,
Like,
very
because to be
quickly.
honest, if we're going
Well,
to
just that's
SI,
the
then
other
that's
time
just a
management
lot
from
more
Korea is
additional
before we get to
months that they have to pay us.
And it's also very interesting that round after round now, essentially 2 rounds in a row, Fluffy Amers have players like a Mute or a Bandit that do have a lot of utility. Rome
Well, teams
completely
applied for
isolated,
partner,
Twitch
and then they were just
missing
selected.
the mark, not being able
There's
to get
obviously
rid
a
of that mirror. So aside from
a
the Ash
number
charge
of
from
different,
Candle,
things they
Core
look
Gaming
for.
isn't going to be in a position to deal with those mirrors. And as I talked about that isolated position, Enrio does deal with Kiru removing that Nitro off of the board for the execution phase of the round in a second round in a row that Fluffy Amers have lost that opening pick.
QoR is a team that really likes to find and isolate those gaps and those gunfights. And if you give them positions like that position Kiru was playing,
Good
they're
aim.
going to take full advantage, like what Candle does here, getting that aggressive gunfight. JJ gets one back, but it's all
That's not
QoR
something I
gaming
talk
in the
about,
kill
Woodsy.
feed. Everything's up to Emilio on those blue stairs. He gets the first pick that he needs, almost lands the second, but he's surrounded now. They know exactly
Yeah, true.
where he
This is the
They
first
don't
time
let
I'll
him
ever
get
get
anything
paid to
done.
coach.
This twist, he has that wraparound from the 45 hallway.
Because I was coaching
And
Sonics
QoR
for free.
answer back on that amazing first round that Fluffy had twofold.
Yeah, going back to the point that I made earlier in last round, it's just now 2 rounds in a row that, not only does Fluffy Amers put a defender with so much utility on the roam, but in such isolated engagements. And whether or not it's on purpose of, Fluffy overexposing their situation, or if it's QoR going out and seeking those isolated players, they're always dying in those entry engagements. And now we've seen the 2 rounds that Fluffy Amers have lost, they lost that opening engagement. It is a very important
specifically
factor
for
that not
Siege,
only in
yeah,
these
Seth.
first 3 rounds, but we've seen in their entire playoff
Like
and
GM
Blitz
coach
run.
of just
And sure,
Siege.
every
Not
round in
like,
game you'll have
obviously on
aggressive player
Sonics it was the
get
whole
that
org.
sneak jab onto an attacker
Just
getting
for the
that opening
game.
pick. But now
Which-
essentially, especially with this
I
being
mean, I
such
personally don't give a
great
shit.
map for QoR, they've been just finding these players very
What's up,
early
Heat?
on, and Fluffy Amers not doing a really good job of compensating for losing that player on top of
Oh, I
losing
can-
all of that utility to C4s in both of the last rounds.
Thank
Lost
you,
in the
Heat.
first, minute and a half, and that's important utility that you need for the execution phase that we clearly see QoR is gunning to win these rounds on.
The last time we saw
I can't answer either question, definitely.
We saw a lot of aggression based
We
off
spoke
of
to some
intel from the
teams
side of Fluffy
that are
Amers.
in
They
Siege
knew
and some
exactly
teams that
what
aren't.
QoR was going for, and they always had someone in place to mess with that idea. But these last couple rounds,
Okay,
QoR have
cool.
been shutting down Fluffy Amers quite
Cool.
effectively, and so we'll see if they can adapt to that game plan that was brought out by Fluffy Amers previously, and if they're able to work things in a little bit more of a favorable manner this time, as it looks like already we have more emphasis being placed.
I hear about the organization
on
trying to sell their
different areas of
partnership.
that map. We see an attempted aggression from
I mean,
but
I saw the rumor
all
that
it
didn't really
does
make
is
sense to
throw
me
some
because you
damage in
can't
Rio's
sell
way,
it.
which is certainly better off
Because
having him
like
at that HP in a
you
gunfight
don't
now,
buy it,
but
so it's not yours to
we're not
sell.
seeing
It's
QoR
Ubisoft's
fall
to
quite as easily as they
like
did before,
Ubisoft
at
gives
least
you
thus
it
far.
through an app.
Yeah,
Like
and
you
could
apply
see
and
that
they
he
put you
was
in the
trying to get
program.
really aggressive and get rid of that attacker
But
very
obviously
early
they
on in that
also have
first
the
minute to
ability
30
to
seconds
remove
when
you
the
from the
attack is
program.
setting
So I
up
mean,
their entire push, setting up those claymores.
that
figuring out
story
where they
seems
wanna
weird to me,
push.
but I have no
The
idea.
last time around that Fluffy Amers got aggressive that early in the round, they won the opening pick, and it goes to show that if Fluffy Amers are able to deal with these attackers very early on, they'll be able
what are
to
you
win
doing?
that last pick. But once that attack finally settles into their push, into their positions around the map, once they've cleared that
What does being
map
partnered
control,
actually entail?
that's when Fluffy Amers start
Mainly
to lose
about
their
in-game
life, and you
revenue,
can see
I
that's
think.
going to be a common theme
Skins and things like
throughout
that.
these next 3 to 4 rounds on the attack, is that you're going to see Fluffy Amers get very aggressive early on.
How's
but
it
they
feel
also need
knowing
to
you
start
made
to
it
hold
past
back
NA
once it goes
leakers?
later, and we can already see with
Well, the only
Emilio
people who
getting
even
that
knew
very
we were
first opening
talking
pick,
to
the
them were
difficulty
us and
of
Ubisoft.
opening this round,
So I guess we
there's
can
just not a lot of
eliminate
opportunity
us and
opportunities here
Ubisoft
for
from
QoR
the
to take
potential
advantage
NA
of.
leakers list.
Yeah, that Grim is also just an awful operator to lose. He has so
I believe so.
much
Lavos.
area denial utility that which is so valuable during an execute or even just trying to clear out an
Does that mean more partners will be added in the future? Or some orgs can get kicked out for others?
He's gonna get one, but
I mean, I
refrags
assume so to
that
both.
right back.
You watched 400
This is
hours of my
exactly where we
stream.
were before.
You fucking
And
love
now
co-streams.
Hero's gonna get another pick, this time onto Candle. And Emilio, he's on a triple.
His number
kill
one
now.
Raza
Everything's
Thunder.
left up to Moses, trapped inside of Office. He's trying desperately to find any gunfight that he can that could go his way, but Fluffy Amers are playing this smart. They're not giving him anything. They're gonna make him work for every
I'm your most
inch,
watched
but
streamer? Hell yeah.
Kiru isn't gonna give him anything. A buddy ace between him and Emilio. As yet again we see Kitchen Dining is the playground
Jesus,
of
Thunder,
Fluffy Amers.
1,200 hours.
Yeah, one thing I noticed, and this is going to boil down to a very simple point, but Fluffy Amers find a lot of success when they're able.
Your number one
to
is
not only
Dream?
Set up these 2 to 3 player.
Does Dream
crossfires
stream a
in
lot?
extended
What does he
positions
stream,
away
like
from the
ranked?
site, but they also find them very comfortable in these situations when QoR have to attack from just simply one direction. We saw over inside of Library just a couple of rounds ago that they lost that entire.
Yeah,
control
I
because
just
they were
got
being hit from multiple different angles.
my
The
YouTube
balcony
channel
on
just got
Library,
monetized. By the
over
way,
by
I
top
uploaded
res,
a
and
video
actually
earlier
from
today.
piano,
It's an
but that
NAL
time
timeout
around,
video.
Fluffy Amers just had those core players.
So I'm curious
coming
to
in
see if
from that
the
walkway
like
into
live
piano,
streaming
potentially maybe a player
gets
on
anything
the
from
breach, but there
YouTube.
wasn't a multi-directional push that Fluffy Amers really had to worry about in that round, and that's why they had so much success. The problem with that, though, is
He streams a
we've seen
lot
in the
since
previous rounds
Noakes,
when they're
yeah.
not able to set up those 2 to 3 player crossfires.
I mean,
is
if
that
you stream
they're not
consistently
able to
enough, you
win
probably will
those
make a little bit of
isolated
money.
1v1 engagements.
Even
So,
if you don't average a lot of
you
viewers,
have
because
to
you'll get like ad
push
money
that
and whatever
additional
subs.
defender utility, maybe a second player next to that roamer, or just don't go for those early engagements on top of that. But
Ad
then at
revenue
that
is
point, you're
the main
starting to
way
play
people
the
make money, I
course
think, on
overall
Twitch.
gameplay, their overall style of play. So it's a very complicated game to play. If Fluffy Amers aren't able to find an answer soon, then we could see a 4-2 half.
The C9 M80 thing seems crazy because Gavin, Hot and Cold and Spirits got shorted in stick.
Either of the other
I mean, I think
sites
that's
that
definitely
Fluffy
fair to
Amers
say.
attempted, which I think is interesting just because it's kind of like the top half of that kitchen bomb site. So they're hoping they can
The
defend
thing
it
with
like
them
they
is it's
did
not
with
even that
Kitchen,
they,
although there is
like, obviously Gunner and
a little bit
Diffuser are
less
really
involved in
good and they're not on the team
attacking
anymore.
as opposed to Kitchen.
It's that, like, kind of
Yet
without
again, we
notice, they just
see
have no,
QoR
they're not
trying to
getting
fish
paid
for
now,
these
right?
opening engagements, seeing what they can
Because
find,
they're
as
like,
thus
there's no
far, the
org,
opening
so they don't
pick
get
has
paid any
indicated
money.
who will
That's
win
like the
that
biggest thing.
round. So now we're going to see Twist start to poke at these areas and just see what he
Hell
can
yeah,
find.
Stag.
Along with the rest
Sounds
of
like a good
QoR,
decision
trying
to me.
Poke up at Solarium and just see who exposes themselves, which so far, Fluffy Amers are trying to play this smart. They want to feel out exactly where QoR are coming from, and they want to make sure they shut down whoever tries to go for those early fights.
Yeah, very early ping onto this player inside of dining or kitchen, and they
Ad money
already
hits harder when you have
get
actual
DD
viewer base.
so early
Yeah, I mean,
on.
obviously, the
And
more
answer
people that
back
are
was
watching, the
decided
more money
exactly
you
what I
get from
talked about.
ads.
Doubling up on that Roman extended position solidified the effort for Fluffy Aimers to trade back that pick. Sure, you
I
did
haven't done
lose
the
your
math,
Valkyrie
but I
with that
think
C4, but you
on
get the
average, I make
Nomad.
like
All
$10 to
of that
$15 an
flank
hour
watch
from
utility
ads,
for the
so it's
attack
nothing. It's like
now
not
completely
crazy,
gone,
but
and because it was so early in the clear for the attack, they weren't able to definitively set up those air jets. A great opening
You
round.
think
and
Gunner
on
and
top of that,
Diffuser are good
Core not in a
pickups?
position to still get this
I mean, yeah, they're good
control
players,
that
sure.
Resided is still residing in.
He has a C4 as well, which means they need to worry about him if he's there. We also see a player, looks like at the bottom of West Main Stairs, potentially.
C9 was just like a name partnership, Sheldon. It's basically for
They
EWC.
need to start making the way in
C9
towards
didn't
Solarium,
own any
however,
part
so
of
they
the
can
team
start
or anything.
isolating these positions. We're going to see a little bit of that being done by Rival with his ass
Above minimum
charges, just to
wage,
make some
depends where you
play
live.
on these players that are in unsavory positions, but so far they aren't necessarily having as fast impact as he might like, as we're now in the final 40 seconds of the round, and they have to start getting things going quickly because there are still a lot of power positions that the defense occupies, and the diffuser is even down by Recited. Now they have to worry about him and get this diffuser down. Twist is going to get one, but he's immediately refragged by JJ. And these last two core players, they can't do anything without that diffuser in their hands. Enrio's gonna get one, but he's gonna lose most of his HP to do it. But Rival, he's able to get one of his own. But now they need to go after Recited, and Enrio's gonna be down.
C9 had nothing to do with
There's only 5
BC.
seconds left, and he has to hold on, but Rival
Wow, that was a troll.
from the top rope.
So
They throw it at the final second. It all looks so
basically, Cloud9 were part of the EWC like club program. Teams got a certain amount of money. I have no idea what it is for being in that program. They decided to use some of that money, the partnership with Beast Coast following their win at the major, thinking they would qualify for EWC. Beast Coast lost to us, so they didn't qualify.
In a 3v2,
And so Cloud9 still had the like
top of that,
name agreement with them.
situation for Recited,
And then I guess it ran out. But yeah, Cloud9, like, they didn't own the team, or they didn't own any part of Beast Coast. It was just like a partnership.
He understood
They
the
just paid a certain
situation
amount of
at hand. He
money
coulda just ran
to help
right
them pay
back
for the
down
team,
to site,
basically.
and they probably did have info, especially with that rappel, but that was just pure overzealous aggression.
Just happy,
Recited going
ugly-ass
out for the kill,
C9
trying to
BC
shut
is
down that
gone.
player, but didn't realize that Rival was already fully
Gunner,
rappelled
why are you
down
hating on your
that
org?
building and was able to shut him down. If Recited just played back, rotated back to site, or at least maybe even hid in Car Garage, that round would have been a win for Fluffy
tag
Gamers. They could
sucked.
have been in a position to get a 4-2 half, but now from that pure over-aggression that has punished them in rounds before, has now led to them at best a 3-3 half.
It's a best of 5 as well, which seems odd to bring up on map 1, but as you
Gunner,
get
we're
farther
scrimming you
in,
tomorrow.
there
Are you
can be
nervous?
Some stamina issues for both teams, as it's just a lot to do. And
Thank you,
little
Knock.
mistakes like that, if they cost you early maps, that really can have an impact on how things are going to go later. And if you listen to the desk, a lot of them agreed that this was Core's best chance to get an early stake in this game.
It's gonna be
is
real
this
weird
Chalet
seeing no
map,
SQ
as
next
it
to
is
Pablo.
the
I
first
have to
map
get a
they
new
came into.
pen made
And
for my
so
suit
Fluffy
lapel.
Gamers, if they can
I've got to
deny
get the
Core that
Shopify Rebel logo,
comfortability,
but it's
puts
like
them in such a good
there's like
position. And so
lines
those
in between
mistakes,
the
they just
logo that don't connect, so I
need
don't know
to
how I'll be able to
round
do
it
that,
out.
but
They
we're
need
gonna
to be
try our
more
best.
Careful here, as giving Core that kind of wiggle room is something they'll absolutely exploit.
Yeah, I think it's also very important to mention that, whether or not, if you look at the overall statistics for Chalet, this is still a defensive half for Fluffy Gamers. You should at least get a 3-3 half. They still are in a position to do that. But if they get this 4-2 half,
No,
if they're
when you
able
don't
to
scrim,
lose this bounce,
don't
keep in mind, last
don't
time they went to
stream
Barn Gaming,
scrims.
they lost because of these
Although technically we could. We're not
over-aggressive
running anything
swings
new right
early
now, but
in the round, to now the mid round that we see right in
we
front
are
of
not.
us, they're gonna lose.
It never
that
will.
3-3 half.
Siege
They're
isn't
gonna
a
go down
game where
2-4,
you can
having to
stream
go now
scrims.
onto
They
their
can do
attack,
that
and
in
we
like
can see
respawn
that
games.
Core, they're still fishing
New
for these
tag is
over-aggressive
.sr,
players.
yeah.
Fluffy Gamers reading into this overall round, understanding that they don't need to push so far. And with no definitive intel on this player over on the top Mesmira, they can't really say for sure.
Yeah,
if he's
because
playing
Siege is a game where it's like the strategies are all unique to teams.
Which is gonna make life a little
You don't
bit
want to
more
stream it.
awkward, although he
You can give
still
away way
certainly
too much.
survive in that position,
We're in
but
like
you have to
Call
be
of
more
Duty or
careful.
Apex, those
The
kind of
Dokkan
games
Call
where
of
it's like
Duty going for some
respawn.
information, and probably because
It's not
there's
as big a
gap
deal.
as well
It's
that
not
they
as
wanna try
reliant
to
on like
exploit.
round to round strategy.
So far, doesn't look like much is happening with that, as everyone on Fluffy Hammers is still just holding steadfast, and Core are wasting a decent bit of time.
All right, we've
here.
got a
We're gonna
2-3
see
here,
another
half
Dokkan
here for
call
Fluffy.
go
This
out,
is
which
Fluffy's map pick.
Rival's gonna try to make a
Chalet
move
typically,
off of,
probably,
but it's
I guess
just
I
gonna
would say a
be
3-3
Core
map.
falling in
And
that
tier
kill
2, though, it
feed,
might
5 versus 2
slide
now,
towards
make that a
defender,
4
maybe a
versus
2-4.
1.
Just because
Everything is left up
tier
to
2
Inrio
typically
on
doesn't attack
this
that well,
K9
but
balcony,
I think
trying
a
to fish for
3-3
any of these
half here
players,
for
getting
Fluffy is
overaggressive,
probably
but no one
okay.
is giving him
But we'll
anything.
see.
They know exactly where he is. They just have to sit and
Yeah,
wait
one
and
letter,
hold these
SQ to SR.
crossfires.
Although
And
it's
he's
all
so
capital,
wary of them, but when
not
they
the
finally
lowercase
swing,
s.
It's the right time. Kiryu gets that pick and
Hey, what are you
solidifies
doing?
that 3-3 half going into the second half.
Yeah, very contrast round between both teams. Fluffy Aimers had a absolute whole knowledge of what Core were doing in that round, and on the contrary, Core didn't really have a good idea what Fluffy Aimers were doing. You could see that they moved very slow that entire round, never even definitively getting off his control over by Solarium's side, using those drones not only to get
I think this is Fluffy's
additional
map
info
pick.
on those extensions, but also in pair to kind of
You have
potentially bait out,
640
because you saw that
hours of
right outside
watch time for me.
double library window, just
Have
waiting
I
for
really
that player on
streamed
top to make the
640
swing.
hours? Dude, I gotta look at how many
Fluffy
hours
Aimers
did I
realized
stream
that
this
if they
year?
made the first move, Core
Have
were
you
ready to
watched
shut them
every
down.
single
So they just
moment
made the
of
move.
me
They sat
streaming?
there,
Let's see,
let
since
Core waste
January
their own time,
1.
their utility and drones, and by the time it hit that minute to 45-second mark where Core were forced to actually execute
Bro,
on those extended positions,
there's no
and
way.
eventually onto the side
Revamp.
itself,
I
not
have
only
streamed
did they have
640
relatively no
hours
control
and
on top of
29
those
minutes
Core
this
offense
year.
side, but they also had
Are
no
you telling
front
me
to
you
get
have
no
watched
real
every single
up-to-date
minute
info
I
on
have
the positions
streamed?
of the defenders on the site, so they were essentially just swinging.
That is, there's
into
no
these
way.
gunfights
That's
completely
insane.
blind,
There's no.
giving the entire win factor in
There's
favor
no
over
way.
the Fluffy Aimers.
So I think it's
No,
translated to
Thunder
the
had
defense.
1200 for
Blackbeard's
Raza.
gonna
He had
make an
400 for
appearance if
me.
you haven't seen him yet, so we'll see how that ends up working.
That is
out in
actually
the favor of
crazy.
Fluffy Aimers. Blackbeard is a great operator to take space now, just with the fact that, I mean, his shield works the way it does. He can lower it down and take gunfights with that rifle, but he can also get it in your face in a similar way to what a Blitz or a Fuse could do if Teddy is in the lobby. And we see Core, much like Fluffy Aimers, they want to meet their opponents at the front door. They want to be there when they try to go for these entry engagements. And that is something that works out in
Revamp,
their
I
favor
modded
quite a bit
you.
of the
Don't go
time, but
crazy
that
with
does mean that
power.
if Fluffy Aimers are
But you
able
have to
read
be
into
number
these
one stream
positions,
watcher, so you get
results
mod.
like that with Rival falling early on to Kiru, who's now just gonna duck out of the map.
Don't go
because he's
crazy and
taken
start
away
banning everyone.
the advantage that, or he's gained the advantage of his first team that's won every round so far. And that's going to give his team a lot of breathing room as they look to try to clear out this top floor.
Yeah, and we can already see that this is kind
What
of
does
like
our
a little
scrim
bit of a
schedule
micro
like?
play,
Around
but
the
like Fluffy
holidays,
Aimers
it's a
is
little
such a great team of
less
just playing
consistent
into
because
the meta.
obviously,
The very
like,
first
I'm not
round
going to be
that
able,
we've
like,
seen
I'm going out of
Blackbeard
town for a
is
couple
being
days for
pulled out by
Christmas.
Fluffy Aimers, and we can see just
Sort of
how
thing. But
powerful he
normally
is
we
in just
practice 6
solo
days a week.
engagements, but Candle being able to find
And double
using that
scrim.
vigil to his fullest potential,
Well, it
just catch
depends. If
players
we're
off
in
guard.
season,
But two
on the
gunfights
days
coming
where
out
we have a
favoring
match,
Fluffy
we
Aimers
only
now.
just scrim the
a
match.
3v1,
Otherwise,
the only
we
player left with the
double
boss
scrim
now
6 days a
turned
week.
into a 1v1.
Oh, it's a 1v1. And now we see Emilio is the last one left standing. He's going to revive Kiru, bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that boss G.
6 days a week is more than you thought. What did you
Especially with
think?
that shot on the Kiru, it's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1.
Oh,
Angle,
get
but
aim.
He's the better shot.
5 days a
Emilio
week.
closing things out.
Well,
Denies
in
the
season, you got to
clutch.
remember for
It's a
matches
beautiful
during the
shot of his
season,
own as
that's like
Fluffy Aimers
2 days a
control
week,
of
and
the
it's only
series.
one map.
we now start to move and see essentially a little bit of a micro problem.
What is our
I say it's
day
a
off?
micro
Saturday?
Problem because whether or not it's just a
I
problem
think most
that
NA
Fluffy Gamers
teams
are able
day
to
off
fix
is
themselves,
Saturday.
or if it's a problem that teams aren't able to definitively take advantage of. Every now and again on the attack, Fluffy Gamers, when they are in a very
How much is
comfortable
spent
position
dry
until
running
they
or
have
bot
the
review?
attack, they will move
Almost
very
zero.
fast into that execution phase onto the bomb site. Sometimes a little bit too fast.
We
for
are
their
a
own
more of a
liking and
learn
for
by
what they have
repetition
overall
team.
set up, whether that just simply being what intel they have or the map control they have. In
We'll
that
just run
situation, they
strats
just
into
didn't
the
have enough
ground.
intel on
So
that
we'll start
player,
off sometimes them not being
on the
good,
vigil over
see how they
inside of
play out, and
Fireplace
we'll get
side.
better with
Having that wall
repetition.
open
We don't really
allowed for
look
him to
at
have
it
essentially the
like in a
best
VOD or something.
kind of
Sometimes we
situation
might,
for a
but
Vigil of the Bossy, a
most of the time we
long-range
don't go over
gunfight
it
where
like
he's
that.
able to
We
shut
just
down
scrim
those
it.
players on relatively only 2 entry points into the site, and with a couple of comms and pings from his team, he had full understanding of where those players were, and because Fluffy Aimers moved way too fast, they weren't able to get a definitive read on where that vigil was, eventually putting them in a 1v1 situation.
Spawn killer for Candle onto Fluffy, or onto Kiru, I mean.
Candle making up for that last loss 1v1, and that's gonna be Kiru on that Ash, who's been great with his positioning so far. But that's
Yeah, maybe
also
it counts
going to
VODs or
mean
something,
that any
Carrot.
shields or bulletproof utility that Core have on the board is going to rest easy this round. And as I stated last round, the team with the opening pick has won 100% of the rounds so far. So that's a great thing to get within the first few seconds.
Yeah, not only do you get that, but you get essentially the main entry player in this round and all of that utility on Ash. Breeze charges, not used. Ash charges also will not be able to be used. But even after all that, you still have Blackbeard on the board, shutting down Candle. It is on a Frost, so he's not going to be getting rid of a whole lot of Defender utility. All of those Frost mats will be placed down in the positions that they were meant to be. But again, it is still a great clear, as now it gives them man control, at least over on this library and top mid situation. Being paired with the flashes from DT allows for a great opening.
Gonna see them make their way in this top floor very, very quickly. They're gonna
What?
isolate these last
Oh
couple
my
of
god, I was about to say, how did he get away?
And that's gonna be a
1v3
versus
for
2.
Twist.
Now 3 versus 1 man advantage for Fluffy Aimers.
It's about to be
All up to
5-3
Twist
Fluffy.
on these
Timeout
blue
incoming,
stairs.
I think.
Gonna make his way to try to find anything, but they vacated that premises. He gets
Winnable.
the first pick that he needs, but Diffuser is gonna go down here, and there's nothing he can do about it. As now he has to find these last 2 players, but they're gonna know about where he is, and he has to do it quickly. He only has about 30 seconds left to do this. Almost gets one, but Emilio is better in that gunfight, as Fluffy Aimers so far on this attack have done exactly
I think
as
they call
needed.
timeout here, right? They've lost both attacks so
For the
far.
very first time.
They're
in the
5-3. You don't want to get a
entirety of the
6-3,
Snowy
right?
Mounds of Chalet, we
Timeout?
have a team get the opening
Or do they not have a
pick in
coach?
the round and still go out to lose it. That team being Core,
Super
obviously,
merch
who just lost the
win?
previous round, and that is in my mind,
I did merch once,
absolutely
but
huge. Not only
it
did
honestly
you get a
wasn't
huge
really
player,
worth the hassle.
but you got
Do
Kiru,
it.
who in a majority of the time for
I
this
would say
attack
if you
would be in
want
that
to
entry position,
get
but
super merch, I mean, I don't
because
wear
they
a
still not only
jersey,
have
but I
that
would just get a
Blackbeard,
Shopify
they
Rebels
pushed
jersey if
such
you
a
really
heavy
wanted to get
push
some
and
sort of
relatively
super
quick
merch.
push. They had 3 players on that library balcony.
There's a
and then you
bug
also
right now
have
from the
that Sophia
spectating point of
over,
view that makes when people
by
look
top
like they're
Med's
sprinting
balcony,
that they're walking
laying
really
in those,
fast.
Stuns from Zofia. It
When are
allowed
new
for
jerseys
Fluffy Gamers
available?
not
I
to
think you
only
can just buy them at
get that,
shopifyrebellion.gg.
back
I
relatively
think you just
quickly,
have to
but
put
also get all of that map control, set up that vertical with relatively no fight whatsoever. Those stuns,
the name on the
Zofia
back.
were absolutely huge, just completely blinding that player over.
Speaking of
high
which,
top,
I do have
allowing
the
for not
promo
only
for
Rival to get one,
Factor
but
that
also a
started
second
today.
win in a situation when
If
he
you're a
probably
first
should
time
die,
sign
it
up
goes
and
to
you
show
sign up with
that
my
not only is
link,
Fluffy Aimers a great team because they play into the meta, but their overall
I will just buy
coordination
you
on
a
the attack
jersey
leads to such staggering
because it'll
attacks
cancel it out.
overall.
It's like I get you signing up gets me the same amount as a jersey costs. So just to help you out, if you want a jersey, sign up for Factor, and I'll just buy you a jersey. I will say, with that, you have to wait until I get the money from the sponsor, though. So it'll probably be a couple months, if I had to guess, like 60 days. But if you're okay waiting, I mean, that's, I guess, a way you could get the jersey if you didn't want to buy it yourself and get a little extra on the side. But you have to be a first-time sign up, and you have to sign up with my link. If you don't do it, you won't be able to get it.
And then after that, they even have to try to work that top floor above the site before they can actually plant inside of kitchen or dining. And so this
They're available, but no custom names on them. There you go.
Pull out.
No custom names. Sorry about
as much
that.
time as humanly possible, but that Blackbeard being in is gonna make things a little bit easier for them, especially with Deity getting that opening pick.
Sounds like a pretty good deal. I mean, if you don't mind waiting, I think it's technically cheaper to sign up for Factor than it would be to buy the jersey. And you get the jersey for free. But
Not only has
you do
Fluffy
have to
Gamers put
wait
themselves into a very
because I'm
comfortable
not gonna do it until I get the
4v3.
money
They
from
have
the sponsor.
half of the
You have
rounds
to be
still left
US
on board. I
though,
was gonna
US
say they
only.
still had that Blackbeard on the board.
Otherwise,
The
just
rival deal
you
with
can
that
buy
very
the
early
jersey on
and that is a
Shopify
huge hit. Sure, you still
rebellion.gg, I
have
think.
JJ on the blitz, but you won't be able to put him in an uber aggressive position that will immediately result in a kill. So now this allows for QoR to just continue to play very safe, and on top of that, Fluffy Aimers losing a lot of that overall utility that's going to be able to clear. But with that pick from JJ, this is a very crucial gunfight. And if I'm Twist right now, I gotta go right back down to the bomb site.
You can message me about that, but that's through Raven GG stack.
They have to get a man advantage.
So I mean, I can always ask, but that's not. I'm not exactly sure what I can do at this point. Besides ask them about it.
But it's still going to be a tall ask, especially with Moses being on the HP that he is. Flashbangs are going to go out completely.
But you can always bump the email, and I can at least check.
The Twist actually, who's going to get killed off immediately by that blitz.
No, I mean you're fine if you won it or got it through something and you never got it. If you send me a message, I can at least check. But that's through Raven. It's like a different thing.
You know, I'm very. I don't want to use the words pleased. It is an easy point to point out, but also kind of like I really wish it wasn't this. In my opinion, I think essentially the formula that has allowed for Fluffy.
I do have the Sonic's email still. For how long? For how much longer? I don't know, but I do still have it. Yeah.
To play into shields very well. Obviously, you know, if you not only watch competitive Rainbow Six Siege but also play the game, you understand that shields right now in the current meta, even with the recent change, are a
6-3 match point. Still no timeout for QoR or QoR. Does that mean that QoR don't have a coach, I guess?
Not only did they bring a Blackbeard,
that's kind of how I take that. If they haven't called a timeout at 6-3, they haven't won an attack yet.
Primary entry positions and always at the front
kind
of the entire
take that as maybe they don't have a coach.
Map control, but also last round pairing it with a blitz as the spearhead. Even if you are able to lose that Blackbeard in the entry engagement, you have that blitz to back
their
it
coach.
Up. And right now, QoR don't.
Unless
really
I missed it and he did call timeout and I'm just forgetting, I'm surprised I haven't used one.
Could have shield play on top of fast play now. We see that.
Wouldn't a timeout help even without a coach? You don't really think about that as a player, though. Like while you're playing, you're not really thinking about a timeout unless it's just like an absolute disaster. No, the players can call timeout. It's just like even from when I was playing,
and with that kind of
like you're not necessarily thinking about that as a player.
Very, very expansive with that roam clear.
Like I think you have to be really getting smoked for that to be something you're like thinking about.
We're gonna see this rush being set up here with Amaru going up that hatch. And if QoR haven't read into this, if they don't know what's happening, that's something that's going to be deadly. We're going to see it go down now off of that Sense charge. Diffuser going down as well. Smoke's going out. Candle going to get the first pick,
Bomb's going to be down. It is a man-down situation. Two-man retake here. Three-man advantage here on the retake. Two-man advantage.
It's only Emilio that's managed to get one so far. JJ now has to creep his way forward.
1v4 on the retake.
Candle's gonna get him. It's all left up to Emilio sitting inside of West Main, but he's not gonna get anything done because the retake from QoR.
They love to fight another day.
A little bit early on, I talked about how a small problem for Fluffy Aimers on the attack is they would work way too fast for their overall map control and intel that they have on board, and that was a textbook definition of the round and why you cannot just simply go for that rush plant.
I didn't see their positions for that, but I feel like
especially with that
what they could do is you have Ace outside of front door. Maybe this is too much tech. So you have Ace outside of front door holding the rotate back curve. So you have somebody out here holding this rotate. It's an Ace. if you get the bomb down, this guy aces the wall,
easy retake for
and then he
QoR if
rotates
you know
to
how to
ranked
play
window,
QoR.
and he holds
You know,
it
one
from
of the things
here.
that they are known for is their experience and their structure. It's just around where I
think
get it,
it's-
you know, you're up
you could
6-3.
probably
there
do.
is real no reason not to try, but it's one of those rounds where there is real no setup for success if you are in the attack, and we exactly saw why. And now Fluffy Embers are going to have to attack the exact same bomb site. The last time that they won this was a relatively, again, oppressive force being paired with that Blackbeard. More than likely, we'll see him have huge effect in this round yet again. But again, it goes back to that idea that QoR have to find an answer for the shield play, even with that Blitz still off the board.
All right, 2 more chances
Blackbeard
for
still
Fluffy
will
to
be a
close out
menace.
map 1.
You know, I'd like to point out that in the interview, Rival said that he was hoping Amelia would do well, and
Yes.
well,
Yeah.
might be eating his words a little bit there, but that's how the cookie crumbles quite often. Fun fact, that's also why the rule to never do math on broadcast exists, because you will eat your words immediately. Yet again, we're seeing Fluffy Ambers look to set up the extremities of the map, get things open, locate defenders, and just see what is going on and see if anyone overexposes themselves. We see a player almost do inside a blue hall. As now we're going to see an attempted isolation on that position with the help of Deity, but they're not revealing themselves, at least not yet. But that Dokubi call could be quite
Bro,
dangerous
what will happen to the
if
spot for the
Deity is able to
Sonics
get
where
into this
your
position
team
like he
fill
would
it?
like, or
The spot
he's
for the
just watching
Sonics
this
was
blue
what?
hall,
I
so
like
if they try to
SI?
retake while that position was open instead of bar stock.
Shopify just has
Well,
our
they were
S.
gonna get killed
We're just
off,
playing for
but now-
Shopify at
now
SI,
we
yeah.
have to see them try to take more of this top floor so they can fully work the map.
The really great thing about Blackbeard is he could essentially do this job all on his own. Sure, you do have an additional player that does help, and this allows for
Yeah,
the rest of
essentially
Fluffy
the
Ambers to
only
work
thing
the map. We saw
changes-
2 players in
changing
base
is the
who
org
worked that
name.
vertical, make sure that they
We
cleared that
just play for a
position
new
out so there
org now.
wasn't going to be able
In terms of our
for any
team, nothing
defenders
has
to play in that
changed. It's the
position,
same
and then another
players. I'm
player
still the
all the way
coach.
over by
There's nothing different in that
Solarium.
regard.
But it doesn't matter if you lose the very first opening pick and
Do you still have the
lose your
license?
ace on top of it, and we can see the difficulty with clearing this position.
Technically,
but
I
Amonte
still
coming
have
into
it,
play
but
yet
obviously,
again. Gonna be getting this
Shopify
Frost more
will
than
have it.
likely, and now this top mez position.
I'm sure
I
they're-
thought was clear.
that's just UB
but the
stuff.
kill is not going to be able to be confirmed by Rival as Twist finds another.
4 versus 2 now, effectively with one body on
Oh.
the floor. Make that a 4 versus 1. We do see him get picked up though, so it is a 3 versus 1. There is a little bit of room to play with, a little bit of time to play with, and they can get control of the diffuser. But there's still a lot to do here. Twist almost throws his life away, but he doesn't end up quite doing it. No Dokubi calls in pocket either, so any information gathering tools they have.
What do I think about the
are going to
C9BC
require
and
time
M80
and
buyout?
manual usage, neither of which
Uh,
are things they're going to
I think it's
want
on.
right now.
I think for the M80 Rainbow Six Siege team, they'll improve with it.
don't
I think
think
it's
either of them have
unfortunate for the
realized
C9BC
Blackbeard's
team
gonna drop into game.
because
He's
from
gonna
what
be
I
the
understand,
official.
they had no
Moses could
idea.
shine, but he's gonna get that pick
They didn't know anything about
on
it.
Blue stairs instead, along with the captain trap
Um,
confirming the other
and
one.
so that means that
As we
obviously
see
Hot and
Core
Cold,
start to hold on,
Gavini,
start to
and
figure out
Spirits are
how
kind of
these
left in a rough
defensive
spot
rounds need to
where,
look.
kind of without
Going
much
into
of
that
a say,
round,
they
comparing
need
it to
2
the last time
players
that
without
Fluffy
any
Ambers
time
did
to
attack it, and when they won is a very stark contrast
to look
and it
for
goes
new
to show on
players.
how Siege is really
and
just
and
about
it
the
was
small
pushed
details.
through
In that round, we saw that
one day
Dokia
before
or any
roster
other
lock.
player did have
So I
no
think that's
strong
not great
constant
for those
position
guys, but I
over
think
by
the
top
M80
end.
team
What
probably
did
gets
that
better
allow
from
that Frost to do?
the
Well, it
deal.
allowed her to simply just swing on a player. It is simple enough, but it is also a simple mistake that snowballed into a bigger one. For
The thing
Fluffy
to me
Ambers
that's kind of
because
shitty about
they
that,
didn't
and I
have
do
those
get it
players
because
in
you
those
don't want to
power
like
positions. Just completely
nothing's
be
done till
blind,
it's
have
done. Is
no
that
position to
something like
actually get a
that
direct swing
is
onto any of the
100% in the
Fluffy Ambers
works
players.
for a
They were
while.
allowed to just play their
So
positions
they didn't
relatively
like tell
comfortably,
the
play exactly how
team,
they did
and
wait for
I
the
like
jump
like
in, go for
there's
the
two
swing and
sides
shut
to
down,
it
being
because I
paired
do
with
get
that
like
Y
one side is
also
like, well,
as
what
essentially
you wouldn't
additional
tell the
backup,
team
so they
until it
were
was
able
done.
to clear over in
But,
that
like,
double window by top mez.
They
It's
knew
kind
that
of a
was
situation
coming
where Core
essentially
knew
and didn't tell
exactly
them
what
till
they
like the
did, and
last
because
second.
They just didn't have that small little
So I
factor
think that's a bit
at doing
unfortunate.
the flashbangs the entire round, especially
What would
in the
happen
early
for the
half, fell apart for Fluffy
C9BC?
Ambers.
So the C9BC spotted
they had a
SI is with
convincing
Hot and
lead, which
Cold,
does
Gavini, and
have the
Spirits,
benefit
and then they got
of
Adam and
giving,
Dream to replace
some rounds to throw,
Gunner
but
and Diffuser.
They've burned both of those rounds they can throw before things go to
6-5 here for Fluffy. One more chance to close it out. They've had 3 match points or map points.
Probably the
Are they going to lose
best
them all
chance
3?
Core have of getting an early map in the series. And Fluffy Hammers really want to make sure they can't do that if at all possible. Although now they're going to have to work extremely hard to make sure that doesn't happen, as Core found their confidence. They've found their stride. People have started winning fights they weren't before. And we've seen some players crawl their way onto the score sheet in ways they hadn't been before. And that's putting a lot of pressure on these Fluffy Amherst players to be even better. And especially Emilio, he really has been the standout performer thus far.
Yeah,
They reinforce off the bar hatches and they have no
for the Fluffy Amherst
or
roster.
I guess they have
addition with Kiru
Bucks
and
cans,
recited
but
is that they have a inconsistency problem with these frag players and losing your primary fragger with all of that execution.
Cotton is one of the most slept on NA players of all time for how consistent he is. He finds himself not getting picked up too often. I think most people consider Hot and Cold a good player.
He understands that there is going to
He's not flashy or anything, but he's solid. Like, he's reliable is how I put it.
Paired with it, that is an easy kill on top of it, and Fluffy Amherst just allowing for Candle to just simply run away with this round.
He is picked off by
I think Candle should have ran away there.
A lot of this roam
He
clear
kept
that
pushing
Fluffy
up, and
Amherst
I mean,
had
at that point,
planned.
you already have a 2-minute advantage. Still losable.
Also just
You
giving
die.
this team so much
If you don't die,
breathing room,
it's pretty
wasting
tough.
so much time as well. There's only 1:05 seconds left here, and that's not even all of the offsite.
Rival
presence
should fall
cleared
back.
out.
It's too late now. Oh.
Pretty soon here, and he's gonna win it as well.
See, that was like a little risky. They had a 2-man advantage, and both those guys stayed. They could have just fallen back and just played the 5v3. Like, it's not going to matter because they do have the 2v4, but there are definitely times where Rival dies there, and then it's a 2v2.
Shut it down, and now it's just Kiru in a near impossible job with 40 seconds left and 3 players to deal with.
And we're going OT,
Down, look to find
and there's never
anything.
much love when we go OT.
Trying to take these fights, but no one from Core want to reveal themselves. They want to secure overtime. He's going to try to get the first one, almost gets it, but Rival has the counter.
So I can't play OT because I don't want to get copyrighted on YouTube. So instead, we're going to play a Christmas song for OT.
In my opinion, this entire series will go, whether it be an overtime map in every single map. I think this is also a great opportunity for.
I think right now they're orgless, AP.
We have infinite overtime for every single map in this grand final. So not only are we in overtime for the very first map, but with how that entire regulation went, in theory, this should go the distance just on map 1. And you know, as you talked about very early on in this map, overall, just I guess you could.
All
say
right,
the fuel in
we've
the tank
got
of these teams,
OT
how
and
far
Core
they can
stay on
really
OT.
go. You know, we say this
Or sorry,
time after
stay
time
on
again, a best of
defense,
5 is not a
which they've
race,
won
it is a
3
sprint.
rounds in a row
And
on
both of
now.
these teams already being
Kind of
tested
how I
in the
said
very
when they
first
were
map.
at the
We've seen a
half
lot
is
of
this
small
map
mistakes on the
really
attack for
is
Fluffy
more of a
Amherst.
3-3
And
map, I
now,
think.
not only is it a great opportunity
In tier
for them
2,
to
I almost
fix
want to say it's a
them in
4-2
overtime, but
defense
also
map.
it's a great opportunity to see
Because
maybe
tier 2
new
teams
ones
are
that we can
typically
see
not as
regulation
good
will
at
pop up, and if
attacking
Core
as
are
tier
able
1.
to just simply fall back on that
So
structure
if we
on
stay
the
by
defense.
that theory, this should go in favor of Core, but we'll see.
Like we're saying, things are a marathon, not a sprint. Once you get into a best of 5, and both of these teams had fairly easy times in playoffs. No one really forced them to get that creative or to go the distance.
Can the Blackbeard come out here from Resident?
But now they have to, on the first map no less, go into this infinite overtime, which is not really the position you want to find yourself in just yet. So we'll see if Fluffy Amherst can correct these mistakes they've been having and start to push themselves in a better direction. Or if Core end up closing this out as soon as possible, as now both of these teams are going to be gunning for that finish line.
Yeah, and this is what we start to see,
Recited?
especially on the attack, on how
Recited?
detrimental these opening picks are. And in
I like
contrary, you
Resident
will
better,
see
so that's what I'm gonna
defending
call
teams
him.
play a lot more safe, especially for the bomb site that we find
Resident.
ourselves in. So there aren't going to be as many opportunities for Fluffy Aimers to get these opening picks.
What do I think of the new
very
Blackbeard?
early on, and it props
I
up
would
an
say in
entirely
our
new
practices so
factor
far, it's
of this
not
map
that
and of this game
impactful,
as a whole,
but
is are
it's
you
still pretty
able to
early.
deal with that 5v5 man count? And as I
Opening
say that,
pick for JJ.
finding the very first on a candle. Sure, it is only a frost, but such an important player. The top frag
Yeet.
for core now off the board, and on top of that, twisted in
No,
a
sir,
very
not today.
difficult situation, being paired with 2 teammates on top of that, though, as Moses does find one.
You see the Blackbeard now has made his way into the
What is
building.
going
Neo's
on?
getting one of his own along with JJ, as things are looking dire for these roamers.
The Blackbeard
Leaving everything up to Enrio. Tucked inside of Red Hall.
comes into play here. It's a 1v4 for
And the attack
Enrio.
has so much
Did they
time
just
to
make
find
us
him
watch
and
them
isolate
bring
him,
this back all the
or
way to
look keep
OT
him
just
out
to
of
lose
bomb sight
anyway?
to get that diffuser planted.
Is that what they really just
Drone's
did?
gonna isolate his position. Blackbeard incoming, tries to get shots at the toes, but he's surrounded.
Because I really
now.
hope not.
As we see Fluffy Aimers go up.
Now, what would be the
1-0 in
biggest
this
troll
overtime.
is if they win 8,
What can
Fluffy
you do,
win
man?
8-7. So
Honestly,
then
it's
the
not as
chat
simple, and I
bet
think one of
doesn't go the Fluffy
more
way, even though they
underlying
win.
Factors that a lot of people don't understand about Blackbeard is, sure, he is the definition of an entry player. He is essentially a problem in the server, as not only is a shield, he can push people down just like a Monty or a Blitz, but he has an AR on top of it. But you also notice that Recited hasn't really grown in the kill and entry department, and that's for the simple fact that Blackbeard isn't always used for that pure entry fragger. He can also be used as just a pure presence throughout the entire map. If you see a Blackbeard, you have essentially 2 choices. Take that gunfight and trust that not only are you able to win it, but there's no flashbang grenades.
Oh,
Blackbeard also
no.
having grenades or even additional attackers
I
around that
forgot it was
Blackbeard. But keep in
infinite
mind,
OT.
Fluffy Aimers continue to double up around this Blackbeard, and then it brings the second option for core is to just run away, save your life, give up that
Alright.
map control.
I'm going to be
and
honest with
also
you,
on
and I've
top of
already
that,
said
give
this.
Fluffy
This
Aimers
is a best of
relatively
5
easy
infinite
clear. You saw
OT.
that core, they wanted to fight for that map control. They
This
wanted
stream is
to
not
try
going to
and get a
last more than
difficult
4
time on the top
hours,
floor for
no
Fluffy
matter
Aimers.
what.
But with that
We'll be
Blackbeard,
lucky if we make it
essentially
to
a round
3.
where you just have to make tough decisions, and there was really no place
So
for
we're
them to
not,
land on
if
top
this
of
if this
that
shit's
double
going
window
on all
card
night,
being
we're
held
not
by
making
Fluffy
it.
Aimers. It's just not a lot of options for them.
We'll watch till I can't take it anymore.
See how this attack round goes for core is we haven't seen them there in, well, 7 rounds now. As things have progressed. I also do think it's kinda funny that
Non-grinder.
we-
Old man with a
like, the
sleep
first 2 rounds
schedule
of
and
that
a team that
previous half all
practices
went like
in the
that for
morning.
Fluffy Aimers, and then they managed to
Yeah,
do
if
it
we
again
might
once
just
they're
get a
at the
4-hour
inside
map
of
1.
overtime, but sometimes
Amelia's
that's
going to
just
break
how
the
things
kill
happen.
record.
Although Fluffy Aimers did have a pretty solid defense, if I recall correctly, of this site. And so we'll see how core look to dismantle it. They're already starting to use that Ash utility to get rid of or weaken
Someone
the
give
utility of
500
the
subs.
extremities of this
Oh,
top
and then I hit
floor,
the sub
but
goal.
They still have to look to break
That would be
in and
devious.
actually get DD
For the
out of this
uncapped
position.
24-hour
And
subathon
right
at
now, he
1,000
has the
subs.
support to remain
No.
steadfast here, even with this other
I might
utility
have to
that's being
return
thrown his
them.
way.
Yeah, and you can also see that this Dokkaebi doesn't have immediate effect aside from Twist simply just
How do
running
tac
and shooting
timeouts
a player.
work
And
with who
look at this
decides when to
position that
call
Twist
them?
has found
The
himself
coach
in,
will call
just
them.
completely making his way through this mez
Uh,
position that
if
the
you don't
player
have a
is holding, which
coach,
also
then
that
obviously
mez
the
player
players
now
can, but
being dealt with by
the coach will
Candle,
call
and all
timeout.
of
You
this
get 1
early
per
control
map.
not only has been taken by core, but 2 kills have also fallen with it. And not only is Fluffy Aimers in such a dangerous and difficult position, but they don't have the man count to spare for it. And core, so comfortable, it simply is going to rely on them having this additional intel and hoping that these last 3 players of Fluffy Aimers cannot catch them off guard. When with a flank by Recited, it looks like it could potentially happen.
1 minute left here for core to finish working things. We see some aggression from these defenders onto the outer edges of the map, but it's immediately refragged by a player on Salant, but one does slip through the cracks.
Oh, no.
It's all left up to Recited, however, who's inside a bar currently nowhere near the site. As now we see him get picked up.
That means there's at
immediately
least
by
2
a
more
rival
rounds.
while trying to go for that flank. As we've begun
Don't do this to me.
the tour of infinite overtime. And for those of you who don't know the rules for infinite OT, you have to win 2 rounds. You have to win by 2 rounds. So we can't just get an 8-7 here.
I didn't know this
It
rule.
would have to be a.
Why do they still have their
9-7.
timeout? What the hell?
I also really love
They were down
this
6-3.
because not only do they realize that this essentially is going to be a back and forth, it could go on forever, and they want
Infinite
to
OT is
not only
insane.
fix that,
Do you
but
think
I
these
also
teams know it's
presume they
infinite
will
OT?
potentially change something up, whether it be their entire play style or just slotting.
Can you
in,
call timeout
maybe a
before
couple
first
extra
round?
utility,
I mean,
maybe
you
a
can
different
talk to your
offer. If they
team
wanna
before the
change
game
something up
starts.
that
What do you
Fluffy
mean?
Gamers not
Why
only
would
has
you
not
call
played against,
timeout?
but also in pair is not prepared for it. We also saw a very
Infinite
different
OT
problem
is
Fluffy
insane
Gamers.
for
Those
this.
small problems I
This
talked
is a
about
best
earlier.
of
When Fluffy
5
Gamers were in
infinite
a
OT.
3v5 situation. They understood that they had to get aggressive, that they had to overswing to try and work that man count back.
And we got
down,
people using
maybe
time. They're
8v3,
torching my
or at
time.
least a 4v3.
We're making it 2
The
maps.
problem
What's
with
going to
that is,
happen
if
here
you're in
is
Core's
after this
position,
map,
not
I'm going to
only are
do
you
the
prepared,
ad
but
for
you're
Factor
expecting for those players to
where
get
we go
uber
on their
aggressive when
website,
you
pick
have
some
two players
food.
just
Then
running,
we'll watch
right
the second
in the
map.
middle of
That
highway
will also
windows
go into
and top
OT,
mez, it's
and I will be
essentially an
sick of
easy
it, and I'll
kill to
in
work
stream.
down.
So this
It's
is
never
probably
really
going to go
to
2
be in
maps
favor
this stream.
of Fluffy Aimers, and this timeout
We're already an
could
hour
be
and a half in.
absolute huge warning sign that we will potentially see something completely different that we have not seen before come out from Core, going now into our second phase of overtime.
If you watch Cohen back in his super light days, or if you've seen interviews with people who he's coached, then you know he really likes to be strategic.
No, the
with how
stream's
he
not
does things.
talked.
He
I
likes
just
to have a deep. He likes to have deep pockets.
I
when it comes
can't
to
be
strat
asked to
book
watch like
and
6
things to
hours of
pull
this.
out,
Are you
and
insane?
He's definitely the type of coach who can absolutely just cook
Yeah,
something.
this
up that
this could
throws
go
a
25
complete wrench
rounds,
into
and then
things.
this is just we only
And
watch
just
this
give
map,
his
and I
core
rage
a
off
little
stream.
bit of edge. Although it is
The
worth
only
noting that
thing I
Fluffy Gamers
have to
also
do
get access to
today
their
on the
coach,
10th of December
which
is
means
show
that,
you guys how to use Factor's website.
Archer, I think
That's all I care about.
Is gonna have the
But I've got to get 2 hours to do it.
as well.
So once we're at 2 hours, you never know. I might just pull the plug at any time. Hopefully, it's not just one map,
We're
though.
seeing to defend the site isn't super abnormal, though I would say I would expect the Tubro to be closer to the site. But other than that, things are going to be pretty
By the way,
standard,
remember,
but
if you
imagine the
sign up
way
for
that
Factor,
Core
make sure
play
you
this
save
is gonna be
proof.
where
If
we
it's
see
your
that timeout
first
come into
time
effect.
signing up
Yeah, we
and
can
you
already see
use
that
my
Shaggy do
link,
have a very
I'll
aggressive
buy
player.
you a
Putting Kane
Shopify
in that
jersey.
position is well paired, but he also has essentially an
But you
escape
have to
route.
be
Even
USA.
Twist
It
also
has to
having
be
an
your
escape route.
first time,
you can see the
and you
overall
have to
utility, having
save
the Goryo, the
proof,
smoke,
and you have to
the
use my
Kane,
link.
and even that clash.
And
this entire lineup is
I will
prepared
buy
to
it
just
once I
fight
get paid from the
essentially
sponsor, not
majority
before.
of the round
So there's some
in that
asterisks
execution
by that.
phase. But when you lose your Tuberau, essentially being paired with Cade, your main breach
Don't pull the
denial
plug. I am
player,
Fluffy JJ's
that
biggest
turns
fan. Did you watch them lose
everything
7-0?
upside down, and
So
now
these teams
Twist
played in the
completely
SI
all alone,
Qual
disconnected not only from
semifinals
his
for one
team,
of the
but also
playoff
the
spots
on-site itself.
last
You
week.
can see that JJ is
And
potentially
Fluffy
trying to catch him off guard, but they don't
lost
have
7-0
that,
to
up-to-date
Core.
info that he has rotated back down to that
So
basement
Core
floor.
are already
And now
in
comes
the
the
SI
second phase
playoffs,
of this entire
SI
setup,
LCQ
especially that barricade
playoffs.
being paired with those head holes, is that Fluffy Gamers are going to be wasting a little bit of their
You
time,
can
but
see
not
Twist
only
at
will be
SI.
getting a player off the board, but getting that tuber out, it's going to allow
Now
them to
maybe
catch
hell
these
would have to
walls,
freeze
set this
over
vertical
for that to happen,
relatively quickly,
but
and overall time
you
wasting
never know.
ability won't really come to as big of an effect if you lost, or rather won that opening engagement if you're Core.
Now we see this utility from the Brava, or from the Ram, excuse me, start to rain down on the site. And this might
We've already done Factor. Yeah, we've had a sponsored stream by Factor before.
Along with those Lion scans, is now they just want to get onto the bomb site and start working things. Use that Maverick to start opening walls. Use that Blackbeard to knock people out of position, or in Deity's case, get shot in the face by Rival in an awkward position on a shield. And that's going to free up a little bit of, well, just worry that Core don't
4v4 here.
have anymore. Although Twist could potentially be isolated in this position if they know where he is, but it's all Core in the kill feed so far. Emilio is able to get a Constellation pick back, but it might not mean anything, especially with that clash, knowing exactly where he is. Doesn't have control of the diffuser
They just got the
either.
B-hops. You see that?
He would have to waste time to go and get it. Tries to find anything in this 1 versus 3, but no one is revealing themselves. No one is occupying a bad position. They're just letting the clash sit up front and try to find him and tell them
Would
exactly
you-
where he is. He makes his
Do
way
a
into the bomb
playthrough on
site.
Red
He'll
Dead
try to find
2.
this player inside
I know
connector,
I've never
but
really
there's so many
played games
angles he
like
has to
that.
look at, and he chooses the
I mean,
wrong
if
one.
we ever hit the
Rival's gonna finish things
1,000
off
24
and give Core
hours
the round
uncapped
advantage
subathon,
and put themselves
minimum
on
24
map
hour
points.
subathon, I'll have to do
I think
something
one polarizing
because I'm gonna have to
factor
fill
in
the
that
time.
round was Core. Obviously, you know, we said it, and you could see it that they had both a Caden and a Tuberel. They put a lot of effort and thought into denying the breach, but Fluffy Aimers had 2 can openers and a Maverick. Not only did they not have a Thatcher, they didn't have an Ace, they didn't have a Thermite, so that wall denial
All
from
right.
Core, it didn't even come into a factor. Not because
Match
they lost
point
their
now
lives
for
very
Core
early on, but
Gaming.
because
Or
Fluffy
sorry,
Aimers,
map point for Core
some
Gaming.
reason, when attacking basement, did not have enough hard breach utility. And that was essentially, in my opinion, why they lost that entire round. They weren't able to set up those crosses over by a boiler wall, and then also the wall looking directly into Wine. And it allowed for not only Core to play very comfortably in the bomb site, but also being paired with that, you know, just simply entry denial like the smoke in the Clash. That entire second half, that entire
24. We did do the
execution phase of
GTA
round
RP stream
was
for
just in
couple
every
weeks.
bit in the favor of Core, and in my opinion, obviously
that
a great
server died
timeout
out
from
pretty
Core, but
quick.
a huge misread and misstep from Fluffy Aimers that may have cost them this map.
See if that ends up being the case. Core do have to win this attack round before that is the case, although they did win the previous attack in overtime, so that does bode well for them. But it is the kitchen bomb site that's being defended by Fluffy Aimers, which is one they won pretty handedly both times. We saw it in regulation. So far, things are going pretty
Yeah,
slow.
they were in their
kind
techs.
of realized that they can't go too fast in the beginning, as Fluffy Aimers are very good at catching people in bad positions or mid-rotate if they have to rotate around a lot. So we're seeing them put effort into trying to figure out exactly where Fluffy Aimers are so they can start to isolate them and start to whittle down their utility.
Yeah, that is a very important factor of just not only this entire map, but this bomb site in Rio could
The
get
hell is
huge
that soft
use out of
mirror?
this Twitch drone, and he does. Getting rid of that mirror off the board so early
24
on is
hours, are you
going to be
yelling
essentially
at
a huge
Jolted and
factor, not a
Face It
factor that
games?
will decide the round, but
If
that
FPL, like,
entire
the
hold,
FPL
that
days,
line
it'd
of
be easy
sight
to do that.
Fluffy Aimers put a
That
lot
was
of
just
effort in
straight
trying to
content,
hold.
all the
Now
FPL
just
games.
not be able to hold whatsoever. No entry pick thus far, and you can see that a lot of the overall importance of this round is on this top position. Fluffy Aimers bringing out that tuber out yet again to deny this wall. But aside from the ace, the only direct hard breacher that's going to be trying to get this wall open, essentially, at least for now, just get a line of sight, is going to be that Maverick. With that clock, that 6th man for the defense starting to trickle down, it's going to be waning on Core, but with no opening pick, no
When did
essential,
Sonics play
like,
again?
lines of sight
We're
onto these
Shopify Rebellion
players
now,
direct
Cameron,
Fluffy
but we
Aimers.
don't play
They just
until
have to sit
SI.
here and wait for Core to come to them.
And they're doing
So
just
it's,
that. They're just
February
doing it waiting
3rd.
because Core are really not making good use of their time so far, especially
Oh,
after
no.
Medio gets that opening pick on
Not
the
like
Candle.
this, Fluffy. Not
So
like
take
this.
that gridlock off the board and also neutralize the top fragger for Core.
Oh,
As we see a
winnable.
flurry
Oh,
of kills with
oh, he
Core
whiffed.
getting something out of it, but it's overwhelmingly
It starts
going the way of
again,
Fluffy
unless
Aimers,
they
with
troll.
Rio managing to get one back. But now this position that Rivals occupying is so
Dude, they
awkward
got to be
to play
paying
in.
these
There's so
casters
much you have to
overtime
look
for this
out
game, right?
And Rio's gonna repel in to try to help him, but there's just too much to look at. As
8-8.
Rivals is now gonna try to walk into Piano and isolate these kills. Beeper gonna go off and give away his position with the floor holes being all that Kiru needs. And that's gonna be
I'm telling you, I'm gonna lose it during
yet
this match.
again,
I already can
and
tell.
delving deeper into the waters of
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I don't know how many maps
One
I'm
of the
making.
major factors
It's already
of that
8-8.
entire round
First
is
map.
that Core wasn't able to find the entry pick early on. And not only did that not give them an advantage, but they didn't really try and force the effort when trying to take that top vertical. And they were, again, we've seen in rounds previously on the attack that Core will kind of wait for Fluffy Aimers to overswing, be very overzealous in their positions, But we're very deep into this very first map, and Fluffy Gamers are well aware that they don't need to overswing. That not only do they not need to, but that was essentially the main factor of why they were losing rounds on the defense. And when QoR wasn't given essentially these easy gunfights to shut down, they didn't really have anything set up to take anything away on this
Rebellion.
top floor. So
Yeah,
then, in
Cameron.
turn, the entire round was decided by just
our
QoR
team moved
not
to
having
Shopify
immediate
Rebellion.
pressure. Sure, they had that wall open, they had lines of sights, but when you don't have Fluffy Aimers peeking into it, there is no direct pressure.
If you go to my
push those
Twitter, you can read the
defenders out,
announs
essentially
about it. It's
letting QoR
twitter.com or
just dwindle
whatever it
down
is,
that time and lose the entire round
x.com/superseth.
on their own.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes with Infinite OT. I've not casted this in so long. We'll see how this goes. Early aggressive.
I could stag. We could do a 24-hour stream of me reading you the book on Belichick.
Slowed down a little bit here is.
And then I could read like a
get
Nick
farther
Saban
in.
book. We could just go down the
We're seeing the
list.
Blackbeard being brought out yet again by
That'd be
Fluffy
very
Gamers.
exciting,
I
I'm
think
sure.
absent in only one of their attacking rounds so far. They've really liked to lean into it, although it has not always had the impact they would like it to. But it is still something
Charlie,
that, if
thank you
used
for the
correctly,
Twitch Prime,
can
by the way. I
absolutely
appreciate it.
pair with that blitz and just make the lives of the defense an absolute living hell.
What other games are Rebellion
And I think
in?
we're seeing some of the direct we
League
saw
of
before as well,
Legends,
just with
Valorant,
Fluffy Gamers putting a lot of
Halo,
emphasis over on
Street Fighter,
Solarium,
Dota.
as that gives them a little bit more foothold inside of the map before they actually.
Not sure beyond that, but you can just go to shopifyrebellion.gg, I think,
a really big
and
importance on clearing
check
this
them out, or just
position
Google them.
over by piano. But if you notice the outlines, there's no one over here from QoR.
Oh,
Aside from these
StarCraft, Rocket
barricades,
League.
It's a little bit
They're
of
in all
phantom
the
pressure
games,
being set up
essentially.
that, Fluffy Aimers have fallen
It's harder to
into
name
a-
it. It's easier to
sort of
name a,
trap.
or
Just
harder to
wasting
name
their
a
own
game
time.
they
thought
aren't
that
in.
A player might have been over here, but with no definitive intel from those drones, they weren't able to say that there isn't. And now they've essentially not, wasted a whole lot of time, but now going in this minute 20 half of the round, paired with these smokes, a great operation to cut the line of sights off for these two players over by top Mez and Blue, but Recited not really trying to push up, being a little bit scared because he doesn't have definitive info. This is going to cost time, and Fluffy Aimers, they're just clawing to get that first opening pick, and they find one, but it's answered
Are
back.
they an up and coming org?
The answer back is hung up. We see Kiru get one of his own.
I don't know. I would say
And
if
now
they're
is the
up and
twist.
coming.
Look
They're
to try to get
like they've been
aggressive
around
over
for a
towards
bit.
Lobby, but the Blackbeard's gonna make things.
But
a little
I mean,
bit
maybe I
difficult
guess.
for him. Now he's gonna
I
try
would
to
just,
walk up Blue
like I said
instead.
earlier,
See if he
I
can
would just
find
look
this
them up
pick
if
onto
you're
his
curious
heel,
about
which
them.
He does. That's GD knocked off of the board.
Because for us, we're
Because
just the
now
siege team, right?
things are tied up
Like
in 3 versus
I'm in
3.
charge of all the siege
Moses
stuff,
is in a
but
good
I couldn't really
position to
speak
catch
for all their
someone
other
off
games.
guard, but he isn't able to land the shots to get the kill. And now he has to get back to the site. And there's only 20 seconds left here for Fluffy Aimers to get in and make all their magic happen.
Oh.
Which so far isn't happening, especially with the
God.
Capcan trap. As they hold on for just long enough, the time dwindling down, causing awkward decisions. As QoR yet again retake the lead as the defense has been so
Round
dominant this
18.
overtime.
Yeah, one factor that
Is it gonna end here?
really surprising to me is now we've had 2 attacking rounds for Fluffy Aimers because they simply were not able to read into the defensive setup that was put in place. Previously they didn't have enough hard breaching utility on their attacking lineup to just deal with these walls, set up these lines of sights, and allowed for QoR to sit in the site comfy. And in that time around, they saw those barricades, they saw the reinforcements over by Office, by Solarium side, and essentially thought to themselves that there was a heavy extension by QoR. But there wasn't one singular player over
No 20
on that
bombs
side.
yet.
The
No,
entirety
Emilio's
of
been
the
stuck
round, aside
on
from when they wanted to barricade
around
the doors.
18 for a
Again,
while.
going back
If
to
I
the
was in this
idea
game, I
that
probably would have
Fluffy
had 30
Aimers
kills by
are
now.
having a little bit of a troubling time.
I'm more
reading into
excited to
where
see
this
like
defense
if
is not only
anybody.
being held, but
I mean,
how it's being held by
Resident
QoR,
right now
allowing
is 8
for
and
them to essentially
16.
waste their own time, and by the
Like
time
I
they
want to
actually
see
get to the
really
bomb
bad
site,
score
not only do
lines.
they
I'm
not
not
have the
rooting for like
drones
30
to get
bombs.
that
I'm
update
rooting for like
info
an
on these
8 and
defender
20
positions, but
score
they
or
also
something.
don't
That
have
guy
the
gets
utility
dropped
or
after
man
this
count
game
for
if he
the
goes 8 and
execution.
20
Rivals now on the block.
on
We are
one
taking
map.
a
That'd be
page out of
crazy.
his former team's book. We also see a Thunderbird on the board, which is not a sentence I've said in a cast in a little while, so it's interesting to see.
Gunner, how much Blackbeard are we going to be seeing out of you tomorrow? So I can prepare.
QoR, excuse me, look to take this as we see some presence below the site here, but not really a ton. Although it looks like the plan is just to find a gap and then just kind of send the shields at it, if I had to guess, just with that blitz in combination with things like that Nomad and that Grim. But I'm not in the comps. We'll have to see, and there's a lot they'll have to crunch through in order to get to that point, as there's some pretty strong positions being held by gamers here. But the Blackbeard taking off
4v4
immediately, but
3v4. Oh my God, could this be it? You don't play him
right now.
You suck with him.
And they have so much more.
We don't play it at all. We're not running anything new.
Flank, but no.
So
he only manages to get one. Recited gets a.
We won't see. You won't see it unless Richie gets bored.
This solar window that'll make it difficult for Recited to get back. But the attack doesn't have the diffuser right now.
How did he not just blow himself up?
But Recited.
Oh my God, 1v2.
One is all left up to Kiru. It's all that stands between QoR and a map win. Tucked inside of office. Trying to find the angle.
Go get the HP. Go get your HP.
But they're gonna deal a ton of damage. Those sounds, however,
he's planting. What are you doing? He's planting. Oh, you can see him through the door.
Held on this big window.
Oh my God, they lost.
Has gone down. He only has about 33 seconds to do this, to win these two fights, to isolate these two gunfights, but he can't even get one. That's going to be QoR finally locking things out, securing map 1.
All right, map 1 goes to QoR.
Again, it's just a round where Fluffy Aimers.
I'm gonna put up predictions for map 2.
Into what QoR was bringing that time on the attack, not on the defense.
It's the best out of 5.
Only having essentially 2 definitive people in the bomb site, 2 players over by trophy.
Predictions are up for map 2.
Stairs, and
now the moment you've all been waiting for. Hold on. I've just got to make sure we do this right. Hold on. I got to get through this screen because it might force me to show my address, and we don't want that.
While we're dancing around the Christmas tree, hugging and kissing.
Please hold.
Just you and me. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Oh,
Don't worry.
a Merry Christmas Day. Oh, we're chasing snowflakes as they're falling down.
Wait, is this gonna show my address? How do I do this?
Later we meet under the mistletoe while Santa's busy saying ho ho ho. We're feeling jolly, eating Christmas cake, and then we go skating on the frozen lake, saying hi to every friendly face, and later we warm up by the fireplace. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day.
Okay. It's time. Guys, hold on. Let me get in character. Hey guys, it's me, your neighborhood friendly super. And today I'm going to tell you about Factor 75. Did you know that Factor is no prep, no cooking, dietitian approved, chef prepared meals delivered straight to your door and ready to eat in 2 minutes? Pick your pre-made meals, select from a weekly menu of 34 dietitian-approved meals and 45 plus add-ons. Prepped and cooked to perfection. Gourmet chefs take care of the prepping and cooking, so all you have to do is heat it up, eat it up, and enjoy. Our meals arrive ready to heat and eat in 2 minutes. If you sign up using my link in chat, !Factor, or click the link that I tweeted or below the stream, you can get 50% off and free shipping on your first meal. And if it's your first time ordering and you live in the United States, I'll even give you a free Shopify Rebels jersey. So now let's choose our meals. Okay, we've got ready-made meals. Grilled chicken and brown butter. Ooh-wee. Chorizo and black bean queso fundido. Oh, mama. Chicken Alfredo pasta. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Sun-dried tomato chicken. Don't mind if I do. Mushroom chicken thighs and wild rice. Maybe that's one I'd get. 4 cheese tortellini and Italian sausage. Pizzaola. Ooh, papa. Blackened barramundi with smoked goat. I wouldn't get this one. I can't read it. Herb peppercorn filet mignon and a butternut squash risotto. Oh, baby. Sign me up. Baharat spiced pork, honey mustard chicken. Bingo. That's what I want. Only 560 calories. Wow. I'll be looking like The Rock in no time. Scampi style shrimp and salmon. Fajita spiced shrimp, filet mignon, Jamaican jerk, truffle butter filet mignon, grilled pork chop and smoked cheddar, green chili chicken, Nana Sunday beef bologna, Peruvian style chicken, sage and rosemary pork chop. It keeps going. There's so many options, I'm running out of breath. But guess what? If you sign up using my link, you could get 50% off everything here. And you could get as little as 6 meals or up to 20. !Factor in chat. Click the link. Remember, first time signups will receive a free Shopify Rebels jersey. Just remember, you have to wait until I receive whatever I might get for this ad, #ad, before you can receive it. I really hope you guys ordered this. It's so good. And you don't even have to cook it. So if you're like me and you don't know how to cook because you can't read a cookbook, all you got to do is pop it in the microwave or heat it up. And bingo, bango, you're eating healthy like a professional arm wrestler or one of them athlete kind of dudes. So factor75.com, make sure you use my link. Super.
Heroics.
All right, guys. I think we did a really good job with that.
Emilio just having an incredible game on the win condition for
so
now.
hopefully you sign up. Remember, if any of you do sign up, make sure you keep proof of it so I can get you the jersey at a later date.
Still going to be a kind of that valuable factor, that impactful play style.
You have 30 days, so you don't need to do it now. But technically, it's a cheaper way to get a Shopify jersey if you'd like one. I'm going to run to the restroom. Predictions are up for this map, too.
Once we got to overtime,
I'll be right back.
to fall off the cliff a little bit, but the rest of his team started to step up. So really, a lot of these players are just stepping up in big performances, and then the rest of the team is just slowly trying to get a little bit more warmed up, try to keep up on the scoreboard. But then overall, it's still a team game. A lot of coordination on both ends of this was really why we got all the way to 18 round slugfest between these two teams on map number 1. So going into Nighthaven Labs, that's going to have to be kind of the same idea, and it may still be a very long day for all of us here, including the players. So it's just going to be a matter of, can both of these teams keep up this level of coordination, just keep up this level of information, and try to throw in elements of chaos, especially for Fluffy. They need to keep throwing in things that QoR aren't necessarily expecting, because when they are able to introduce those elements, that's when Fluffy really shined.
So we
yeah,
talked
and
go ahead.
no, you're good. Yeah, I do want to say though, that gives me a little bit more concern for QoR though, because QoR was, pretty consistently just kind of struggled to get there on time. I mean, there were a lot of rounds that the entry pick didn't happen until, like, as you mentioned, round 5. Entry pick didn't happen until 45 seconds were left on the clock, and there are so many rounds with similar time amounts. QoR was just slow, and that forced them to put themselves in, chaotic positions.
Okay. Well, there you the strats ready, the lobby filled. We are going to get on to map number 2, and it is going to be Nighthaven. Fingers crossed for some more of that unlimited overtime, right? Send it to the very end. The best of the best will succeed here. Ali, Goose, take us away.
Man, if he's advocating for infinite overtime again, I'm gonna have to pull up my frickin' kettle, bro. There's a tea that I have that just like is I used to soothe my throat when I'm doing things like casting, which I actually started using when I worked in a haunted house. In fact, I'm gonna have to fire up the industrial kettle if we have another infinite overtime and coming at us, because it's definitely fun. But I do have a voice that I need to look at, or look after rather. However, though, we should probably get back to the game. So, Goose, why don't you give us the rundown on these bands?
Monty, obviously coming out, that is very expected. Originally, I did think we were going to see a Blackbeard ban, but because even if it took to the very last round, QoR finally were able to play into the overall shield meta on their attacks, that shouldn't be a problem. Deimos also going out. I think Deimos is simply just a ban where they don't want to have a direct line of sight, or I guess direct intel on their roamers. We can see that Fluffy Aimers, specifically very on the last match, love to play very isolated in the roam, so just removing Deimos is a little bit.
I don't know if Goose is dying on my end or on everyone's end. Alright, so I've been informed that Goose has gone back to the pond, so you're gonna have me for a little bit as I'm gonna round out these bands. Tubero, like you were saying, very good at keeping walls closed, especially in conjunction with a Cade. Valkyrie as well, just a ton of information, and with how well Fluffy Aimers played her last defense, she's not an operator that they want to leave up this time, even though it does mean sacrificing that for themselves. I'd wager that Fluffy Aimers probably used that a little bit better than QoR did.
Yeah, I also think we just didn't get to see as many opportunities of QoR leaning into the shield meta throughout that entire first map. And now going into labs, which historically throughout the entirety of Blitz Season 2, both teams have played it twice and won it twice. I think that is a very important factor.
I'm back and better than ever.
There are external factors like SI quals, Element 4, but it doesn't pertain exactly to what we're
permissions.
seeing here. So I do think
Ending
again, this should
predictions.
be a relatively even map. It's just
after the first
on who
kill,
can
get your
really
prediction
play
here if you
into
want
that shield
to.
Meta better, and so far we've just seen it more from Fluffy.
QoR Gaming up 1-0 maps right now.
Yeah, I believe that the last... All right, well, that's interesting. The last game I casted in Blitz was QoR on this map, and they 7-0'd TRG, I believe it was. So they certainly know what they're doing here. And Candle, well, he is starting that off strong as he gets that opening pick, and he takes out that Dokkaebi as well. Along with it being Kuro, who has been pretty good at getting into some very advantageous positions on these attacks. So we'll see how that ends up working out for them. But Recited and JJ brings them back immediately, as now they're in the man advantage instead.
Yeah, I think that is a very important factor to look at the overall operator lineup and how Fluffy Aimers are playing these operators. Recited being on that Blackbeard can play in these entry engagements sometime by himself with no additional support. And on the contrary, JJ also can play relatively isolated because he has that EMP charge with
Chat,
can apply pressure.
what's our opinion on an American classic, the vanilla wafer?
Again, the problem of just no up-to-date info could punish, but the Blackbeard essentially just saving Fluffy Aimers from that. But as I say that, Rival is still able to find one.
He is shut down through the floor, but the fact that he got that Blackbeard off the board is really going to make their lives harder.
RV.
It is a 3 versus 2, however, with plenty of time and plenty of map control for the attack
Can't have
to
a
work
vanilla
with.
wafer.
The
Get down,
free
buddy.
fire from Twist evens things up just a little bit.
Careful.
And these last 2 attackers are in pretty similar positions. They don't have that extra
Maybe someday,
Overwatch
Sam.
that they were happy with before. JJ is going to try to get this plant down, but a C4 is going to cause him to move a little bit. Although Fluffy, well, they're going to bring things to a 1 versus 1. JJ is just going to hard plant
1v1, Twist versus JJ.
fake until they do. As Twist has forced them into an awkward situation as they both stare each other down. JJ does not have the health for this fight, as Twist confirmed.
And Twist is going to put JJ
QoR
down.
taking a very close first round.
Yeah, we also just never really saw any direct pressure.
And then he tells him to
onto
sit,
those
lil
walls.
bro.
We didn't see anyone,
Oh,
go
my
over
goodness.
onto that storage wall,
Feeling
even though
dangerous.
situation where it is a 3v3. There is really only so much
What is
that
going
you can
on?
do as an attacking team, and that also goes into my other point that Fluffy Aimers really just simply needs to work on their overall consistency in gathering intel, making sure that they can
Oh,
find
if you
that
just
up-to-date
ordered
info
silos, make sure
when
you
they
save your
eventually do
receipt.
go for that execution. It has costed them a couple of rounds and also a couple of situations. So if they can just fix that, micro.
But thank you very
problem
much
so
if
it
you did.
doesn't
I
lead
appreciate
into
that.
losing that man, that also contrary leads into just not being able to put your players around different positions, taking away that multi-directional push. I think that would be great.
No, wafers are great and some
there
pudding.
is still plenty of time for Fluffy Aimers to fix
Would
that.
it concern you to
It's
know
kind
that
of
I don't
worrying.
like pudding?
That was a
Some of
big
you who
problem
are
in the first
chat
map, and we
regulars
saw
are
it
aware
so
of my
blatantly in the
strange
first
eating
round.
habits and how picky I
I
am.
think as well, it's important to keep in
And
mind
you'll know that I don't
the
like
players on
weird
core
texture
have all warmed
foods.
up by this point. They're,
So I don't like
for
pudding.
The first,
What do
little
we
bit
think
of
about
the first
that?
map,
Is
a lot
that
of them were
weird?
trailing, but I mean, Rival had 18 kills last I checked. Actually, let me just pull up the final scoreboard. Rival ended that map 18 and 12. Like, he warmed up as things went on.
Yeah, spaghetti you
And
can
now
chew.
they're
I like
going
foods that
into
you
this
can
map with
chew.
all these hot hands on core, well, just warmed up, like I was saying. And so that's going to be something else that compounds on that intel game. That means Fluffy Aimers need to be more careful. They're not going to be able to just take and win easy fights nearly as much as they would have before.
And again, small mistakes like just putting the Selma too low on the wall, allowing for Twist to impact trick it, especially when you don't have a Thermite on the board, obviously isn't, end all do all for getting the walls open. You do have a Maverick, but it does slow down.
I do like
just
ice
your
cream.
Overall early half of the game, getting these walls open.
Can't
it
lie.
shouldn't be
I do like
relatively a problem.
yogurt
A
and
little
ice
bit of a
cream.
misnade, almost causing the life of Hiru, but it does slow down Fluffy Aimers and it allows for them to just burn the utility and put core in a relatively
Guys,
safe
when you
and
if you do
winnable
sign up for
position because
Factor,
they just
make
have
sure
to
you
worry
use
about
the
these shield
link
players.
to
They don't
sign
have to
up,
worry about these nades
or it won't
and
give
these
you
flash
credit,
things. And it's kind
and
of a
then you won't
situation
get
where
anything
Fluffy
from
Aimers,
it.
They need to make a move soon, and it's exactly what we're saying.
Basically, as long as you're getting the 50% off through my
Together
link,
information
it
with
should
this
be working for
Blackbeard
you.
just
But
captures some
that's a
space
noob
for
right there.
Moses
That
with a
guy's a
beautiful
noob right there.
C4. He's able to get
Chat,
one,
here's a
and
pro
third as
tip.
well.
If somebody
With
throws a
his
C4 at
gun,
you, and
he's
you wear a ballistic
completely
shield,
dismantling
put your
Fluffy
shield
Aimers on
up
his
and
own.
look at the C4.
Kirill
It will
gets
not
two
kill
back
you.
of his own.
It will
But
hurt you,
Twist and Inrio have
but you
the
can
save.
shield the damage.
That's gonna be Fluffy Aimers. Yet
He tried to
again
shoot the
falling to
C4
defensive
instead
core,
of just
but this
looking
time
at it
much
with
more
his shield.
convincingly.
It is really just polarizing to watch
Thank you,
these
Fallen.
first
Appreciate
two
it.
rounds from Fluffy Aimers because they're just making so many mistakes. And on the contrary, Nighthaven Labs is a relatively very difficult map to attack. So obviously, we more than likely will start to see Fluffy Aimers working back these rounds, starting to make it a little bit closer. But it's the way that they're losing them, not only making these huge crucial mistakes, but losing a 2v1 engagement.
Good girl,
just that
Willow.
Blackbeard missing a couple of shots, and because of that, allowing that C4 to go out, losing 2 lives in a relatively one-dimensional push. You had connector open, there was no one over in top water, so you weren't able to apply direct pressure onto those control players. It just feels really messy for Fluffy Aimers in this first half. If they don't change something up quick, then that's the time you need to start worrying.
Core been locked recently. Yeah, they're definitely.
In the previous game, we saw.
I mean, like
Core
I
on
said,
this
they
map.
actually 7-0'd Fluffy Aimers on this map in the
So they were
SI
very good at
calls.
in each of those rounds was controlling the extra.
So maybe they
walls,
probably shouldn't have been the
especially
favorite for
that
this
top
map,
four
but
site.
hey.
They were very, very good.
They've
at
definitely been playing better
locking
recently.
things down and preventing the attack
Or maybe
from
they
getting
just
the space or util uses
are
they
better
wanted
than,
done
Fluffy.
efficiently. And that is exactly what we see in that previous round. They have to go for that one-dimensional push because they're just locked out of everything else because Core locked everything down so well. Now we're seeing early on in this round, not so much util game coming out from Core as it is a lot of aggression. That's
How
just
is Willow
making these
comparing to
Fluffy
Zophia's
Aimers players
size?
worried for their lives justly. Is Candle's gonna take
she's
the
a
life
little
of
smaller
Jared
than
after
Sophia.
walking down
She's
those
like the same
lobby
height, but
stairs.
she's just like
As this aggression
smaller build.
and this map knowledge that we see from Core after that first map.
Zophia's more
coming in
fluffy than she is.
And yeah, and not only is Fluffy Aimers doing a relatively poor job at intel, not exactly
doing,
sure
Harp?
what Candle was doing there, overswinging his position. The definition of being over aggressive. But on the contrary, Core has such a heavy lineup in the intel department. You have the pulse, you have the default cameras on top of that paired with those bulletproofs, but you also have the Solus. But even through all of DD on top of that to give them an opening and essentially completely disconnect the extension from upstairs onto the players on the bomb site.
4 versus 2 now, knocked out of 3 versus 4. Zenrio's gonna get one back.
That's the
JJ is immediately
that's the boy
gonna go
Harv.
for this bomb plant, but this D4 could be all they
Oh,
need.
he blew the
It's
other
gonna
one
be
up.
Shot out of the air, or excuse me, a different C4 is
bud,
gonna work its
good
magic
boy.
instead. No diffuser for JJ. And Deity is on such low HP, the UMP could do it. Inrio's gonna get one. Emilio's gonna get one right back, however. We find ourselves at a standoff. Moses and Emilio with
Is this a
Moses
defensive
hitting
master
that
class or an
pre-fire
attacking
and
disaster
getting us
class? I
3
can't
rounds
tell.
in a row for Core as they look
Is this a
so
timeout from
good.
Fluffy coming? 3-0 timeout?
It is very just... It is confusing because it does look like, again, that Fluffy
Timeout? No
Aimers, not
timeout? Down
only
3-0?
the
Okay, we
micros,
go.
but just not
Are they about to
being
get
able
7-0'd
consistently
back-to-back
use these
maps on
drones to
labs?
find,
Because they got
info that can
7-0'd by the
directly
same team.
contribute to getting those picks, to getting that map control. But on a much bigger scale, it just looks like that Fluffy Aimers isn't prepared for how Core's playing, not only in these 2 maps, but overall, their overall playstyle and theory of Siege. And it's kind of a situation, and you know, obviously it's just the second map, it's just the first half of Nighthaven Labs. But if this continues on, if you're not prepared as a team,
Are you being
to
ridiculous?
deal with the playstyle of your
Are you being
opponents, a lot of
ridiculous?
the time there isn't a whole lot of work you can do in the server, and you're simply being
I
beat
thought the
just
7-0 was a
at the
fluke,
strat,
I
at the
guess. They're going 10 straight
preparation
rounds now
phase,
against
even
Core on
before
this
the game
map without a
starts.
round win.
And you know, just as I said in all chat, Fluffy Aimers not taking a timeout, I really do think they need it, because if they don't change up something quick, Core, they're going to start running away with this.
They're gonna start running away with this. It's
Timeouts are a pretty
3-0.
tricky thing, I think, having been on every possible end of a timeout as a player in IGL and coach. And so I kind of get it. I think because they don't want to.
Word on the street is Fluffy Aimers aren't paying their
Although, by the same
graphics
token,
artist.
You also don't want to deny yourself
I
to
don't-
your coach, but we'll see how this ends up.
Is that
playing
like
out.
actually a thing?
And I do think that a couple of these rounds have been close enough that if 1 or 2 decisions were made differently, that it absolutely could have gone the way of Fluffy Aimers. And that's what they're going to bank on here, I think, is going for a game plan that's probably similar, but a little bit more refined. which so far is what we see JJ pulling off as he gets that opening pick onto Candle, who has so far in those early engagements been an absolute menace to deal with.
Yeah, great opening.
No,
pick.
you don't
You're
need to
able
tag me.
Get rid
That's unfortunate
of
if that's the
that
case,
info
though.
Player, and we can
Are
see
they owed a
again,
lot or
Fluffy
no?
Aimers just moving so fast.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's
1v5.
dead. They're still
Sure.
vertical above. But now the problem is, sure, he did get that kill. He did get rid
JJ
of the
took the
planter,
graphic
but they
artist
know
money to
exactly
gamble
where
on
he is.
meme
They
coins.
understand how he's going to play, and with a
$175. How long have they owed it to them?
He can do.
The control of the diffuser's been regained. Plant is going to go down the first of this map as he's trying to find this player tucked inside of Animus, as he just has to find something. He has to find anyone.
They won
There's
an
a player outside
attack.
the control room that's
They're
gonna
on the
try to hunt
board.
him down here, but he is already wasting all the time on his own, just trying to find a gunfight that they're just not giving to him. Everyone except for one player is on that bomb site guarding the diffuser, and if he tries to get back through control, then you have the player inside of the control hallway that's gonna waste his time, or is currently wasting his time because he knows
Yeah, it's
that player
unfortunate loss.
exists. Emilio's gonna close things out, however, as like I said previously, the rounds were close enough that all Fluffy Aimers have to do is adjust a couple things,
Harvey,
find
knock
a
it
couple
off.
gaps, and voila.
That really has been essentially the theme of this entire matchup, is that those
Harvey,
little
stop.
things that may seem not important can lead to an entire win, or rather losing a map like we saw on map 1. The last time around that Fluffy Aimers did attack this basement bomb site, after they got that map control and in pair they got that man count advantage, they slowed down a little bit, used their drones to get that additional info, and that allowed for that player over by top blue to creep his way up Animus stairs. Sure, he didn't kill the Blackbeard, but he did kill JJ, getting over aggressive, trying to shut him down. But that time around, the last round where Fluffy Aimers attacked this basement bomb site, they made sure they acted as quick as possible on any info they got, not giving the chance for not only for QoR to react to what was right in front of them, that being the push from Fluffy Aimers, but also not give the chance for that Capcam player all the way in storage enough time to flank and shut down that attack in a great read, whether or not Fluffy Aimers knew it.
Yeah,
There's
maybe
an
not
attempt
silos.
being made at the same bomb site here from QoR, and I don't think we had the blitz on the board last time, but looked away to
So
check-
Maverick,
to
it's
check my
actually a
notes,
bit
and then
different.
everyone's
So
dead, so
Shopify's not a sponsor;
who
it's
knows, I
actually
could've
their
missed it.
team.
As now we're
So
seeing
that's
things
why
switched up yet again by Fluffy
It's
Aimers, as those-
Shopify
all
Rebellion.
that
Like it's
strategy worked
literally
very, very well
Shopify's
the
team.
previous
It's
rounds.
not like they're the
It's probably
sponsor.
not going to work a second time with how adaptable QoR has been. Moses, though, is going to get that opening pick, which is immediately refragged by Recited.
I actually didn't
as
know that
JJ has
either
made
until
his
I
way
looked more
in
into it. I
towards
can't lie.
control. And he is going to give away his position by stepping on an
I
electrified
thought it was like in
hatch,
Rocket
but
League where a lot of the
he has
teams are
the
like
potential to confirm
they
on
have
the
like a
ground.
sponsor for the team.
He's able to get
But
it,
it's
along
actually
with a
just the whole
potential other
org.
pick onto this Cade, but he's on such low
Like Damn
HP
One
now.
Kia.
It's going to be quite difficult.
I don't
Recited
think
does
Kia
manage to
owns
find
Damn One,
another
so
one,
no.
rather
But that's what I
secure
thought
onto
it was
an already
like,
downed
sure.
Player. And now that's going to inspire a rat play here from Rival, just sitting inside a control room. They don't know he's here. If he gets up at an opportune moment, that could be
JJ
all
bought
that
10
QoR
Hot
needed.
Tua coins.
Gideon resided so low on health. This all just falls down to Rival just getting it down to the right exact time. He doesn't want to wait too long to allow for these Fluffy Aimers players to flood the site and win this 4v2.
Yeah, we're boot
but he
camping
also doesn't
out
wanna
there
act
in
too fast,
January, I
losing his
think.
life, completely removing that external
So I think we'll
factor
get
of
to
the
see
flank.
where the
So many
Shopify
decisions
stuff's
in
at,
front
which
of
is
him,
pretty cool.
and now is the time that he chooses to act.
Do Shopify play any other games
gotten
in the
up from
pro
his
scene?
position.
They're in League of Legends.
He's relocated a
Val.
little bit.
I mean,
if he could get
I
behind
would
this
just say
blitz,
look it up,
that could
honestly.
be absolutely huge.
But
none
yeah,
of these
they're in
players
League of
are aware
Legends,
his position
Valorant,
at all.
Rocket
None of them are in
League,
control, but he can just walk up behind any of
Siege
them.
now.
Getting at the first pick,
I
and
mean,
the
they're in a
second
lot of
pick that
games,
he
Halo.
needs to reverse the man counts. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. If they try to pick him off from control room, they're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Deity as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this
Yeah, we'll see
round
Maverick. I think he'll be
as
fine.
he secures a 4-2 or 4-1
Yeah, Joe will be
half
missed, obviously.
minimum for Core.
Talk about a player not only
What happens
losing
if I
his
get 100
individual
orders?
position, but also his just raw
I have to buy a
mechanics
lot of
to
jerseys,
the fullest extent. And yet
and they'll
again,
give me better
even
sponsors
with a
in the
great
future.
opening round, from the simple fact that Fluffy Aimers didn't have that consistent drone intel because they didn't do the due diligence to this fullest potential.
Basically,
that
the
they could.
jersey, like each sign up is
one
essentially
player that
break
flipped
even with a
by,
jersey.
shut down
But
their
the more
entire
signups
round.
I
That
get, the
has
better.
been the
Like I
main
might get better
factor
opportunities for that kind of stuff in the future.
Gamers have been losing these rounds.
Obviously,
potentially
I
a
don't
map or
want
two
numbers,
simply
but are
to
you
just
guys
these
being
small
pretty
mistakes.
comparable
And on top of it,
compensation-wise to
Core still have
Sonics?
so much up their sleeve. You can see that they're bringing the Cade on top of the bandit, hiding
yeah.
the Cade, trying
I mean,
to
it's-
give the idea to Fluffy Aimers
I
that
already
the
said
only
before,
breach
but
denial defender that they're going to have to deal with is that
our
bandit
team knows it's like
with no drone over
level,
by this
so we
Cade.
were never gonna
It
take
looks like
an offer that
Mirage
wasn't
may have worked.
fair in comparison to the other, top teams.
See if that comes to fruition once the actual round has begun. I'm interested to see how Fluffy Aimers gonna react, because last time they just couldn't get any walls open, which forced them to just walk into Moses throwing the funny plastic explosive. And I'd imagine they don't want that to be the result again, because just that kind of one-dimensional push off of none of your walls being opened is just a bad time, regardless of whether you win or lose the round. Twist is in a very aggressive position here over towards the top of the lobby stairs, because he just wants to make Fluffy Aimers scared of these map extremities and just waste as much time as he can with them actually getting physically into the map, which Diddy has done on that blitz, which is what they're going to use to try to clear out this connector position and fully get this wall open.
Well, we've won NAL
which
more than
thus
any
far
other
has worked
board,
out, which means they're doing better on
and we've placed
this map clear than
top
they
6
did
at 2 of the
previously.
last 3 SIs,
Although
and
now they
top
have to see
4
if they can open up the IT side wall so they can use
at
that.
2
And they
majors
still
in the
have to
past
get
2
the Blitz
years, top
into a
8
better
at 2 of them.
position
I
here,
think
but
so.
Candle is going to do so much work for
Obviously,
them
we're
by
pretty
killing
consistent,
Rival.
at least
Yeah, on
in
top of that, 2
terms of our
C4s off
play.
the board, but somehow, some way, Twist is able to shut down that blitz. That is a huge opening as he
I have
finds
no
out
idea,
about
Maverick.
Fluffy.
couldn't tell
JJ, he's able to be there and shut him down, and with no pressure on Raptors.
EWC
over
has
by
become like an
Storage,
official
no one on
tournament
top
for a lot of
blue.
games,
This
so
looks
it's kind of like it's a
very
must play
front
for a lot of
forward
games
push
because it's
by Fluffy Aimers when the C4
treated as
below.
like
There is
majors and
more
stuff
than
like
there
that.
meets the eye for this execution.
Once this C4 is blown, it has the potential to take 2 lives if they look to go for it. They're going to be listening for the sound of that plant, but the C4 missed. He threw it in the wrong spot. Mercedes gets a pick as well. Although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse.
Oh!
But he's able to get them both in 1 mag.
Twist whiff.
Because he's down on the floor, he can't see him.
I understand the play there from the Vigil.
Did you scout
want to
SR
prone
or did
so that player
SR
doesn't
scout
immediately
you?
see you? You pop up and then you shoot him.
Ubisoft actually
what he
put
was
us in
not
contact with each
taking
other.
Was that player was ready? That he was ready to flick right onto him. A phenomenal
We talked to
1v2
several orgs,
coming
but
out of
SR
Fluffy
was just the
Aimers
best-
Allowed them
The best
to
fit, I
essentially, in
think.
my opinion, escape that half with a 2-4.
Well,
There
not I
were
think,
so
obviously,
many
but-
problems. And on the contrary, in that last round, a huge problem with that C4 just not hitting its mark, missing that plane, but just by a couple of seconds.
4-2
If
half for Core. They
had
did
that
7-0
C4
them
go
last
off
time on this
maybe
map,
3 to
so
5 seconds
improvement for
before it
Fluffy.
did, it could have caught that planter. It could have essentially shut down that entire round. But because you had that player from Core go down below, try to potentially play spoilers from that flank, it allowed for Fluffy Aimers to take that man advantage in that execution, a 3v2 at that. It was
Exactly,
such
Maverick.
a difficult round, and in my opinion, a round that Core made difficult, essentially in some positions on their own, as Fluffy Aimers made a lot of mistakes, but were able to still come out of it.
I want to know how that round would have gone if Kendall hadn't shot his teammate in cold blood on the streets. Because that round was very, very close, and arguably if QoR had played that 2 versus 1 better, they probably would have won it. But just losing your teammate to yourself, it's a bit of a 5-head moment for sure, but those happen sometimes. The 4-2 half, though, is nothing to scoff at. And based off the sample size I've seen of one singular round that I've seen QoR on this map this season so far in Blitz, I'd say they're pretty good at attacking it. And they're also going to lean into this Blackbeard that we saw Fluffy Aimers love so much previously, which is going to give them a lot of power both in the roam clearing stage of the map and in the actual execute, as you have to worry about not only a shield, but a man with an assault rifle behind that shield as well. But he's gotten himself really far into the map here, and he can look to try to fight these players that are on cargo and just try to keep them out of position.
What's the new M80 team?
Yeah. The really good thing about having a Blackbeard just push these.
Can't really talk
positions
about
completely
what's
on his
not
own.
announced,
It not only does allow
but they
for,
let go
the rest of the
Hyper
attackers
and
just to
Cameraman
work on
officially.
other points in the map, but you have them apply pressure at other directional points. And Fluffy Aimers, they have realized that this Blackbeard
Look at that.
is
He
by
looked
himself.
at the
There is
C4
no
instead of trying to
immediate
shoot it,
pressure,
and he lived.
but they're just wasting their own time right now. But this also does allow for QoR to just do that work around the map. With DT inching his way up Animus stairs, that call will allow them to know his position, so he just has to waste enough time, draw enough attention to him, so that QoR are forced into a very awkward execution.
M80 team kept
time on the clock,
Gunner and Diffuser from them buying Cloud9, or not Cloud9, East Coast.
There's a lot of awkward work that has to be done by QoR here just because of the utility. But that Blackbeard you mentioned, blown sky high, blasting off again like Team Rocket. As now we've entered the last minute of this round, and QoR still have a lot of work to do, which has only been made harder by that opening pick being thrown towards their enemies. And another C4
Do you
goes
get
off
anything
as
for the
well
fact
good
offer?
measure.
If
That's
it's your
gonna be
first time
twist off
sign
of
up,
that vertical
you'll get
play.
a
And they do
Shopify
have a
Rebellion
wall open.
jersey
They do have some hatches
once
open.
I
They
get
do
paid
have a lot
through
of
the
floor
sponsor.
open.
But only if
There's
it's your
only 30
first
seconds left,
first
and they
sign up, because it
haven't
won't
gotten
count
any
it
sort
if
of
it's not.
foothold that could allow them to get into
And you
the
have to use
actual
my
site
sign up
yet.
link, obviously.
We're gonna see Candle trying to make an opening for himself, and Diffuser is actually gonna start going down. And it almost actually does go down, but JJ has something to
yeah,
say
that's the
about
rumor,
it.
I think.
When the last two attackers
Odds
are
getting the
rushing to
jersey before
site,
SI.
nothing good comes of it, and that's gonna be Fluffy Aimers.
Tough to say because of the holidays. Probably not, because the sponsor's going to end early, like
just
mid-January.
really confusing to me because it should in theory
SI
be a
begins
relatively safe
February
play, but the amount
3rd.
of times I've seen
They
just
probably
one
wouldn't pay
defender
out that quick.
shut down
Yeah,
both
you
those
won't
players,
get
one
it before
double
SI, I
window, one
think.
planting.
No,
Really
US
confusing.
only.
And again, it goes to show that Fluffy Aimers just had such a
Usually
great
it will
hold
take like 30
on
to
that
60
bomb
days
site.
once it's
And
done for them to
because
pay,
QoR
so you wouldn't get it in time for
wasted
SI.
essentially a lot of their time. You saw, obviously they did get a lot of that vertical map control with relative ease, but that was because Fluffy Aimers gave it to them. They allowed for that map control to be given to QoR. They allowed for QoR to set up that vertical because their entire lineup was prepared to just shut down those engagements in the initiation, essentially forcing QoR to just go into the bomb site in a 5v5 man count because they didn't have an over-aggressive player, an over-aggressive roamer, give away that first opening pick, and allowed for QoR, just as I predicted, to put that bomb down with relatively no site control and no time on the clock whatsoever.
I think it's worth noting, though, to kind of add on to your point about that play going wrong a lot more often than you think. There are so many angles on that site.
Honestly, maybe like an hour and a half a day, Maverick, but it's kind of more, well, most days. But it's more probably like just eating less and working out. Because like if you're eating a calorie deficit and you're just like doing, you could like literally just be walking every day, you'll lose weight.
Well, we're going to see the Blackberry being brought
The
out
diet's
again,
just
and
the
he's gonna
most
use the
important
frag
part of
rate to
it.
get rid of 2 of these frost mats immediately, which is
Because it
going
doesn't
to
matter how much
alleviate
you're
a
working
lot
out
of
if you
late
just
round
eat all the
pressure, as
time.
That's typically when the frost mats are most potent, is when people are trying to scramble to get inside of that site. That also means that whoever's on Raptors, most likely recited, has to worry about a jump in from that window because he doesn't have the certainty of those frost mats anymore.
Oh no, I'm not sure if that nade was supposed to not get the barricade. It did get that barbed wire over by the entry point, but not going to be able to directly make his way inside of Raptors though. But with this
Lot of
Maverick just
chicken.
trying to catch a player
Maverick.
off guard, that clash though is going to be there. But Blitz may have found a huge opening, but isn't prepared for the swing by Kiru.
I mainly just try to
These
cut out like
defenders to
junk
play
food as
very
much as I
aggressive, play
can.
very comfortably, and
I
their
don't like
overall
have like a
positions in
crazy
this
diet,
crossfire
but
being
it's
set
mainly
up, and
just
not a whole lot of opportunities in this round.
junk
for
food.
Core to get
I
a jump to
also
even
have
get their
never
way into the
drank,
map.
so I'm not like a drinker.
And the aggression off of the clash as well has been so good so far, with Inrio butting the dust as well off of that swing from Emilio. And they do
And I
still
don't-
have
I
the
don't
black
drink,
beer on the board, but the man count
soda
has
with
dwindled
sugar.
so
It's only
much,
diet
and it's
soda.
gonna dwindle a little bit more. Candle though, Candle
Ow.
though, he's on a 3K, evens
Winnable.
things up
They
exactly.
got your real gun.
And they have control of this diffuser. If they can get in towards server, they can start getting it down.
What the
But the
fuck?
turnaround from the clash is unsuccessful.
What is Deity doing?
He's on for the ace.
Why did he
If
do
can
that?
Cover this diffuser successfully.
What?
Twist is in position to get it down, but he's gonna fight the frost. But Candle's down.
Twist, do you want to plant
It's
the
all
bomb,
left up to
dude?
Twist.
What are these guys
He has
doing,
35
man?
seconds left to find this fight, but the positioning from Kiro is good.
They're trolling.
Almost loses his life.
You have
Get
an
Candle
ace.
up
Just
here. He
ace
can
the
bait
thing
diffuser.
he's
He has
standing
so
on,
many
Twist.
options, but
Ace,
Candle's
just
going
a
to bite the
throw an
dust.
ace
Diffuser
at the
is not
wall,
going to
Twist.
go down. Only 20 seconds.
Why does
left.
it? He has 3 aces in his pocket.
To make this work for the attackers, Diffuser is going to go down. 30 or so seconds left to get onto this counter. Diffuse, gonna tuck himself on the server pillar, wait for Kiru to swing, try to dance around. and
Twist
he's
could
gonna
not
get
have
it
played that worse.
successfully. This Candle
Jesus.
carries his team to the finish line.
To start things out, I do want to give a lot of
Why
props
didn't he
to
just?
Fluffy
He
Gamers
literally had
for,
3
playing
aces
with
in
Clash.
his
So a lot
pocket.
of,
All he had to
teams
do was
play
throw an
Clash
ace at
in a
that
sense
wall
where
he
they
was
just
standing
have a
on,
Clash
and he had to
isolated,
move. It would have
don't
been a
play
free
with it,
like.
in turn don't play that Clash aggressively, and they had those players playing off of that Clash, getting aggressive, shutting down those picks. But this entire round, this quad kill
What are we doing here?
from Ash, from Candle in that situation, just in my opinion, just screams out that Fluffy Gamers are not.
Why
all
did the
there
Clash
today. And I
like
don't wanna chalk
de-shield?
up
What
this
was he
entire
doing?
Map going this way simply because they're just not showing up. There are a lot of different factors. The overall intel game just really relying too much on that Clash, allowing for that opening over by E-Box. For that Ash to just kind of clear the way. No one over by Pillar inside of servers to shut her down. And it's kind of a situation where you not only can you not let that happen, but you can't let 3 kills, 4 kills go untraded and put yourself in such a difficult position. And again, Fluffy Gamers, they need to change a lot up very quickly.
The Clash as well, trying to take such an aggressive fight with Candle, and he wins that one as well. And I think that was when the round truly died. That was when Fluffy Gamers truly
Thank you, John.
lost.
Can't wait to buy team
At that
merch.
point, there's
If you go to
enough control to get that
shopifyrebellion.gg,
diffuser
I
down,
think they
even if
have
Candle does, well, bite the dust like he did. And it just makes
stuff on
the
there you could
job
buy.
of Kiru so much harder. But like you said, there's a
Hello,
lot they
Super.
have
I'm
to
happy
change,
you
but
found a new
there's a
home.
lot
I
of
also
time
made
left
you
to
an
do it. We
offer
still have
on
4 rounds
X.
left of regulation before we get to
What-
yet
what
another
does that mean?
infinite overtime potentially.
Do I need to be
Which,
scared?
you know, we all love those. We'll have to see as well if Core can step on the gas. This Candle, he's going to be feeling good after that one. He's brought himself to being damn near even after being 2-7 for much of the game. And Core as well, they're just going to feel good after stealing around, committing highway robbery right in front of our eyes.
On top of that, Core have identified very early on that this bomb site is essentially soft. You will have a player, and that being recited, jump down back to the bomb site.
Skins?
Adds an additional.
I'm
player count,
not
but the
gonna sell my
problem
skins,
is,
dude.
both of those players are over by pool ball in games. No players directly on the bomb site.
What's up,
A majority
Tony?
of the defenders in these extended positions. So if Core are able to find a gap, whether that be getting that single window plant over by storage down, or potentially finding 1 to 2 picks off of this blitz, it could just play complete spoilers, especially when you have over-aggressive players. Doesn't matter though if Emilio wins it.
Kiryu's gonna tag on for one as well, and well, Candle, if you want to commit more highway robbery, First World Bank just came out in Payday 3, so might as well. Only a minute left here if he's gonna try to pull something like that, or if the rest of Core are gonna try to team up with him to make something like that happen. They have a few vertical angles into the site, but nothing substantial, as Twist bit the dust quite early on. Deity is going to be down, but whether or not Inrio can actually claim that kill, well, not up for discussion anymore. As now Rival is going to take over that duty of vertical play and try to get these things down. 40 seconds left. Down onto Kiryu from Candle.
That's against terms of service, Jake.
Achieved man equality body balance as
You can't sell skins for money. Get some on the marketplace for tokens or whatever. But
to get into the bomb site and start making things work. Enrio's made his way into storage. The other two are inside of control, just trying to find any gap they can. Diffuser's gonna go down here. Candle's gonna be on Overwatch.
3v3 bomb going down. 3v3 retake.
He's gonna get the
Candle's
second
going
he needs
crazy.
as well. And now the Diffuser's down
2v2.
with a man advantage for Core. They can play these positions. They can
Wait,
ride all
where's
they
Enrio
need.
going?
Is now 2 versus 1. Probably gonna see Recited get this pick onto Rival.
Why did Enrio
1
go
versus 1.
upstairs?
Is there vert on the
Is there
Diffuser?
vert?
If there isn't, this could be the opportunity. He's gonna stick it,
Oh,
but there
okay.
is the
I
exact
guess there is. He's a
vertical
genius.
play lead as Core have secured themselves map points on their opponent's map pick.
Core getting that map control.
Who do you think is one
very early
of
on.
the more
Staying
used
in pairs,
operators
setting
that
that
shouldn't be
vertical up.
used right now?
Even through all of that, in the heavy rotation,
I don't really think Mozzie is very good.
On the second floor over into games, Fluffy Aimers were still able to find 2 picks, one on water with that blitz, and then another on the other spot of the map. But the problem is, with a 5v3 and around a minute
actually,
40, minute 30 still
I
on
think
the clock
Mozzie has
for
its
Core
uses,
to
but I think
work
it's
with,
probably overplayed.
you had one player, that being Deity, overswing into that single window inside of storage, and then the Legion overswing onto the vertical. Getting way too over-aggressive. I understand you do have the man advantage, but with so much time left on the clock, not only did that allow for Core to completely reconstruct their
G2 love
attack, but because
Mozzie.
they were
I think there
those
are
2 picks,
instances
allowing
where
them to have an evened
Mozzie
out
could be
man
good.
count,
Honestly,
and on top of
especially
that,
like
Fluffy was
Windows,
not
I feel
fully
like.
being able to rotate back down to the site in time,
But I
giving
definitely
Core
think it's played.
man advantage.
I think it's
around where
overused.
Fluffy
I think
Gamers
Mutus
made
is
it too
better
hard on
than
themselves by just not understanding
Mozzie almost
where
like
the attack was, and
every
pair,
time.
getting aggressive with it.
Yeah, Core seems to like those kind of minimalist plant spots, I'm going to call them. They liked the Animus plants on, well, the site we're currently on right now, as well as that plant they just went for. Kiryu, though, he's going to like that early pick on
Has BB been used well yet? From our scrims, I haven't really
off the board in a lot of cases.
been super impressed by Blackbeard yet, but teams are still figuring it out.
As we've talked a lot about them being as powerful as they are, but
I definitely think right now Blackbeard is like over. People are overhyping
they don't have a
it,
gun.
but
Well, they do
it's
have a
new.
gun, but they have a pistol,
So I
which when you're
I
going
think I
against
just
something
need
like the
to.
TCSG or the MP5 or the MP7.
My opinion
those
could
aren't
change. I think.
great odds unless
JJ
you
owes me a
have the
sub, by the
mechanics to
way. He
back
bet
it
me
up
one
or
sub
quicker
that
on the
they would
draw.
win 3-0 maps, and they're about to be down 2-0.
In a very comfortable spot still, getting rid of Twist, getting rid of a primary player who are, in those very early aggressive entry positions early on. That's why he lost his life. But more importantly, losing that soft destruction on a basement bomb site is just so important. Sure, you do still have that Ashe, but she is now forced to use a lot more of her utility than she previously would have, with that buck still being on the board. And
What
when
the-
you give a blitz,
That was a little ambitious.
isolated engagement to 3 defenders, That's exactly what you just don't need to do in this time of need if you are core. So many mistakes are being made, and Candle, yet again, he needs to go huge if he wants to start to give Fluffy Aimers, or core rather, something, but Deity shuts him down.
He missed the pre-fire, and now another player is going to try to walk down the forbidden staircase. He's left at a 1 versus 5 now. He has a minute left. Control of the diffuser, but will that be enough? They know where he is right now, and they're covering all their bases. Any move he looks to make will be met with ample resistance. Player's actively inside of Animus with him right now, but he doesn't know it. He doesn't know exactly where these defenders are. They're holding all these aggressive angles. They're trying to fight him anyway. He looks to come in.
The predictions ended because it's core plus 2.5,
sure they can't just have the one
and they already have 6, so it's impossible for them to lose by 3 rounds.
In this attacking half, for the first time in a little bit, and Fluffy Aimers clawing their way back just a bit.
And yet again, a round.
I'll actually put up a real quick prediction.
Very big mistake they made.
Just 2-minute prediction. OT or no OT?
Fluffy Aimers were just getting way too aggressive in that 5v3 over in that storage bomb site. That time around, after
2 minutes on
getting
this
2
one.
kills over by Animus Stairs, having 3 people even doubled up on that blitz when he initially pushed, they fell back. Sure, you still did have JJ in that corner, but it wasn't very uneven gunfight because you had a player on pillar. So even if JJ did lose his life, that player going down the stairs was going to be traded back. And it's kind of a situation where Fluffy Aimers, they well could have gotten very aggressive. They could have tried to walk their way up those Animus stairs and just being completely shut down by the remaining core players over by vending, but they didn't. They understood that they got the man advantage, that core had no real useful control on the map to directly go into the bomb site, no pressure on the walls, and that allowed for Fluffy Aimers to play very comfortably. And again, a really good read, but coming very late in the map.
Yeah, the core is kind of a team that struggles when they're not presented with a door, so to speak. Because when there is a gap in the defense, a hole they can poke their finger through, they're very, very good at just tearing open a hole, using that to walk right in and get what they need done. Even on an individual level, like we've seen Candle pull when he got that 4K a couple rounds ago. But more so on a team level as well. And Fluffy Aimers, if they can work to deny that from core, that's when core is really going to start to struggle in these rounds, is when they don't have that easy way in, and when they have to puzzle solve a little bit more than they have been, which so far, core have been good about finding those gaps. But Fluffy Aimers, if they can replicate that previous round and just not let them in, then that's going to be their ticket to, well, booking us another overtime.
That is just a huge overall Flores round, and so far in this first half of the round, core is doing a phenomenal job of just dealing with this utility and the walls, getting both connector and IT walls within 1 minute, also getting rid of that shield inside of E-Box.
Yeah, I saw on
really early on
Reddit actually they removed the Flexo stuff.
To get rid of this defender utility, they don't have to worry about it going into later.
Do I fuck with Bombas socks? I actually have some, yeah. Those are like the dress socks I wear.
For core gaming
right now I have some Nike wool socks on though.
Having relatively little to no defending utility.
Oh, JJ is going to get aggressive. He almost gets that first pick, but it's only a down. It's actually Rival to get the first pick onto Emilio. Ooh. As it looks like Moses is in a position that he can be secure, and that's exactly what Twist is going to do now. And they have a lot of work on the site done already, and over a minute to work with here. Provided they can.
Would I ever spend $200 on a polo?
Gonna make it difficult to get a definitive
I think I have in the past, but probably not again
JJ
unless it was like really nice brand. I wouldn't on like Hypebeast clothing at least. I would on something that will last for a while.
Oh, he hits the flick! JJ evens out the man count, makes the other team so uncomfortable, but Candle, he's inside of E-Box now. He's taking up that space that JJ left. Moses is going to be wary of this positioning from JJ. They have to try to get this player outside of server, but Deity is going to make that difficult. 3K with the shotgun.
Oh my god.
And now Kiru's going to get another
You just ordered some Bombas
socks.
That's
going to be Fluffy Aimers. Yet again,
hell yeah.
You see the 6-3 lead dwindle as time goes on and as the defense gets smart.
One of the most important and underlying factors of this entire Fluffy Aimers team that isn't really talked about is JJ's role as essentially the team captain. I've heard a couple of rumors that he potentially isn't IGLing, but that's not where my point is going. We've noticed that going down 3-6 on the defense, Fluffy Aimers have yet to take their timeout. And we've noticed in that early half on the defense that they were getting very aggressive when having these man count leads, or even when they needed to regain the man control or at least even it out. But in these past 2 to 3 rounds, the Fluffy Aimers have really just slow themselves down. They've allowed for QoR to take what is needed, and they've been able to read the positions very well. We saw that the Ella got aggressive right when she needed to, was able to get that flick. A little bit of, lucky timing. Obviously, it could have fallen a very different way, but then after that, those defenders on the bomb site play their positions very well, and it does look like that JJ has really just rallied this team together, has talked some sense into them, and essentially has completely changed.
You had to stop predicting because it seems everything I say, that's what doesn't happen. My worst nightmare is this goes into overtime and we have to watch another 20 rounds of this.
Inside of the game is,
because remember, this is unlimited OT.
Great IGL from a good one, and well, it's exactly what we're seeing.
And then
right
I end the stream because I don't want to watch 12 maps of unlimited OT.
And this is where QoR is going to look to try to rally things a little bit and just make that
basically by
final
10
push over
p.m.
the
I'm
finish
out of
line
here.
I mean, unlimited OTs, it's really cool, especially if you're an analyst and you don't have to say as many words as I do, but something that you want to avoid from a player perspective, because you don't want to give Fluffy Aimers a second chance at victory. You don't want to give them a way to get back into things and to make your life more difficult. And that's the road we're going down right now, is Fluffy Aimers getting that second chance. And so this, I think, is going to be potentially the make or break round for this map.
Yeah, we can already see that yet again. This entire site will be held in this.
Congratulations,
sir. We can
Surf.
see that there isn't really a heavy.
It's a big accomplishment as a professional video game player that you have a working PC. Do you think unlimited OT is good for like SI Grand Finals? Sure. For Blitz Season 2 Grand Finals, not particularly.
Even with that C4
do I think either of these teams could compete in Tier 1?
In a position to directly get a pick
against
onto a site player.
What teams?
They do have a lot of vertical holes. They do have utility.
Like, do I think that they could be in Tier 1 and beat some of the teams? Yeah.
Bites the dust,
do I think they could beat all of the teams? No.
Make more holes. We're probably going to see Rival make another attempt at a breach charge or two, maybe even use some more of those Selma charges. As now they're trying to, well,
where would they place?
As Inrio does just that. I guess
well, what teams are even in Pro League right now?
Yeah, that's a very just pivotal pick, a very aggressive player that you're going to lose. And now, Fluffy Aimers, they have a very pivotal decision to make. Do they want to over-aggress Rival, catching JJ off guard? And again, Fluffy Aimers, their sights are blind, and they've been punished for it.
Punished fairly indeed.
Wow.
Oh my God, he gets the pick.
Good drone by him. That guy was definitely on a drone.
He's read into perfectly. 5 versus 2 now. Deity and Emilio are all that can stop QoR from going up 2-0. Deity is gonna get one through the floorboards.
Is the XC9BC team? Yeah, it's Hot and Cold, Gavini, Spirits, Dream, and Atom.
Emilio is gonna get another.
Oh my God!
Deity as well. It's a 2 versus 2
5v2 to 2v2.
Dwindled. There's only a few
oh
seconds
my
left.
God! 5v2 to 2v1.
There's no way into the site.
They just lost a 5v2.
Down, but there's just no way.
We have to go to OT.
QoR, what are you doing?
Unlimited OT for the second map in a row.
Aimers reading yet again for now a 3rd round in a row.
These teams are trying to
for the second time
torture me. I swear to God.
Map into overtime, reading their positions so well. That Castle just reading perfectly onto the lapse of judgment. We've seen this time and time again. When QoR get that map control, they completely restructure their attack. They reset when they
I'm
go
gonna
for
put
the
up another
execution,
quick
it
prediction, 2
allows
minutes.
for not only their opponents but specifically in this matchup. In that
Another
round
quick
for those
prediction,
Fluffy
2
Gamers
minutes,
to
so you guys
retake
can try
that
to farm
space,
some points
get
here.
the kill on that Buck who was not suspecting a player to go right under his vertical where he got a kill before, shut that player down, and because no one was
2
holding that
minutes.
vertical
Who wins this
over
map?
inside of control or servers rather, the castle was able to slip right by, go into the bomb site, and because there was no additional drones in the bomb site, no up-to-date info for QoR, they had no idea he even made his way into
Now,
the
I'm
bomb
already
site in this
telling you
aggressive
guys,
position that they weren't
I'm
really
not
expecting
streaming
him
this
to
whole
make,
match if they start winning
allowing him to
maps and
shut
shit.
down
There's
that
no
flanker
way. I'm going
and
to like
never
10.
fully having a line of sight to shut him down, and essentially
And
allowing
even
for
that's
Fluffy Gamers to
lucky.
claw back.
Because my
As now we go
God,
into our
man, are you
second
kidding
overtime.
me? What was my reaction on 14-2ing G2 at Montreal? I actually have a YouTube video on my channel of our match where we 7-0'd them, Simon, with the comms. You should check that out. It's youtube.com/@super. Speaking of which, I'd appreciate if any of you not subbed would sub. I uploaded a video today of some of our NAL comms. Well, no, not comms, timeouts.
But we'll have to see how that goes.
Which of these teams do I think is better?
Being funny with both of these teams not having thrown a 6-3
I think QoR have better players.
bringing us into overtime. But we'll have to see how that manifests itself here. Is Fluffy Hammers now have the second chance I was talking about to claim their own map pick and to get themselves.
Which team do you think is ranked the top 5
Yeah,
players?
Not only do they have that second chance, but at least, you know, if we go by the
Rival?
overtime, that being 3 rounds, or 2 rather, they have a defense out of those 3 rounds. And now it's kind of a situation
Emilio?
where you're seeing QoR be very
Twist?
cautious. They don't want to overstep. They don't want to make a mistake, lose a player early on.
Candle
Fluffy Gamers,
Deity,
they
maybe?
fully realize that, and this overall slower attack has allowed for them to not only hold this control for a little bit longer, but play a lot more aggressively.
We're gonna see this wall get
I
open.
think
which
QoR
means
is
the
better.
Blitz is gonna be running
It's
a
hard for me
DD
to say who
just
I think
a
is
second
better
here,
because I
which
don't
is
think
probably
either of them are
gonna prompt
great,
it
but
to
I
move,
think
although we
QoR
seen
have better
Blitz being
players. Like there's
unfortunate
more
and down
talent
the
on their
staircase
team.
before. Immediate backup coming from JJ for Deity here onto this staircase, and there's also a player looks like over by a
I mean, I'll
lounge
be
or
honest. I don't know how
control that could
Fluffy.
potentially have an
Fluffy
impact
should
on
not
this
lose this
position
map
as
if you're
well.
looking at their team, because
As the
Kiru has
goal of
10
Moses
and
here is
and
just gonna be
JJ has
to
12,
pressure these defenders,
and they're
trying
usually to me
in
like
combination with the hatch being opened, get
the
people
low frag.
outside
Although Resident or whatever
of
the fuck has been doing
Exo
horrible in
suit.
this match,
But Kiru
so he
is in
might
a
be ass.
great
I'm not sure.
position here to waste some time.
I'm not that
to
familiar
potentially
with
get a
his
pick,
game.
provided he hasn't revealed himself with that shot. As now we're going to see Moses tiptoe down the staircase. 45 seconds left. They have to get onto this bomb site.
Moses is about to
get enough
part their
control to
defense
start
like the
making
Red
that
Sea.
objective happen.
Get it?
But look at this.
Get
the
it?
opening pick has gone the way of Fluffy Hammers.
Some
Poseidon's
Bible
on a
humor for
great
you?
flank here if he can
Hell
pull it
yeah,
off,
let's go,
and he
dude.
has the support of Kiru. QoR
Oh,
not reading everything they need to properly.
Deity's
but
off my top
Kiru's
5.
that positioning from Deity. There's only 20 seconds left here for them to make this work.
What
there
the
are 2
fuck?
players off site.
What are we doing here?
One's caught in an awkward position as well, but there's so little time left. Once this diffuser starts going down, it's just going to be a pick for this player up top.
No top
Warren
control
with the
for
SMG-12,
we don't
that's
have
all he
storage
needs.
control and we're
Diffuser's
pushing
gonna be
XO.
relocated, but the shotgun can get the
Wait,
first down
what?
that's needed, and
JJ?
JJ's in
Was
the
JJ
perfect
missing
position to
him?
shut everything down.
I
Just
gotta see
sitting
JJ's
inside of the
replay. He was
corner.
like missing him.
A phenomenal read from Fluffy Gamers in that round, understanding that a majority of the presence from QoR on that attack and that very early on push and map clear was over by main and kitchen side, trying to take that control over by top soda. And because they had 2 of those walls inside of freezer, not only reinforced but also electrified, it forced
Map point for
QoR
Fluffy. They
to
were down
essentially just pick
6-3.
one side of the map
This
they
is the
wanted to focus on.
this is the
Because there
exact
was
same of
such a
map
heavy
1,
extension
except
from Fluffy
reverse.
Gamers
QoR
and,
were
uh,
down
in there, a lot
6-3,
of
came back
defending
and won
utility
it. Fluffy
on
were
that
down
first
6-3.
floor.
Now they're
The
leading
QoR
in
were
overtime.
Never able to definitively clear out multiple points around the map. We saw there was.
Does
real
anyone else have
presence
chills
from
right
QoR
now?
Over in that storage and second
'Cause
floor
I
side
don't.
that allowed for those players on top of storage stairs to just play very comfortably, being paired with Doc and JJ. And on top of that, they were never able to fully get control, fully open the walls inside of sight because they had to deal with this wall right where Rival's reinforcing right now, and it's just a kind of a simple fact of Fluffy Aimers gave so much and almost too much for Core to really deal with.
Core are now back on the defense, which they were very successfully on previously, getting themselves a 4-2 half, although I think Fluffy Aimers could probably pull this out here just with how
no, we've had a few scrims. My opinion of Blackbeard hasn't changed so far.
Early pressure being applied onto this.
I don't think it's done much
wall.
yet,
They just want
but
to
we'll
get it
see.
open as quickly as they can, just so
We're not running new shit right now, though,
so
so
they don't have to worry about it later. Although the utility being used to hold these walls, with it being a Cade, is going to make the Maverick a little more unwieldy.
Bombed your stats final.
But so far, that has been a problem.
I can't even remember the last time I had to take any kind of test like that.
It's going to be that Arsenal wall, as you can use that to cut so many valuable rotations, or they might just look to jump inside of Animus itself.
This has been a factor of this Fluffy Aimers attack throughout both of these maps. If they find an opening, if they find a relatively soft site, they will essentially take a shortcut, but with deity off the board and a questionable knife that allows for Core to shut down every single player. And now
if you got worse than a 40, then you might have to retire.
Deals with him. It's a
well,
flawless round.
at least they made that round quick.
Another round where Fluffy Aimers, they're starting to get tired. This second overtime weighing on them. They try to take.
They may have lost the round, but at least they lost it quickly. That's all we can thank them for that. They don't make us suffer through long rounds.
Map, just with the way that Fluffy Aimers played a couple rounds, they're very aware that Fluffy Aimers aren't afraid to see an open door and just walk in, just see what happens. And so with that preparation, once they actually try to go hard and fast into that room, they just all get killed off. They all fall one by one. And especially with the Blitz being killed off in another area of the map, that's a lot of your distraction gone. That's a lot of your displacement gone that normally makes rounds like that function. And it just leads to this domino effect that causes Fluffy Aimers' attack to crumble.
I really do think crumble is the perfect word, because a lot of the times we saw it, a lot of rounds in the first map, that, you know, when Fluffy Aimers are in a position to take that easy way out, they don't have a lot of other avenues. There is just one simple win factor. If that factor is shut down that time around, it was the plant going down, it was the quick rush into sight. They don't have a whole lot to do afterwards. Yet again, we're seeing Fluffy Aimers go to a site that they previously had lost when defending it. Yet again, bringing out Deity specifically on that clash, and that is a purposeful decision. Deity is a very aggressive gun-heavy player, and putting that player behind a clash allows for not only for him to play very in-your-face, right in front of the faces of Core on this attack, but also if he so does choose, play aggressive, take that gun out, and shut the players down.
His Moses is just trying to waste 2 drones as quick as possible. He literally droned something, got his drone shot, and then immediately drove his other drone to the same exact position. W support player.
I think have a much more tangible impact on the gunfights, as it forces you to slow down and take damage over time until you can run away, and you have to actively take it out, whereas the L lines just wear off after a little bit. So we'll see if that ends up, or how that ends up changing the way that this position is played here. As last time,
go shoot the cam down there, Twist.
Fluffy Aimers get an advantage that was then
JJ's top frag right now. JJ's got 13 kills.
That's a good way to put that. But this pulse pick here,
well,
it's already going to pay dividends from Kiru, as JJ gets one of his own as well. Although JJ does end up being down, he probably can be recovered here, or at least the confirmation can be
throw an
denied,
EMP at him, bro.
which is going to make the man advantage sting all more.
Throw an EMP at him, bro.
Yeah, Fluffy Aimers getting a lot of
throw an
use out
EMP
of this
at
clash,
him.
but JJ essentially is dead. He's not going to be able to be picked up, especially if Moses playing so aggressive. Being now in a 4v3,
this is winnable.
You still do have Kiru potentially being able to play spoilers down below.
Yeah, because Kiru's
with the
playing
C4,
La
as
La
I say,
Land.
that rival shuts him down. So yet again, even though it wasn't on purpose in this
Kiru's
round,
vlogging. He's
Core
down there just recording for the.
Those positions. A 5v3
he's streaming on Twitch.
now has dwindled down to a 3v3 as Core. They start to reset.
Kiru
their
was
attack as they
IRL
look
streaming right
go
there.
for the execute.
40 seconds left here. Clash being used much like a mirror window. As now we're seeing the final bits of util destruction the core have left in their pockets coming into play. And we're going to see a lot of those goo mines that JJ placed down before his untimely demise come into effect as well. Diffuser's going to start being planted by Moses. It looks like they're going to fully get it down. The Raptors player's going to get one, going to get two almost, as he ends up getting two in the end. As off screen, the other player dies, and core, they secure themselves map point going on to the defense.
There's no way Fluffy win an attack now. That would drive me insane. Fluffy cannot attack at all. So if they win an attack here, I'm going to lose it.
Really the definition.
By the way, stream, remember tomorrow I'm streaming Element 4. We've got Garage Talks versus Bands Coast and Core against the Bay Harbor Butchers tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
It is really just, kind of a 50-50 game. But the problem with that site that, favors the attackers is it's essentially completely cut off, or rather it is a bomb site that an attacking team can essentially just isolate those players all the way over inside of the A bomb site. If you're able to get that connector wall open, get a player inside of that player position to try and get the bomb down, you have a player inside of either IT or Raptors, you can completely cut off the entire defense from the other bomb site, essentially making it a disconnected map that really isn't that disconnected. And
going at least 18 rounds. So this is going to be a 2-map stream if this shit goes 18 or 20 rounds, brother. I'm telling you that right now.
Exactly what happens. And
chat, if we see these numbers up here hit double digits, this is the last map we're watching. I promise you that. These guys got to be trolling. If this goes like 12-10 or something, they're blatantly trolling me.
And that puts them in a pretty good position to win this unless Fluffy Hammers look to buck that trend this round. Seeing a very similar setup to what we have before all around, with Core still wanting to lean into keeping those walls closed.
Is Jesse streaming this? I think I saw him streaming this. He is too, right?
Keep Fluffy Hammers as far out of the bomb site and as constrained as they possibly can. Twist is still going to get aggressive on these two windows, just
at least when I leave, I know who to send it to.
Anything Fluffy Hammers do to try to catch him is we're going to have to be done swiftly, but he wastes a bunch of time here as well, provided he's not caught off guard like he was before. Ace charge going out on that IT wall is going to open things up at least a little bit. The next goal they're going to have will be connector, especially with Twist getting out of there, as the Blitz is going to make his way in and hold this ground.
Deity just getting so much control, just pushing himself so far forward. He doesn't want to overstep.
Here we go. Twist just want to give that. Well played, Twist. I'd like to know what Twist was thinking there when he decided to full swing that with Vigil and no con control. I'd love to know what just went through his brain right there. Let's just keep making Super watch this. Was that possibly what he was thinking?
Below to apply some external pressure on.
I'd love to know.
To try and get this.
They have no con control.
If they can,
there's a blitz in con. He full swings the door.
This pinch could be deadly, although the Raptors player has vacated the premises. As now Core gonna look to fall back a little bit, and especially after that, try to find anything they can.
Why do they get progressively dumber as the game goes on? Now they're just swinging everything. Why?
But it's a 4 versus 2 now, as Fluffy Hammers are gonna collapse onto the bomb site now.
No one knows how to plant the bomb anymore. If you just force late round situations, they never know what to do. You guys want to know a crazy stat? At the major, the Sonics had the #1 plant rate at 42%. The second attacking team was 23%.
And that little
no one knows how to plant the bomb anymore. Make teams execute. They can't do it. Make them plant. They don't know how. I promise you. Make them plant. Nobody can do it.
Try and conserve as much fuel in your tank as possible. And as of now, both of these teams not letting off the gas.
I'm telling you,
whatsoever.
if I see both these numbers double digit, this shit's off. This shit's Dunzo Bunzo McFunzo.
Over aggressive players, more definitively Twist.
Who was second? I actually don't remember.
His welcome, allowing that 2v1 to be won by Fluffy Hammers, and then also the Core just not really having enough utility or player count to have that heavy presence inside of
I just thought that
Raptors,
was like an insane
essentially allowing
stat.
for Fluffy Aimers to just completely smush Core.
That we
inside
were
the
literally
box side, eliminate a
20%
lot
ahead
their
of the
positions to
second
move
most
around,
planting team.
take control, set up those, overall crossfires. Just not a lot of options in that 5v3 on the bomb site for Core, and that's why Fluffy Aimers just completely shut it down. And now Fluffy Aimers yet again get
Siege
to fall
doesn't
back
like when you
down
played, it was better. I
onto
don't know if it's
that,
better, it's just different.
storage bomb site in a very heavy, a very pinnacle hold on this top floor.
Yeah, we were the best attacking. We were the number one attacking team NA, and we were the number one attacking team at the tournament up until that phase bank game. I'm pretty sure we ended up finishing second attacking at the tournament because of that phase bank match where we went 0-6. But we were number one before that.
Longer. As both of the first maps going Infinite OT, like Goose was saying, that really does take a toll on you after a little bit. I mean, I'm already starting to feel it as a caster, and I'm not even in the game, man. I'm not in the server. If I'm having to IGL in an Infinite OT map like this, that's being this close consistently, that's something that gets more challenging.
Second planning team was Liquid at. Oh, they didn't make the top 8. Is why I didn't see them probably then, right?
I can only imagine how things are going to turn out.
Yeah, on top of it, a little running joke I've had personally as a caster covering JJ is he'll just randomly have pop-off games on Nighthaven Labs for no reason, and that meme will continue to stride on as JJ having 17 kills. The most kills by 4, only Kuru being right behind him, and I think
the
that
thing
is
I looked
such
at
a
must not have been
pivotal
updated.
factor
I swear it
for
said
this entire
the
map
second
for
was
Fluffy Aimers, 'cause not only is
23%,
JJ
unless I
the
was
head
misreading
honcho
it.
of the team, but also
still,
he is predominantly
we're crazy.
in these entry positions.
First
The
price,
very
first
positions
place for
that
this
Core
is
Gaming will
$1,000
find
US
themselves
dollars.
in.
Second
And if
place is
JJ able
$500
to not
US
only rally
dollars.
his team together, but also shut down those entry engagements, shut
It's
down
all on the
those
line right
kills,
here.
and give his team these man counts.
200
very
smackaroos
early
a
on
person
in
on the
these
line.
defensive rounds. You
Unless
can't
their
really
org
complain.
takes a percentage. That would be pretty funny of taking. They get 20% of $1,000. W7M only planted 16% of the time. What was their attack percentage win rate?
They're going to start
Fresh?
poking at the top of the side here.
'Cause I feel like they
Stratus
just
gonna
won all
open
their
things up
defenses,
for his
no?
team and take out Candle. That's a lot of vertical play that's going to be left on the table here. Which they do have a buck, but Ram can do a lot very, very efficiently with very little effort. And there are still players on this top floor that Core needs
51%. What was their defensive win rate?
Playing on this smoke. He's going to start expending those now because there's just not a lot of time, especially with Deity getting that pick onto Rival. Because now there are only 30 seconds left for Core to get in and start doing things, and they haven't even fully cleared this guy. Deity is still sitting over by Aqua Stairs on this smoke. He has a player at the top to help him as well. They're both wasting so much time. There's only 50 seconds left.
We're going
Try to
another
make this
overtime, aren't
work
we?
here, and
1v4
only
for
two bodies,
Twist.
one body to do it with, as he's just going to get thrown out from
63%.
Control Hall. And that's Fluffy Aimers.
That's actually a little lower than I thought it would be. FaZe were number one on defense, right? Didn't they win like 70% of their defenses?
And this really does, in my opinion, feel like a different match point for Fluffy Aimers, because one thing that Fluffy Aimers have done, translating over to overtime,
FaZe were
for regulation,
72%
is they
on
have
defense.
changed essentially on how they play entirely.
They're
on the
actually
Nighthaven Labs.
really
We saw
good at
very
making
early
you
on,
play
especially,
like the late round.
specifically in that.
That's one thing I
storage
noticed
position
about
that they
FaZe is
did
like
have a
they're
couple of
actually
players
really
on that
good
top
at
floor
making you
by
play late
Control
round. They don't
and
give you
servers,
kills.
but they gave respect to Core. They gave that map control very early on. But now going
What do
into
I think of
overtime,
Collegiate
Fluffy Aimers
R6?
bringing a very extensive,
I
heavy
think it's
defender hold,
good to
both
have
with
Collegiate
man
R6.
count
I don't think their
being
quality of
3 to
play
4
is very
players
high.
on that top floor and a lot of defending utility. And Core were not ready for that adaptation. Didn't bring enough attacking utility. Just simply
But I
their
think
entire attacking
just
plan
having
was
it is
not
good.
prepared to have a heavy clear on that vertical upstairs, and because of it, they wasted essentially the entirety of the round. 15 seconds.
What
when
pisses
they
me
went
off
to
is when
go
we
to
have
the
like a
bomb site for the
9-8 game
execution.
and the
Great
high frag
adaptation
is
for Fluffy
18,
Aimers,
but
if they
nobody's
wanna
doing
finish
really
it out, they just
bad.
have to keep
What
it
I want to
going
see
on to the
is like
attack.
a 10-12 game and somebody is just like 4 and like 21. That's what I'm really hoping for.
see if that ends up being the case here.
Because to me, that would just be
I'm interested
that would just be
the
hilarious.
Blackbeard so predominantly from previous Fluffy Amers lineups, but it's been very absent recently, and it's actually been entirely
Yeah,
absent
tomorrow
from
I'm
this
going to be
overtime
playing
as-
Marvel Rivals for
Just
1
from the
hour,
we've
by
seen
the
used,
way.
we'd expect him to be seen a lot more,
So
I
get
think,
ready for
but
that.
There has been
I'm
going to
be Iron Man the entire time. I don't even know what he does in that game, but I'm going to be doing it.
That normally being JJ's forte with Kansas getting one
After,
pick before
I'll be doing that
immediately being
after
killed
Element
off.
4.
He is going to take out the
Hashtag
Goku,
ad.
which is a lot of information denial from the attack. The
That's a
Pulse
fun
C4
game.
are going to have little impact on
I'm
any
going
of
to
the
play with
attackers at
Goddess.
all as well.
I have a hashtag 1 hour ad to play it tomorrow.
We'll
So that's
see
what we're
how
hashtag going to do.
the top
Hashtag
floor's
ad,
been
hashtag
taken
ha 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 ha,
for Fluffy
hashtag.
Amers. They have to start working on to the first floor, however. And this position that Kiru's in, combined with where the others are and where this blitz is, this is where the execute's going to come from. And Kiru is going to try to cut things off, which is being done successfully.
I should
thus
play it
far.
before E4.
We are going to see
I need a
Gu-
certain amount of
Guma, however,
viewers to
come
do
into
it,
effect.
Foresight,
It's gonna cause
so
Deity to lose his
I like
life.
to do it after
So we're
because
at 3
people like
versus
leave my
3.
stream on and pass
Minute
out
35
watching JJ
seconds
Blast play.
Attacker's
So
still
then
trying to
my
get onto the
viewers
bomb
don't
site.
drop off
So
that
far,
much.
nothing successful.
There's not a whole lot of
Oh no.
opportunities, and as
Oh
I say,
no.
that Twitch
Wait,
gives
yes.
one to Emilio, but you still have to
Bomb
worry
going down.
about the C4 from below. You have to worry about Enrio.
Oh no,
and they
2v2.
may
Bomb
not
going
be
down
aware
though.
with the
If he plants
retake
that window,
above.
it's over. Oh, this is over.
Plant goes
No way they
down.
lose this round. It's a 2v2,
versus
bombs
2.
planted
I'm
at
not
the
sure if they know
window.
where that diffuser is, but it'll be a hell of a challenge to try to get it down. Or try
This
to get
is-
it counter
they don't win
diffused,
here.
rather. Moses has made his way up from the basement.
They're
He's not
stealing our
able to directly
strats.
duel this player inside of control.
They're
hall,
using our strats, but without
but he's gonna try to make
Ambi,
it
Surf,
difficult to predict
Canadian,
his positioning.
Rexen, and
He's gonna
Grixer
get that pick
as the
onto
players.
Kiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ.
Oh, no.
Inside of the bomb
Oh
site.
no.
Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses, and he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
I think JJ
even
actually
things out for
realized
his
they could
team.
long arm it, and he made the play to save the stream.
Both maps now.
I think he actually realized they could
taken
long
by
arm
the
that, and he made the
respectively
play
teams that
to save
picked
the
them
stream.
Both in a 10-8 fashion, and both teams going absolutely the distance. To
I
put it
will
the
say,
least.
JJ Blast
And
dropping
again, by
21
running
kills
that
on you is
JJ, just
borderline
for some
like
reason
you have
turns
to
the prime
retire.
LeBron James on the Miami Heat on Night Haven Labs lives on.
If you play a
21
map
kill
against
game for
JJ
I
Blast
don't
and he
want
drops
to,
21
be
on you,
rude, but
do
that
you,
is
do you
relatively
keep playing
unheard of
at
in
that
the
point, or is it
definition
you're probably not going to
of a
make pro
team
league?
captain rallying, not only getting his team together after going down 3 rounds on the defense, just completely shutting down and catching core off guard round after round, spotting these
All
gaps,
right.
taking advantage of them. But on top of that, being the main
I really hate to say this, but I think we've got one more map. I can do one more map, I feel like.
that situation absolutely perfectly.
My worst
If you
nightmare
needed
is
a
I
player
say
to
we can
step
do
up,
one more map,
it's
and then
JJ,
it's like
and that's
5
exactly what
tech
he did in the
pauses,
second
and it
map.
goes 20 rounds.
I think it's also worth noting that Fluffy Amers had 2 1 versus 2
That's
clutches
probably
that
worst
game,
case scenario here.
which with how close everything was, just that. That's the type
Hold
of
on,
thing
let
that
me
starts
play
to
some
sting a little bit
copyright-free
when you're
music to
letting
get me in the mood.
other team get those sorts of, or when you're getting those advantages for yourself, and then letting the other team be the one
I might,
that
Def.
claims them.
I
It
might.
just- I mean, those mistakes start to add up as the series goes on, and
Yeah, Enrio's
well,
dedicated
JJ
for
here are
sure.
gonna be proud of those rounds that they won. The core are gonna have a little bit to think about here.
Guys, while we're
As
sitting here, I'm going to
the
ask you to
stuff
do me a
happens,
favor and go to
as they have a little
youtube.com/@super
time,
and
just
subscribe to my
sit
channel.
Owen can
If
talk
you
to
didn't
people
see
between
earlier
maps
today,
and
I uploaded
get
a
those sorted out for
30-minute video of NAL timeouts. Before that, I uploaded a 7-0 of G2 at the Montreal Major with full comms. And before that, I uploaded a 40-minute video of timeouts from the Major. Before that, I also uploaded the worst prediction series you've ever seen. I had 20,000 people watch this, and I didn't get one single placing right because the website to predict it was broken, so it didn't give me the right matchups. So 20,000 people watch this, and not one was right. Get fucked.
That's when you start to worry.
Certainly is the case. Let's throw things over to the analyst desk, though. As you probably heard enough of Goose and I, you've gotten, what, like 36 rounds of us so far? It's been one hell of a ride thus far, but I think Whiskey has some stuff he'd like to say.
Remember, we do have the Factor promotion going on. If you have never signed up for
Thank you, Allie. Thank you.
If you have never signed up for Factor, you can sign up using my link, and you will get 50% off and free shipping on your order. If it's your first time sign up, I will send you a free Shopify Rebels jersey. 2 things with that. Has to be your first time ordering. You have to use my sign up, and you will not get the jersey until I get paid for the sponsor because they cancel each other out. So if you can wait probably 2 months for a jersey, cheap way to get one. It is US only, yeah. Super Says It podcast. Yeah, I haven't had an episode in a while.
Well, the thing is, Fluffy Gamers are expecting an extremely typical Night Haven lap, which normally you would expect to see, players coming from one lane, also players coming from this other lane, and you just have to lock down basically those 2 lanes. So what we see is moments like during round 7, where
Can you link the merch site? Or I'll put
another
it.
player all on Raptors watching the Blitz.
So if any of you want to buy merch for our new org, Shopify Rebellion, go to Shopify Rebellion GG. They actually have a lot more merch than Sonic's did. So they have the Pilot Collection, which is they got like a hoodie, a long sleeve tee, short sleeve tee, little flight tag, zip up hoodie, a lanyard, a light t-shirt. They've got like an Essentials collection, which is basically, I mean, it is what it's called, an Essentials collection. Ooh, might need a beanie. They got some crop charms. Might need that.
Do you lean into that? Do you
A
send
pin,
the gunner in and just hope for the
a
best?
little
And how does that
flag,
translate to the next map?
and then some jerseys. I'm not 100% positive, but I think this is the jersey the team will wear. This is also probably the jersey you would end up receiving through the giveaway. Not 100% positive on that, but I think this is what we'll end up wearing.
Apparent for Core to just take
ShopifyRebellion.gg.
found 4 kills because nobody was paying attention to him.
Is your number going to be 1.6 or what? I don't wear a jersey, so I'm not going to have a number.
Control and then find 4 kills on the road when nobody's expecting them. And then conversely, the exact same thing happened with Core, where
Shopify is not the sponsor. It's Shopify owns the team or the org.
fully clear any of those roamers, so those roamers still able to stick around, have a big play, either get the planter down when time is very minimal at that point, and then just let huge plays
Gonna have to get some merch. Yeah, we're going for a boot camp in January, so I think they'll probably give us some stuff there, which will be cool.
Okay, so
Because we didn't get a lot of merch
we're not
from
going to lean into that strat.
Sonics
We're going
usually.
to Cafe next, right? And this is kind of a fun map, a giant square, and lots of repel actions. What's the prediction? What's the win condition here? As Goose said, they're kind of starting over at 1 now.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Fluffy Gamers winning the next 2 maps. Admittedly, I didn't do an extensive amount of research during that last map on this. I was busy enjoying the game, but I haven't found a time that Fluffy Gamers actually lost
Cafe next map. We've had an 8-10, a 10-8. So far, does this match rival the NAL finals between Sonics and Dark Zero? We've had 2 10-8 maps so far.
So I would not be surprised to see Fluffy Gamers coming out on top of that, especially since so much of it is, it's an old map. It's been tried, and we figured out what's true on it. So Fluffy Gamers is going to have a big advantage being a strong, meticulous team, while Core are going to have to start working on some of those
2 weeks, Sheldon.
Because right now, I don't feel like they have a specific spearhead player leading the team into an arena.
And it kind of capitalized on top of that point. I mean, QoR at the very end, going back to when they were still Thrive, going back to like Element 3 and I think a little bit of TPL Season 8, they've not had exactly a great history on Cafe as a map overall.
Yeah, this is a barn
Combining
burner.
with them now as
Ignite.
QoR today. They're 2-2 on this map, whereas, like you said, Fluffy Gamers are 4-0 as far as we can all tell from the history of them playing this map. So it's kind of not a great map for QoR to go to, where it seems like a very comfortable map. It's like number 1 or 2 for Fluffy to go to. They're very comfortable going here. So that's kind of another big problem for QoR going into this. They may now lose 2 maps in a row, threatening to go down 2-1 in the series overall. And now you have to just think about how much is the shield play can actually be a factor, because we've already seen a lot of shields, either the Blackbeard or the Blitz happen. Monty is not up here because he's banned every single game, but if he somehow managed to slide through,
Infinite OT on this is kind of nuts. It's definitely a bit of overkill. Oh, let me put up predictions real quick.
Fluffy have been doing very well with them so far.
Yeah, see, it seems like the chaotic nature that was these last 2 maps gonna probably come to a standstill here on Cafe, right? It's so
Predictions are up for map 3
default
Cafe.
now.
Fluffy minus
and
2.5.
you're talking about those linear approaches. We're 36 rounds in. That's not gonna work on Cafe now. Do we start to get to that mental chalk point here, since we're only heading into map number 3?
I mean, as I think one of the casters pointed out, we're already 36 rounds in, and we just finished map number 2. It's already tiring for us as the analyst discs, just being like, oh my god, how much longer is this going to go on for? I can't imagine how the casters are feeling. I can't imagine how the players
All right,
are
so
feeling,
not to be that guy, but
36
Glitter
rounds
literally
is a
goes, we're
lot just in
36
general,
rounds
so
in, and we're only
hopefully the
map
fatigue
2.
isn't
And then this guy
settling in
goes,
just yet,
I think
because
one of the
we are
casters
still
just mentioned,
expecting a
we're
very
36
good
rounds
matchup
in,
out
and
of
we
this
just
from
finished
both
map
teams.
2.
That's right. So let's
Like what?
speak one more time.
Are we paying
Win
attention,
conditions
brother?
Here, it's gonna take a combined effort. It's gonna take a cohesive effort, which we haven't seen kind of really out of either team on coming into these next 2 maps. What do you think, y'all?
Yeah, I think win condition during that first map, there was a very strong correlation between opening kill and the team that won the round. It's just a very strong conversion rate from both teams. This last time, not so much, but I will say every single time a plant went down, that team won that round. So I think in this case, in particular for Fluffy Gamers win condition, it's going to be getting that plant down.
Okay, well, you heard it here. Pro strat, plant and don't fake it. We're sending it to Cafe Alley. Goose, it's time to take us in for map number 3 and another 18 if we're true to play.
Yeah, laugh it up, man. Laugh it up. All right. It's past my bedtime, man. And we're still going. We haven't even finished the 3rd map. Like this, that MLE Austin, this is Goose, and we're on Cafe now, which is a personal favorite of mine, mostly because I really like playing Buck and Ram. But it's also just a big box with a lot of different floors. And there's a lot of fun where you can get up to with those different floors if you know what you're doing, I would say.
And, you know, one thing that Yowie pointed out that I absolutely loved was that Fluffy Amber's entire game plan on the attack was a lot of the times focused on getting that plant down and going in our previous matchups. Before
All
this
right,
game
get your
started,
prediction in.
Fluffy Amers had a total
Map
of
3.
22 plants. 13 of those plants coming from JJ. And in total for QoR, had 15 total plants, only beating JJ himself by 2. Goes to show that not only in this matchup, but in the overall style of how Fluffy Amers plays the attack, a lot of the importance comes down to getting that bomb down. It also adds a lot of depth to the entire attack, because if QoR isn't able to win a couple of these rounds in the gunfight department, what is there to say that they're going to be able to get that plant down and then on top of it cover it?
Who's just breathing in
No, I mentioned it
the
previously.
damn
Goose,
mic like
right?
that?
But,
What the
I was in the
hell?
vertical play.
The
this
hell
map
they
is
doing over
utilized
there?
Because with every site except for the one that is on the first floor, you can attack every site from above and below. You can get vertical play on just about everything. And I feel like a lot of teams don't really lean into that nearly as much as they should. And, well, I feel QoR and Fluffy Amers are probably the team to buck that trend.
Kachanka?
Cash is the operator that I'm attempting to refer to.
Okay.
Which we'll probably see be brought out on this site just because, well, you can rip open the floor, and then if you want to attack from that bakery side, then you can deny a lot of very powerful positions. But that Ram that Rival's bringing is also another operator that I anticipate seeing quite a bit on most of these sites, just because, like I pointed out last map, she can make a lot of vertical very, very quickly, and it's not very precise vertical, but the amount of it is often more what you're looking for with her, with breach charges or Buck on, as Twist is playing, doing the precise work.
I'm going to end the predictions once there's a kill. Fluffy have 0 points on them right now at -2.5 rounds. 0 points. Are you kidding me?
And in part was because they had
This is JJB we're talking about here.
Attacks, and in pair with that, they had a lot of difficulties on focusing and getting that vertical control. More specifically, on this bomb site of Kitchen itself.
This is mother flipping JJB.
Where there was no actual real vertical presence from QoR. Not only are they bringing out the Buck and the Ram, completely changing up that trend for last time they played this map, but they also have that additional utility. They have
so I do think, based off of this clear, that QoR Gaming lose this map. I will say, I think they already lost.
In the Ram,
me judging the clear they have for this, I think they don't know how to play Cafe. They lose. So this is looking like a Fluffy Aimer map to me, to be honest.
Different angles, but then on the contrary, also trying
now now there are more points on Fluffy all of a sudden.
Multi-directional.
QoR's only got 40,000 points plus 2.5. That means they don't even have to win.
Blitz,
they just can't lose by 3 rounds. Are you kidding me?
Every shield operator in the game. So, Rival, I must ask.
There better be more points on QoR. They've covered every round, so every map so far. Are you kidding?
See what happens. I mean,
hell, you gotta be gosh damn flipping.
I've seen a lot of people use that fuse to try to displace people, much like they're trying to do with Ram right now, just opening up a ton of that flooring. So any of these positions the defenders want to occupy are just gonna be really, really scary, as cats and dogs aren't the only thing that rain down through those holes. In fact, it'll usually be bullets, and it's a little
cats
bit
and
worse
dogs
for your health to get a bullet to the skull than
they got damn cats and dogs on Cafe. I play this map more often. I love dogs.
Has read into this attack absolutely perfectly, giving QoR a lot of respect in this early round, essentially just not only allowing for QoR to get this vertical setup, but allow for Fluffy Aimers to not only sit in their positions very defined and hardened, but also, if they so need to, have time to just rotate around. But if you look at the time, 30 seconds on the clock, QoR is going for a really quick execution.
Opening pick on the candle from JJ
though, has something to
off
say
of his
about that.
21 or 23 kills last map.
Puts him 6 feet underneath the earth, and those coil canisters are going to be so effective, especially
that's
with JJ
JJB
playing the angle that he has. He is killed off by Moses, but those flames, they keep going and they don't ever stop. We have less than 10 seconds left, and Tachanka can still waste so much of this time.
I told you, I think QoR loses this map. If I see there's a fucking Tachanka playing VIP, you just run at Tachanka and kill him. No, like, he's Tachanka. What is he gonna do?
Back through the entirety of that round, QoR
yeah, I don't think they know how to play this map, Ignite.
Just simply
I could tell by the way they were clearing it at the very beginning of the round. They had, like, just their positions were bad.
One QoR player tried to put any pressure onto Bakery or Small Bakery. No one on side of Red Stairs trying to put pressure into Coat Closet or Red. And most importantly, no pressure onto that Christmas Shield player, essentially allowing Fluffy Aimers to just shut down that plant, having a dual crossfire. One being behind that shield, that being the Tachanka, which also doesn't even have to swing, just has to shoot the fires out of his launcher. And then JJ right behind the little counter there, shutting down the drop. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, on top of all that, that is a round for Fluffy Aimers where you just look at one angle. When you see a player, you shoot and you win the round. And you cannot allow for Fluffy Aimers to get these easy shutdowns, to shut down these easy engagements. If you're QoR, you have to do a lot more work around the map.
Reading defense now. What the fuck is that?
Well, my wish is going to
QoR have a 43% win rate across all maps, but a 56 attack percent win rate on Cafe.
Now, we're going to be at reading and dining here, which
so they're Cafe
initially,
gurus.
the lack of a block might look
Thank
a
you,
little bit
Jasmine. I
disturbing,
appreciate
but the
it.
defense makes a lot of vertical holes for the site typically, just so if the attackers try to run in very, very quickly, there is contingency for it. But that also does mean that there is going to be a decent bit of vertical play already in effect that the attack can latch onto and claim as their own once they have control of that top floor, which is going to be easier now that Emilio
Candle
is
opening pick onto Emilio.
From Candle, who no longer falls the opening pick this time. As now the goal of QoR is going to be to work this top floor as much as they can, and then try to use that control to isolate a spot on the site where they can safely get the bomb down.
I feel like
a very heavy extension from Fluffy Aimers on this top floor. Originally having 4 players, recited he will fall back down right below that white window.
I've seen that before.
And
I feel
still
like
a heavy presence from Fluffy Aimers on this extension will essentially send a message to QoR that they still have to work.
JJ is feeling it right now.
Candle into just
3 and
exposing
1.
himself to JJ will now even out the man count, and with that time ticking down,
fuck?
this defender utility still denying this vertical control on the top floor. There's so much that QoR needs to do, and a great start with 2.
Okay.
2 versus 4 now.
Why do they have
Fluffy
Smoke
Aimers.
playing
We're about
there? I
at
don't
20
understand
seconds
that.
left to go. We're
What
probably
is
gonna see
Smoke
that
doing
execute
playing
come
C1 there?
relatively soon here, just because of that extreme
That doesn't make any
man
sense to me.
deficit the Fluffy Aimers have to work back from. We are going to see one player look to get a little bit aggressive and see if he can alleviate a little bit of that pressure, but we're already right into this type of potential play.
Oh, Warden died. Okay. That makes more sense.
As we enter the final minute of this round, QoR going to be working the site in any and all aspects that they can, just getting rid of a bit of utility here, opening some floor there, and gathering some information on where these players are. They have 4 drones actively on the map. They still
Are
have
both
some
of these
ace charges
teams
they can
running-
throw down, and they're going to
Never
use
mind.
these things to set up that plant spot that Moses is going to go for right now as they try to lock out these players. But recited, he's able to get in, and then he almost gets the 3rd that he needs, but it's all left up to Deity in 1 versus 2. There's potential cover for the plant from this player underneath Hell Balcony. He's gonna make his way into reading, tries to get the planter, but he isn't able to get it before the plant goes down. Then Twist gets the swing off of the bomb plant, and it looks dire for a second, but QoR remain in control the whole time.
This might be
Another
officially a
round,
mid-off.
in my opinion,
What the-
essentially lost by Fluffy Aimers not only holding that map control over by top white and bar, even with a little bit of an extension over into the head holes by bathroom, also controlling freezer. But when you have that control, when you have the man advantage on top of it, you then start to see Fluffy Aimer players overswing, JJ in particular in that instance. And this is a problem that we've now seen for 2 going on 3 maps. It is a problem that they did fix in that second, eventually winning it 10-8. But it's these small mistakes that can essentially cost an entire round. In my opinion, a lot
Does
of
every
these
T2 or
rounds are
T3
lost
team
simply by
just
the
copy
fact
what
that
they
Fluffy
see
Aimers
T1
goes
teams
out of
do?
their
I mean,
way
I think
to
that's
lose.
what they
go
should
out
do,
of their way
honestly.
to overextend. They try to force the issue
I think
too
tier
much
2
to
teams
get
have a
even more
better,
kills, to dwindle that man count even lower.
like
But
tier
in turn,
2
what that
teams
does is
should
give
copy
QoR
pro teams.
opportunity
And to be
shut
fair,
down
most
these
of the pro
players that
teams
they're in
copy each
positions
other.
preparing
You'll copy
to
stuff
shut
and then
down those
change some
overswings.
stuff around to like
And it's a
what fits
situation
your
where if you're
team
Fluffy
or
Aimers,
like
sure,
what you
it's
like
just
and
one
don't
random
like.
mistake,
But
it cannot
almost
let this
all pro
continue to happen
strats are
and
like a
snowball.
mix of strats. Like,
I mean, if we're gonna get
you know,
if we're gonna
unless
seriously
it's like a
have,
super new
just
map, like
small mistakes
a
leading
lair
to,
or something.
2 18-round maps in a row.
These maps are so old, like
Those are things that you want to try to nip in
it's
the bud as
really
soon as
there's
you
not
can.
going to be a
As the
ton of
longer you let
innovative
these
stuff
games go
anymore,
on,
so it's
the
just
more
a combination
tired
of things
you
that you like.
And that gets you to a
In my
point where
opinion,
you
at
run
least.
the risk of your opponents having more stamina than you do. And if they have that longevity when you don't, then they can continue making less mistakes and making
Yeah, I
better
mean, you can get
decisions.
creative mainly with like
And that
ops
puts you
and
in a
things like
really
that,
bad
but in terms
spot
of
as you start to get
reinforcements and
farther in
generalized
towards
like
these
general
games.
setups,
I think it's also worth
most of
noting
it's
that
always
this
the
is the
same.
map the core wanted to go to. Just this one rush into the site. C4 goes out, but it's just a little bit too
Bomb going
late.
down. Nope.
As Moses gets that opener, bomb almost goes down, but there's a lesion in just the right spot.
That was a ridiculous place to plant
Diffuser
with nobody
now
on red.
surrendered inside of the site. Castle as well, gonna get a pick onto one of
Well,
these
Cafe is
attackers.
like an
That's the
OG
blitz down.
map too, so
And they've-
especially on a
they've
map like
equated the man
Cafe,
count. They've equalized things as much as they
it's
can.
really hard
With
to
the diffuser,
be too
he's
creative.
still downed inside of
Maybe
that site.
with
And if
when like
someone
new
looks to
ops
put it
come
down,
out,
there's
like
gonna be another gun that's
Azami and
down.
shit, obviously you can
It's
do
gonna
kind
be
of
broken
cool
beast in
stuff
this
with
case, but it
that.
does look like realize
But in
the
general,
plant is going down. The plant is successfully placed down, and there's a Blackbeard in a position to cut these rotates and make things awkward. But Didi has the better of that engagement. As the rest of these players, now in the man advantage, are going to look to collapse on this diffuser and make it work as much as they can. But look at this. It's a 1 versus 1 now. Enrio versus Deity. As Enrio, he's able to play off the sounds of this diffuser. He's able to bait things out. But Deity, he only has 7 seconds to work with before he loses this round. And Enrio knows it. Dancing around the diffuser delicately.
I don't know. What is the
forcing
phase
a
castle
bad move,
strat?
But the round's already won. Any kills are just a consolation prize. As QoR, they take control of this map and win the first 3 rounds, or more of the first 3 rounds.
It's getting late. It's getting
What?
late to say the least. It's not like we're on a third map and past 2 maps were 7-0s, 7-2s. They're pretty much the maximum extent you could go. But overall, great decision making there from QoR, and specifically from that Blackbeard. I talked about over all the way on Chalet, a lot snowier. I'd say even as snowy it is here in Cafe. But the map on Chalet, I talked about a little point that Blackbeard itself, obviously he's such a polarizing shield player. He has an AR that is probably the most polarizing part of him. But one part that a lot of players and people don't understand is that he doesn't always have to be used as a fragger. He doesn't have to be used as an entry player. He can simply apply presence, phantom presence even, and that's exactly what he did over by bottom white. He just shuffled, made a couple of noise. He never really made a real push to get those players over by closet and dining, and that took the attention away from those 2 Fluffy Gamers players, allowing for that plant to go down.
I don't think
all the
we
way
ran
over
that,
to mining.
but I can't remember.
And
I don't think
again,
so.
just an instance
I don't think
of
that's
a
our
great
strats.
read and a great overall play from a singular player on the attack.
I mean, I'm sure we do have like Castle on like
This
double
is the
door
round that
or
Fluffy Gamers
something.
won previously
but
when they played
I don't
this
think we
site,
do
and a
the,
lot of that was down to the fact that
some of this.
QoR didn't watch the clock closely enough, and there was just so much utility packed onto the site in layers that they had to crunch through in those last few seconds. This time, however, they've already brought some things to try and alleviate that. This Brava has thus far gone unnoticed by Fluffy Amers, which has allowed 3 pieces of utility to be claimed by QoR. And along with that blitz, if they can get into the site quickly, then they can circumvent a lot of that time denial that was so potent for them last time. They're going to quickly send the blitz in towards Kitchen. He's going to try to get this first pick, and he's able to successfully get it. There's a player trapped inside of prep now, but the crossfire, it's going to be better for Fluffy Amers. They come out on top of these engagements. As now there's a lone blitz tucked inside of Kitchen.
Hypothetically, with C9 leaving, I don't think C9 have left.
Themselves, gather
So,
any information
I think
they
your
can. But no one is exposing
sentence
themselves
doesn't
just
work.
yet. As now we're at a little bit of a standstill, as QoR now has to recuperate and try to find a way back in.
Another instance of QoR just trying to find the easy way out. They've been
What
given
is going
one, but
on in this
Fluffy's
game?
there, or Kiru is
Oh,
rather there
bad
to shut
aim.
it down.
Oh my god.
But now a flank by DD.
Why
shut
is he
down.
flanking?
It's just a 1v2.
1 versus 2. One
What
player
is
on the
going
ground,
on?
but now gonna come into effect. The Blitz has the better of that gun.
These teams are getting tired or something.
As we
What the
see
hell was
QoR
that?
circumvent completely the time denial measures that Fluffy Amers had put in place as they take control of their 3rd round.
It's also very important that we mention that Cafe is kind of an out of meta map. A lot of the time we do see Cafe lean into the favor of the attack. And obviously that's what we've seen here. It's not simply just how the map has played. I can now definitively say there are 2 rounds where Fluffy Amers, they have a man advantage and they overextend. They overplay their positions, sometimes even just like with that flank over into small bakery. they just go away from where they're holding, try to retake and get in a new position to try and, I guess you could say, catch QoR off guard, but there was a player on side that small big window. He was more than prepared to shut down that flank. And it's kind of an instance where if you didn't see Fluffy Aimers overextend, they already had lost control of Bakery. They then tried to retake the control over inside of the little corridor there. It's kind of a situation where not only did they not need to do that, but if they didn't, it could have been a completely different round.
Certainly could be the case. We'll see how things progress thus far. I like the pick of the Twitch, by the way. Just with the amount of utility.
I'm not
that
sure. I know
Fluffy Aimers are trying
Rival
to
was
bring
on their team.
specifically
Now
just to be
Rival's on
funky with the
Core.
time.
Ignite.
Now the IQ,
I don't know who's
the bottom
different,
floor
though, on their
on
team.
Their phone, playing a little bit of Angry Birds. And that's going to give a lot of information.
These teams
over
played in the
towards
SI
attack.
quals last
On
week,
the
and
composition of the site itself.
there's a wall there, dude.
Now they
Do you
want to
not
try
know
to
the
kill
map?
this player, but they
But
also don't want to waste too much time
Fluffy
doing
got
it,
7-0'd
and they
by
don't
Core
want
in
to
that.
take too many risks in doing so. Although Twist is gonna get that pick, gonna get the first pick of this round, open things up for his team as well. And it's gonna make things a little bit easier, especially once his Dokumi calls start coming in.
Yeah, that is a very important player to just get rid of. Not only do you simply just have that pure aggression from Pulse off the board, but also in pair, you don't have to worry about that phantom aggression. You don't have to worry about just worrying about that defender around the map. And on top of that, with only a minute 40 on the clock, almost another pick JJ.
Why are these guys getting
Over-aggressing, but
shit
it
on by
does
JJ?
Eventually lead to a successful pick. Now an even 4-4 man count, and this bomb site's all the way inside of kitchen and mining. There's still so much work to do.
Recited
on
and
this top floor
Deity for
Core.
Snake and
The Fluffy
Rival.
Aimers, they've given the respect. They've completely vacated this top floor, and they're just waiting now for
Snake
Core
and Rival
to
are better
execute
than
this
the first.
execution onto the bomb site.
The other team was better, I think.
Yeah, a lot of the piano control that you need to start doing vertical play is surrendered, although there is not much vertical play on the attack to do just yet. Cap can, though.
W droning.
Trap at just the right spot, and Twist is going to walk right into it. And going into this final minute, that has given the man advantage over towards Fluffy Aimers. And that, combined with the lack of utility to directly get people out of the site, is going to make things more difficult now for Core Gaming. Now, they have started to get rid of a little bit of this utility the defenders have, and Inrio has gotten a pick over towards Deity, which has evened things out. But there's still only 35 seconds to
Snake
work
and
with.
Rival are
And
definitely
in the grand
better
scheme
with
of things,
Kira
that
than
is so little time. But Moses,
Rival's
he's
probably
make
better
the
than
best
all of them.
use of that time that he possibly can. But Emilio's making things worse as we go about it. This round has been so close, but still the control of the site that's needed to plant. There's only 15 seconds
Although right
left
now
to
he's
get
1-5, so.
And JJ's in a great position to win this. Only has to hold out for a little bit longer. These Sabana pals are
Rival's the one who had an
Candle
offer
does.
from the
He
LG
hits
team,
the
and he told them
headshot
that they
he
had to
needs.
drop
And that's Core dominantly
Eddie, right?
taking
Or
control
no?
of this first half.
Yeah, that is an instance where now Core have a winning half. A 4-2 at the least, a 5-1 at best. Fluffy Aimers in a very dire situation. It's just kind of an instance where, again, their over-aggressiveness, whether it be they need to get over-aggressive when they're in a man deficit, or when they have a 4v3, that then eventually dwindles down to a 2v3.
No, I
and a
know
1v3,
Focal
and
said that,
eventually,
but I'm pretty
obviously,
sure
you
Rival
watch
did as
around, you
well.
understand what happened.
Multiple
But the
people
problem is,
told them
it's
that.
instances
I think
where
Rival
Fluffy
said that,
Aimers
and Focal said
not
that,
only
and
do they get
Rampy.
aggressive, but they're in positions where they
Why
don't
is
need
everybody
to.
hating
They
on
have
Big
so
Ed?
much control. They don't need to do anything the entire round. If they just don't swing, they play back, they hold their positions. Core lose it. Core has to come to them at the end of the day, especially.
Yeah,
when you
this is
have
a
man
best of 5.
advantage. And it really does feel like. in
I'm
my
probably
opinion,
gonna hop off
that
after this
Fluffy
map
Aimers are
though,
getting
XYL,
way
just so
too
you're aware.
greedy in the kill
Because
department.
it's past
in the
10
way
here,
half,
and this
that's
is
what's
unlimited
costing these
overtime.
rounds.
I don't think they don't. I don't think they dislike Eddie. I just don't think they think Eddie's good, but I don't know.
Denial.
If I,
But
by the
Core,
way,
they know how to
if I ever see a fucking Tachanka here, we're literally running at this guy. He's a free kill.
fly into the site and fly into the map.
Whatever
and
happened
just
with
make the
Snake,
defense's lives
he was on the T1 team and TSM
absolute
got
living
screwed.
hell.
I think people
And they
don't
are
like
gonna take a
Snake.
bit of time to set it up because they do want to make sure that they cross their T's and dot their I's. But once they figure things out, they can just go. And it looks like the plan this time is to isolate that Tachanka specifically over inside of VIP. And if they can do that, that is so much time denial that's just taken off of the board.
You just can hear that shit
now,
outside.
The L-Lines are going to make things a little bit risky to do, but this drone that Twist is looking at is in such a good position to get someone inside of the building and allow them to take these fights. But the fights so far are going to go the way of Fluffy Aimers, as Emilio's gotten himself a double kill, with it only really...
Well, I guess they did run at him, but somebody else fucked
managing
them.
to find anything. We're in a 4 versus 2 now. The quick play has not paid off, with it being in Rio that has everything to do here. 1 versus 4. Just getting every possible angle that he can, trying to find anything. But no one's given him what he needs. No one's given him the gunfights that he wants. Diffuser is completely outside of his control as well, and if he goes for it, he probably
JJ impacted
dies.
the sense. Is he a
Trying to find
genius?
anything he can, but these players, they're just stucking out. They're just taking pot shots. They know they're in control. They know they have the lower hands.
Slower hands.
Back and forth as the shots.
Who's
ring.
got slow
And it's
hands?
finally recited that clears things up and secures the 4-2 half for Fluffy Hammers, mitigating the damage that can be done.
That was a round where
JJ
Fluffy Hammers just
unironically
read
had
perfectly
23
into
kills
what the
last
game
map,
plan for
Aiden.
that attack for Core was they had 3 players over by the main entry point that Core was trying to clear early on, as you said before, trying to do their due diligence, trying to mark off every little point on their checklist. But the problem was you had 1 player over by Christmas, 1 player by Gold Stairs rather, and then a player inside of Coat Check. They were more than prepared. They had a Goyo.
JJ has 29 kills in the past 2 maps. In this map and in the past map and a half,
early on,
JJ has
and no matter how much
29
kills
kills.
you have, when you're just losing drone after drone, you're not able to definitively and quickly get direct pressure onto those defender positions and push them out. You can never really clear that part of the map out. It was just, kind of a round that failed all the way back right before when Fluffy Aimers just read into the attack. And I think it's kind of a situation where on that
What
map,
is that,
or that
Goyo?
fight rather specifically, Core just
What?
tried to take these very aggressive, quick rounds, and it's just simply not
What
gonna
the
work, as
fuck is
Fluffy Aimers,
that? Don't they just
they
pop
find
that from the
themselves with a 2-4
hatch?
half.
Christy Fenner would be brought out here, which is a pick that I
What
do
are those
quite like.
Goyos? Those are horrible.
In general, but for this bomb site specifically, as I do feel there are a lot
Is
of really
this
good choke points that you
SI?
can throw those on.
No,
especially positions
it's
like
even
someone trying to
better.
take
This
into
is
bakery or,
Blitz R6.
in through that.
And I'm not
delivery
talking the
area.
op.
It's an operator that Moses likes quite a bit as well on this site, although the floor is gonna make keeping utility up a little bit difficult, as Kiru has a lot of great utility to just fly the drones in and get rid of things like shields and even some
God damn,
canisters
that
or
floor just
those
went
Melusi
crazy.
Banshees if he so chooses. And all this time denial now that Core has brought is being undone within the first minute of the round, and that's going to alleviate so
Yeah,
much
those
pressure
Goyos
from
were
this
trash.
attack.
Ignite, I
And
don't know what
just
the
give them a lot
fuck
of
that
breathing
was.
room, especially when combined
Twist dead.
with that pick that Recited just got onto Twist. As now they don't
Xanax,
have
thank you for the
nearly as much
54
time
months.
denial
Appreciate
ability
it.
to work out during the execute, and they have a man
Suit,
advantage.
XL.
Yeah, that's in my opinion the most important factor, is because not only have you cleared these top 2 floors, you're able to set up this vertical, but you've gotten a pick with it. So if they so do choose, they can go and try and clear this Christmas position where the smoke is playing. On top of it, not having a shield, you're able to use that man advantage to your use, pressuring this player or any other player extended away from the bomb site, and just get rid of it. And this entire execution does look like it's going to be coming over into this drop, but JJ somehow just making his way even without dealing with that player.
What the fuck is Enrio
Get a 2K
doing?
for himself.
Enrio's in his own
Okay,
world.
From Deity, but Diffuser has been shot down. The planner is
Oh
dead.
my God.
And he's gonna get another one as well. Candle in a great position to try to solve
Are they actually
this.
gonna
Yet again,
lose this?
committing highway robbery in front of our eyes. Along
Wow.
with his teammate Candle, or whoever it was that didn't catch it.
Wow.
As now, Core despite everything going wrong, somehow comes out on top.
I think we really are starting to see those crucial mistakes that shouldn't happen. Like, you shouldn't go for that plant without clearing that Christmas player. You had man advantage. You had time to clear him out, and we saw exactly why. And on top of that, not only was the smoke allowed to play spoilers, but he was allowed to run through white stairs, no one on there, go below breach, or not below breach, but below the freezer hatch.
Breach.
Also, no one there, and then also the player inside of the bomb site, somehow also letting that player slip by. That was a round where essentially Fluffy Aimers lost it to their own faults. There was
Console
3
is dead.
opportunities to shut down
Stompin's gonna
that
want to
floor,
go pro as a
taking
side
none of them,
quest.
and not even a position to shut down that player. And again, it's these small
Does he play
mistakes that
mouse and key
snowball
at all,
into
or
bigger
no?
ones
Only controller?
that you're just going to see happen later in the map. But when you're down 2-5, it's probably the worst time to have those mistakes. Still an opportunity, but this map of Cafe continues to look more and more grim for Fluffy Aimers.
He does,
Something I do
yeah.
want to point out is that in the interview that I did with Moses in the previous playoff game, where they won this map versus
That would be
TRG,
cool to see if he tried
said they
it.
struggled a lot with extreme aggression that was
1
being thrown
a.m.
at them by
incoming.
TRG. When
Brother, I'm
TRG
hopping
were
off
in
after
their
this map. I don't
faces
care what the score
and
is.
making them
I ain't
take
staying
those
up till
early aggressive
midnight watching
fights.
mid versus mid.
They weren't winning a lot of them. And I think we can see some practice based off of that realization come to fruition here.
Do you not
Even
agree,
though they are
Packer?
losing a lot of these fights, they are more than comfortable just slipping in between the cracks when they see the opportunity. Candle especially has done it multiple times. And that comfortability and willingness to be uncomfortable, I think it's really been benefiting them quite a lot here as we've gone on to this.
Is this for E4 invitational quals? This is neither. So E4 tomorrow, just so we're aware, this is a separate league. This is like a tier 2 league family. But I did. So tomorrow at 6 Eastern,
things are going very poorly
for Element 4, I'll be doing Garage Talks versus Band Coast elimination game. And this team core against Bay Harbor Blitzers, which is a 2-1 game for Element 4 tomorrow, 6 Eastern.
He misses it, but no, he gets it. 2 kills in quick conjunction. As these last 2 defenders started to lock things out, but the plant is going down, and the coverage is too good. Deity's able to get himself a triple kill. Diffuser's gonna finally go down.
No, Fet's doing it too, Aiden.
His road
There's
to
a,
get to the
the
bomb
other
site
game is 2
gonna be
MXPL teams.
difficult. They're not giving him any room here to
So we're
breathe
both
at
doing it.
all. As everyone, aside from one player at the top of white, is just vacated.
Fet has
They're just
it too.
wasting his time, but he's able to get the kill onto
The other
Deity.
game is
He only
like
has to find 2 more, but they're both in such good
CNG
positions,
against
and he has
Cruelty.
to move so quick
So we're letting a
with
different
so little
caster
health.
have that one
He's
because
gonna
it's
try
2
to stick the
MXPL.
defuse, but he has to get off of it and carry that DMR so good against such low HP as Fluffy Aimers clean up their mistakes.
Mr. B's team already
and solidify
advanced.
a
They won't
round.
play until the playoffs.
A fantastic.
Technically, I don't think that's
Nice,
until
a
next year. I think
fantastic opening
Mr. B's
round
team doesn't have to
from
play again
Fluffy
until next
Aimers,
year.
Not wasting any time clearing that shield over by piano and bathroom and getting 3 kills on that top floor. They essentially saw
Thank you,
that
family.
there
I
was
appreciate
no
the
immediate
thanks on the
danger
work.
aside from that player behind the shield, then tripled up on that
I'm
player,
gonna
getting
witness
rid of it, and
greatness.
on top of that, allowing for the blitz to
Maybe.
make his way into Freezer, shutting down the bathroom player, and then also catching the player trying to rotate back down to the site off guard. And it's kind of a situation.
You guys can
where
probably
Fluffy
beat
Aimers,
that
they
team,
saw
I think.
exactly what
They
was in
have
front
one
of them
former
and had
pro, but he
such
doesn't
a
play that much
clinical
anymore.
answer for it, that core, because Fluffy Aimers moved so fast in every single push they did, whether that be the shield over by piano.
Did
or just
Mr.
getting
B
the
get
plan
fucked
down,
out of tier
it
1?
really
Wasn't he
did
like
leave
Packer
little
before
to no time
Packer?
for core to react, and both on the attack and defense. It is
Packer
a
and Mr. B
problem
team,
that
but
teams really do
Mr. B
get
kind
core
of
if
did it to
core don't
himself.
have
He was
time
kind of
to
like
react, They
egomaniac.
don't have time to restructure their positions as a team, then they don't really have a lot of options left on the board.
They have Phantom. I'm not losing.
I'm interested
I have
to
seen
see
some
how the
crazy
rest of this
things from
half
him, to be
progresses,
fair.
Just because we did say that Cafe could often
And not
lean
crazy in a
towards
good
the
way.
attack, and that is what we saw in the first half with how well Core did for themselves. And I want to see if Fluffy Aimers can recreate a little bit of that success. I'm also interested to see how this Scopos pick goes. just because she can be a very interesting opportunity for flanks. But
do I know
a
if
potential
Iconic
rush
is coming
shut
back to
down
Pro
quite
League?
thoroughly by QoR Gaming.
What is happening?
Twist gets a
Twist is
triple
fucking
kill
world star that guy. Oh my
off
god.
of some beautiful mechanical aim. And
I mean,
fast
I
play
assume
that Fluffy
Iconic will
Aimers
try
wanted
to. I don't know.
use to catch their opponents off guard is red. QoR are ready for it, and they forced.
It's gonna be map point again for
into a
QoR.
very awkward situation.
To be fair, last map they were
can
up
quite
6-3
easily
and
get
lost it as
inside of
well.
The building here just through this red hatch, but that doesn't give them a lot of control to work with.
Yeah, I mean, in both DT and Emilio, they have to take these isolated engagements with that drone, an absolute huge one. Puts this player in such a bad position, but it's a Scopos.
What?
So he's allowed to just go right
What?
back down to the site. Another instance
Okay,
where
he
Fluffy
left.
Aimers
I
on
was
the
so
exact same
confused,
bomb
bro.
site moved
I was like,
way
why
too
is he just
fast for their
ignoring him?
liking,
Okay.
Even with a cam
I was about to
on
freak
DT,
out, I swear.
He's able to find that player with a minute 30 left on the board, a 2v3. This is almost
What was Twist's
definitely
position there,
winnable for
by the
them.
way, on a 4v2?
They have plenty of time to work
Literally,
this if they can get
that's
control
the
of
only
diffuser,
place in the
but
whole site there's vert, and he was just
looks
standing
like it's
under
been
it. Is that
surrendered
not
in quite an
insane?
awkward position as they disarm rival for a second, but manages to find it. Manages to just tucked it in the wrong pocket. Diffuser's tucked outside of laundry here, and Candle's in a great position to protect it, especially in combination with rival. Last player drops the laundry room hatch, gets killed off by rival on that Scopos. As now we see, yet again, a 6-3 map point claimed by one of these teams.
Map point for Core to go up 2-1.
Situation where they throw 3 rounds in a row, but we'll see.
Well, we'll see. This is not only another instance, but this is the second map in a row where Fluffy Aimers are down 3 rounds. This time around, they are on the attack, which if we do look at Core's
smoke
half
that guy.
on their attack, it should be statistically favoring Fluffy Aimers. But again, there's just been so many mistakes from Fluffy Aimers.
Why do they have to
on
rotate
Cafe,
on that
more
side?
mistakes
Wow.
than we've seen on Chalet or Nighthaven Labs.
All right.
And it's a situation where
Bakery
if you have
defense
a
to
team in
close
front
this
of you
map
like
out.
Core, because
Let's see
they
what
are so
JJ's
structured
cooking.
and they have that core of 3 players that's been playing for so long, it is very easy for them to not only spot these mistakes from their opponents, but also take advantage of them. And if Fluffy Aimers just making mistake after mistake, I think another situation, there's just a bad judgment by whether it be JJ or another player calling that round, doing the not exact same, but a relatively exact same pace-wise, going for a very fast take on the exact same bomb site 2 rounds in a row. It kind of
I'm so ready to get off. Icy, don't even say that. Let's just get this nice 7-3, and then I can hop off
from winning this map,
and I can raid Jesse.
A very familiar
And he can have
situation for both
a
of these
wonderful
teams,
night watching this.
as I was saying before, but we'll see how that ends up playing out.
I
this
just needed
time.
to get my 2
I do
hours for
like
the
that we're
sponsor
seeing the
stream
Echo pick
in.
here, being brought out
Did
by
that,
Ario,
I'm
as
good to go.
I do feel if they can keep him alive towards the late round, they keep those drones alive, that is something that'll be quite valuable for them. But at the same time, Kiri is also on that Brava, and if he can take control of those, then especially if they take control of them without realizing it, then good freaking luck trying to make this work. That being said, though, that is quite a tall task, and good Echoes are usually pretty protective of their drones. It's like a cat lady, but with technology.
You don't want to know my settings, but if you really care, I played 1010, 400 DPI, 22, hollow only, 4384.
All the respect on this map control, just letting them just run away with all of it, kind of like a kid in a candy shop. And as I say that, Twist in a very curious position. Not only is he on the roam, a very aggressive, ratty position, but with that vigil will allow for him to cloak himself
For the
away
bag,
from
not the
the rest
passion.
of Fluffy Aimers.
I don't
But
think anybody
you
can
see
question
from
my
Emilio in the rest of the
siege
positions,
passion. I
they
quit
may
an
be
org
somewhat
to
aware that there could potentially
stay in
still be
siege,
a roam,
but
they're not exactly sure.
my
Whether this
passion
was
for watching
right over
these
by
2
Twist's
teams
position,
play,
unless
I
he
will
exposes
say,
himself,
a
which will
little
not
low.
happen. It's a situation that he should be able to win, but somehow Twist is able to make his way out of it. Hiru eventually over by bottom freezer to shut him down.
A little bit of poor judgment on that retreat down White Stairs, but that blitz is a
Will I be
huge
seeing
pick
any of
and
these
a trade
attacks
that I'm sure
tomorrow,
he's more
Packer?
than happy with. Just because that kind of space denial and displacement is not something that comes cheap, but
Here we go.
is
Here we
going to
go.
make things so much
We're going
better for his
OT.
team. He just walks in and gets 2. It's all left up to Inrio. He has 45 seconds left, and he has those Echo drones potentially still up. But unless he can start getting some kills here, that's not gonna be enough. Now, Diffuser is going down, and he's gonna look to start getting rid of it. But these drones,
Thank you,
there's a
Gets.
finite
Appreciate it.
supply of
Sally.
them, and that's something Fluffy Aimers are aware of. They've destroyed the first one. Now he has to take these fights. He wins the first, he wins the second. He only has 2 more to find, and he has an Echo drone that can just feed him information. He can figure out where these players are and learn how to position himself. His teammates can watch that, but Emilio, he is on just
Not
the
like
right angle
this.
because both of these players tuck themselves up cleverly.
Please do not go to
And we
overtime.
see
That's
the
all I
dominoes
ask.
start to fall
No
on the
OT.
lead once again.
That's all I ask. No OT.
Honestly, it is really funny because we've seen this now 3 maps where Fluffy Aimers will just make so many crucial and easy mistakes, and then once they go down 3 rounds, they'll just turn into a completely different team. First of all, dealing with that roamer, just having a lot more due diligence on clearing the entire map. You saw even with Twist hiding his position, Fluffy Aimers were still relatively aware that there was potentially a roamer on the 2nd floor, allowing them to just be cautious enough to deal with that player. Sure, you did lose your blitz, but it allowed for an opportunity for that Ash to just waltz their way down, bottom white, over into Christmas, deal with the smoke, and almost get a triple with the player over by dining double. It was an easy enough engagement to shut down. And now Fluffy Aimers, dealing with probably one of their biggest problems, but now going on to a completely different bomb site, a whole bundle of new problems, defenders, and entire new bomb site to deal with. Sure, it was a great round, but there's still so much to be done, and with an entire execution phase.
I don't love this
still on the board
lineup
on
for
top
a
of
mining
clearing the map.
defense. I can't lie,
Still
but
looking a little spot.
what do I know?
I do think some of these rounds have come down to which team commits less mistakes. Which is certainly an interesting thing to cast sometimes, although it is a little bit mean to say that out loud, but you know, that is my job. That is what they're not paying me for at over here at Blitz. And we'll see how well if that holds true in this round. If this round is just whichever team commits less errors. And I think we're going to see QoR try to shore things up a little bit, as this is a position they found themselves in last map before throwing it away. And you really want to take your map in this sort of situation, and especially if they can take it quickly, that gives them a little bit of breathing room going into the next map, which is the Fluffy Aimers pick. Candle's going to start things off well before he's picked off. Vigil for an Ash. A pretty even trade, I would say.
Does JJ just never stop when he's on blitz? He just keeps going.
Especially with the amount of control that Fluffy Aimers have now taken.
I really love this overall just presence and focus on not only clearing this top floor, getting this vertical setup, but also making sure that this bottom white position, putting this back pressure onto the bomb site is just so important. Making sure not only that QoR are not comfortable throughout this entire 2nd floor, but also that you
They need
yourself
somebody
as an
bottom red
attacking
here.
team so many different avenues around the map, so many different avenues to try and get this bomb down on top of this vertical.
Can they not get
just a
the
little bit of
Ash?
shots to go on to Moses, but he's going to be able to escape with his life, as now not only is the attack
This
resetting, but now
lineup from
the defense
JJ's team is
resided,
so
looks like the
horrible.
main spearhead.
How do they
just
have
has
0
not-
vert?
It's going to try to hold off.
If they
on
have
any
vert, they
flanks
literally win
towards
this for
flank,
free.
and something that
Oh, they do have
Chris
the
will
hatch open.
learn. But it looks like these two players, this Blitz and on
Because of
their
that,
way
I
in
think.
towards Dining, or potentially in towards Train more likely, and just try to isolate as many of these players as they can. And that's why QoR is starting to try to push back and lash out and just displace as many of these attackers as they can. Recited,
Oh,
he's on
no.
such low HP, but the defense has almost
shit
no
on.
man count.
That's what
but
he gets
they
for
bring
running
it
a
right
scope.
Back. It's even now. Now they just have to get rid of this Blitz, and they're basically home free. There's a shotgun to potentially do it. Diffuser is going down.
What
and will
is happening?
successfully go down. And now there's a shield on Overwatch, but they isolate this player inside of Dining and Twist. He's better in this situation.
Thank God.
Now, take a sec to pause.
I don't
type in
know what's
chat,
happening, but
and they've secured their map in regulation, the first of the series.
An outstanding and
All right,
crucial,
Core
not
gonna
only
take map
round,
3.
but map from Core Gaming. Not only do they get their second
I'm going
in the
to get
series,
off
putting
on
them only one
that
lap away
note.
from winning the entirety of this grand final for season 2, but also changing the mark, changing the adaptation.
Jesse
and
seems like he's having a lot of fun with
repeatedness
this one,
of
so
two
let's
maps
raid
going
Jesse.
8
He's
and
gonna
10
still be
back-to-back.
watching
We will
this
not
if
see
you'd like to
regulation
watch
4th
it
and
with him.
3rd. And also spinning the overall narrative completely on its head. Going
Make
into
sure
this,
to join
majority
that
of players,
raid to
aside
go over
from
to see
Whiskey,
Jesse
or
enjoy
Glitter, rather,
this
who's not looking too crazy
fantastic
anymore, having
series
this
we got
game
here.
going 3-1 for Fluffy Gamers.
First 2 of the teams of all
It's still
time.
definitely a winnable series for Fluffy
All right,
Gamers,
100
but
of
it
you
will not be
decided
a
to
3-1
subject yourself to
winnable
this,
situation
so
for them.
you 100 have
And a
fun.
lot of those
I'll see the rest of you
mistakes
guys
and the
tomorrow.
lack of adaptation from
Remember,
Fluffy
at
Gamers that
6
we
p.m.
saw in the
Eastern, a little bit
previous two
before,
matchups,
I'll be live with Element
not
4,
only
and then I'm going to
has
play
cost them the
about an
map,
hour
but a
of
map that on
Marvel
paper they
Rivals
should have won.
after. So I'll see you guys